The Trail series is one of the most ambitious video game franchises of all time for its dedication to tell an overarching story over its 20-year lifespan. Trails is mostly well known for its detailed world building by crafting a world that truly feels lived in. Countries have a range of political systems, NPCs have unique dialogue that changes day to day, newspapers detail events that are happening around the country, heck, there's even in-universe original novels. However, when you take into account that there are 13 games with over 1,200 years worth of history and script sizes that compare to actual novels, it's understandable that plot points or motives can get lost on a player after some time. That's why I want to step forward and provide a summary for all of these games for people who have spent some time away from the series. For those not familiar with myself, my name is Callum and I've been a Trails fan for more than 5 years and I'm one of the editors for the Kiseki Wiki. Before I start the summary, I'd like to first shout out Lady Virgilia and the Kiseki Wiki as both were excellent sources while making this video. Since I've tried to condense these games as much as possible, I'll only be covering the main story, so these videos are not intended to be substitutes for playing the games themselves. As is the nature of this series, I've also created a master playlist for each game which will be updated in the future when more games are released and this compilation becomes outdated. With that out of the way, let's start with the game that started it all. We start our journey in the year 1197. A young girl named Estelle waits in her home when her father, Cassius, returns. It's only when Cassius reveals that he brought back an injured boy with black hair and amber eyes. The boy's name is Joshua and Cassius explains that he will be Estelle's new adopted brother. We jump 5 years into the future. Estelle and Joshua meet up with Charizard at the Bracer Guild to undergo the Junior Bracer exam. Estelle and Joshua venture into the sewers, defeat monsters and obtain their client's item and return to the surface. Charizard informs them that they've passed the exam and are now junior bracers. Soon after, the guild receptionist, Aina, is panicked after 2 kids have been spotted around Esmeralda's tower, which is known to have monsters lurking. Estelle and Joshua make their way to the tower and manage to catch up to the children before they can get hurt. However, from Estelle's lack of experience, she almost gets ambushed by a monster from behind. Luckily, she is saved by Cassius, whom Aina managed to contact after talking with Estelle. They all make their way home when Cassius explains over dinner that he will leave Verone for a couple of weeks on bracer duties, leaving behind some quests for Estelle, Joshua and Charizard. One of the jobs requires Estelle and Joshua to retrieve a Septium crystal for Mayor Claus. While handing the crystal over, they notice a girl named Josette in a Janus Royal Academy outfit. Afterwards, they assist reporter Niall and photographer Dorothy to the top of Esmeralda's tower. When they reach the top, they meet someone already there. The man is Professor Alba, who is an archaeologist who has taken an interest in the tower. However, after returning to the guild, the mayor explains how he's been robbed and that the Septium crystal has been stolen. Estelle, Joshua and Charizard begin the investigation and deduce Josette must be the culprit. They make their way to Mistwald Forest and witness Josette with the crystal. They then begin battle before Josette's brother Kyle aids in Josette's escape. After returning the crystal to the mayor, Estelle and Joshua get a recommendation from the Roland branch of the Bracer Guild. Suddenly, the guild receives a message from the Bose branch informing that the airship Lind has gone missing, the same airship Cassius was on. Estelle, Joshua and Charizard decide to make their way to the Bose region to investigate. Before leaving, Estelle opens up to Joshua about how she lost her mother during the 100 Days War a decade prior. Upon arriving to Bose, they head to the Bracer Guild where receptionist Legrand updates them on the disappearance of the airship. General Morgan is investigating the issue, but refuses to share the details with the general public or even the guild, as the army and the guild have a complicated relationship. Therefore, the three focus on helping Mayor Mabel's request to ask for details on the case from Morgan, as it's affecting the market price. The three make their way to Haken Gate, concealing the fact that they are bracers, where we find out that the airship was hijacked by the Kapoor family, the Sky Bandits that were involved last chapter. Unfortunately, Estelle slips up and makes Morgan aware that they are bracers, which causes him to throw them out. Charizard and Morgan begin to bicker before they are interrupted by Olivia, a travelling bard from Erebonia. After a little tune, Morgan makes the group leave so the bracers and Olivia return to Bose and report back to Mabel. Mabel wishes the trio to continue their investigation and obtain a tip from Niall to make their way to Reverie Village. After talking to one of the kids, they explain how on the night of the disappearance he saw 2 shadows flying over the village. They then head to the mines when they find the Sky Bandits and begin to battle Kyle, but he manages to get away using a smoke bomb. Although the Sky Bandits escape, the trio investigate the airship for any hostages but find none. However, as they begin to leave, General Morgan and his army surround the ship and arrest the bracers. While in the cell, they notice Olivia has also been locked up. Luckily, Mabel comes to save them, including Olivia, so the 4 begin to investigate the civilians for any more clues. One citizen mentions how his friend at Valeria Lakeshore noticed some shady figures recently, so the group make head there. They set up base and wait for the bandits to appear, when they overhear Kyle mention how their ship is parked nearby. The group find the airship at Amberol Tower and hop on. The group ends up at the Sky Bandits' hideout at Nabar Valley and begin to rescue the hostages. However, after saving all the hostages, Estelle notices how they haven't come across Cassius anywhere. The hostages then mentioned that Cassius actually got off the lynch before it took off. Before fighting, Josette and Kyle notice that Dawn is acting more violent than usual. Only after the group defeat the siblings does Dawn's personality go back to normal. The army then arrives and arrests the Sky Bandits, so the group returns to the Bracer Guild where they receive their second recommendation. While at the guild, Estelle receives a letter and a parcel. The letter is from Cassius and explains that he will be away on Bracer's work and won't be back before the Queen's birthday. They then open the parcel where they find a black ornament and a letter attached from a person called Kay, asking them to bring this black ornament to Professor R. Confused by all of this, they decide to continue their Bracer duties across the borough. Olivia and Scheherazade say their goodbyes as they leave via airship. Though on their journey, Scheherazade catches Olivia talking to someone on what looks like an artifact, which she calls him out on as he has no right of owning them as they belong to the Septian Church. Estelle and Joshua arrive at Rouen where they bump into a boy named Clem who pickpockets Estelle's Bracer badge. They track the boy down at Mercia Orphanage and retrieve the badge. They are then introduced to Chloe, who helps out at the orphanage in her spare time when she's not busy at Janus Royal Academy. Chloe shows the two around Rouen before they meet Jean, the receptionist of the Bracer Guild. The next day, Jean informs the two that the orphanage had burnt down the night prior, though luckily everyone was able to escape. The two are then tasked with investigating the fire. With the assistance of Chloe, they meet with the matron at Menorah Inn, who explains a man with silver hair saved her and the children. Mayor Dalmore interrupts the discussion with his assistant Gilbert, assuming that ravens were responsible for the fire. Overhearing this, Clem makes his way to the Ravens' hideout, which causes Estelle, Joshua, and now Chloe to assist in defending them before Agate, an ex-Raven member, attacks their leader. The four head back to the guild when Agate takes over the investigation, which allows Estelle and Joshua to help out with the Janus Royal Academy festival. With the school play finished, the school offers Teresa the money that they raised to help rebuild the orphanage. However, while walking back, Teresa was ambushed and the money was stolen. Joshua deduces that sleeping powder was used, so she should be safe. This is when Agate enters the room and joins the party in helping to get the money back. Chloe's falcon, Zeke, helps the group, pointing them towards Varenne Lighthouse, where they find Raven members but seem to be under the influence of some sort of drug. The group make their way to the top where they find Gilbert pulling the strings, who with Delmar had planned to burn the orphanage down for the estate. The Jaegers end up betraying Gilbert by shooting him and making a run for it. Agate chases them while Estelle, Joshua and Chloe head back to Teresa to return the money. The next day, Estelle and Joshua inform Jean what happened, which causes him to get the royal army involved to arrest Dalmor. After catching Dalmor trying to sell the estate to Duke Dunan, this causes Dalmor to release monsters on the group. After defeating them though, Dalmor uses his final trick by using a Kronos Rod, an artifact that has the ability to paralyze a person's mobility. Before getting shot, the black ornament that Estelle carries activates and neutralizes the Kronos Rod, causing the group to chase Dalmor. Upon sailing away, the Arsail, the Royal Guard ship, prevents him from escaping. However, upon being arrested, Dalmor claims to have no recollection of the events that had transpired. Estelle and Joshua make their way to the Bracer Guild where Jean congratulates them and provides them with their third recommendation. Chloe walks Estelle and Joshua to the Air Letten, wishing them the best of luck, though she makes mention that she might see them in Gransel as she'll be visiting her family during the Queen's birthday. As the two walk towards Zeiss, they bump into a girl with blonde hair. They keep an eye on her before defending her from some monsters. The girl's name is Tita and she actually works for a Zeiss central factory, so she guides them towards the city of Zeiss before returning to work. Estelle and Joshua meet Kilika, the guild receptionist who writes the letter of introduction to the head of Zeiss Central Factory. The two meet up with Murdoch to show him the ornament and letter. He recognises that Professor R is Professor Russell and sends them to meet him. Tita is actually the granddaughter of Professor Russell, so she takes them to her home. However, when she tries to introduce them to her grandfather, Russell is too absorbed in his work to notice them. Eventually, Professor Russell begins to examine the ornament until it activates like last time when Delmore almost shot the Bracers, but this time all ornament technology within the city has been deactivated. The analysis is abandoned, which causes the ornaments to reactivate, with Professor Russell referring to the effect as the orbital shutdown phenomenon. While trying to saw open the ornament, Murdoch interrupts the group, informing them that the pump at Elmo Village has broken down and requires immediate repairs. Tita persists that she knows how to fix the pump, so Estelle and Joshua assist in escorting her to the village. While there, Tita fixes the pipe and innkeeper Mao offers the group a stay overnight for free. They take up her offer and return to Zeiss the next morning. However, upon returning, they notice that Zeiss Central Factory is filled with smoke and it turns out that Professor Russell is missing. Agate then appears to help in the search, where they see Professor Russell being kidnapped by familiar-looking Jaegers from the previous chapter. After the Jaegers disappear without trace, they obtain a lead from Professor Alba mentioning how he saw suspicious figures at Cornelia Tower. Tita wishes to come along, but Agate dismisses her as she's only 12 years old and would most likely get in the way. The three make their way to the top of the tower and fight against the Jaegers, but while trying to save Professor Russell, Tita appears and Agate leaps in front of her, defending her from an incoming bullet. The Jaegers get away with Professor Russell, and Agate slaps Tita, blaming her for the failure to save her grandfather. On the way back to Zeiss, the group bump into a fellow Bracer Zin before Agate begins to pass out. They rush Agate back to Zeiss and find out that the bullet that he was shot with was laced with poison. Although not a cure, if the group can obtain Zemurian moss, Agate should live. Zin agrees to help the group and they succeed in obtaining it. The next day, Killick informs the group that the army has abandoned their investigation on the kidnapping of Professor Russell. Suspicious of this, Dorothy then shows the group a photo of an airship that resembled the aircraft the Jaegers used to kidnap Professor Russell on top of Cornelia Tower. Suspiciously enough, the ship was near Leeson Fortress. With this, Estelle, Joshua, Agate and Tita infiltrate the fortress and catch Colonel Richard questioning Professor Russell how the Black Ormet works. After saving Professor Russell, the group is successful in escaping with the assistance of Major Sid. While outside, the group split up where Professor Russell requests Estelle and Joshua to head to Grantle and inform the Queen what Colonel Richard is up to. The two make their way to Grantle and tell Estelle and Joshua meet up with Ellen, the receptionist at the Bracer Guild. While investigating, the two find out that the Queen is currently ill and thus Duke Dunan and Colonel Richard have split responsibility. While watching a fighting tournament, they find out that the prize is an invitation to the royal dinner party. Estelle and Joshua join Zin's team as this would be the only opportunity for them to get into the castle and to meet with Her Highness. Zin agrees with the two to join them, but he recommends that they find a fourth member, when with perfect timing Olivia offers to help them. In between rounds, Estelle and Joshua meet with Niall and inform him of Colonel Richard's doings in the previous chapter. Niall suspects that he's been pulling the strings from behind the scenes since the beginning and decides to investigate the matter later. After some more battles, Niall shares all the information regarding Colonel Richard, Captain Amalthea, and 2nd Lieutenant Lawrence. Later that night, Estelle and Joshua are given a letter to meet with someone at the cathedral. This turns out to be 1st Lieutenant Swartz, who we met at the end of chapter 2. She gives a letter to the two and requests to give said letter to headmaid Hilda, who can assist with organising a meeting with the Queen. The final round of the tournament begins, and Estelle's group is victorious. Though before the group can make their way to the castle, Olivia is dragged away by Major Vander as to prevent an international scandal as Erebonia and Liberal's relationship is already strained as it is. While at the castle, Estelle and Joshua manage to find Hilda and give her the letter. They meet in private and then begin to plan how they will meet with the Queen. Ultimately, Hilda dresses the two up in maid outfits to Joshua's dismay to meet with the Queen. Finally, in Her Highness's presence, Estelle and Joshua are able to share everything that they've learnt about Colonel Richard. Queen Alicia informs the two about strange ornament regions deep below the castle, which was thought to be connected to an artifact. Following on, she shares the story of how Cassius was a massive help during the 100 Days' War with Erebonia. Ultimately, his assistance most likely led them to victory. Unfortunately, the death of his wife was the reason why he left the military. All of this information Estelle was not even aware of. Queen Alicia ends the meeting by making a request to save her granddaughter, who's been held hostage at the Herb Royal Villa. She is aware that Colonel Richard and Duke Dunan are behind this as they are ignoring her requests and are planning a coup d'etat. The next day, Estelle, Joshua and Zen begin recruiting bracers in the area and with the assistance of Schwartz, plan on how they will save the hostages. After raiding the villa, Estelle comes face to face with Princess Claudia, who turns out to actually be Chloe, who we met in chapter 2. As a last resort, the intelligence division hold a hostage at gunpoint, but luckily, Scheherazade and Olivia are able to get the upper hand and prevent the hostage from getting hurt. The group continues to liberate the castle from the intelligence division to try and save the Queen, but it's 2nd Lieutenant Lawrence who stands in their way. After defeating Estelle, Chloe and Scheherazade, Lawrence takes off his mask and declines any pity given to him by the Queen, as she is aware of the name Harmal. After that, he states that Colonel Richard is already beneath the castle before leaping off the castle. With that, everyone regroups and head towards the depths of the castle to meet with Colonel Richard and stop his plan. After catching up with him, Richard explains that compared to Erebonia and Calvard, Liberal is a small country with limited military power. Therefore, by obtaining the power of one of the 7 Septarian, Liberal would wield the power to prevent a war like the 100 Days' War from happening ever again. However, Joshua questions Richard as there's no way he should possess the knowledge that he has, but he, just like Don Capua and Mayor Delmore, is unsure how he obtained this information. After fighting Richard, the Black Ornament activates and an archaism approaches them with the goal to kill them. Even with the group and Richard attacking the archaism, it won't stay down. It's only until Cassius appears that the day is saved. After everything settles down, Cassius knocks some sense into Richard for his hunger for power and the idolization of himself. He then explains that he himself was not the sole reason for Liberal's survival, but instead it was the cooperation of everyone within the military. A week later, the Queen's celebration is in full swing, with Estelle and Joshua receiving their final recommendation from Elnan, promoting them to senior racers. While the two rest, Professor Alba approaches Joshua, who is on his own, where he reveals that he was actually the mastermind behind everything. Professor Alba was just an alias. His real name is George Weissman, the third Anguis of Ouroboros. He was the one who manipulated people's memories, and the way he was able to do it was by having Joshua as his puppet. Joshua is actually Enforcer 13 and was under the control of Weissman, who spied on Cassius' every move. That night, Joshua opens up to Estelle about his past. He shares that an incident had left him without a heart. It wasn't until a man was able to fix him that the man shaped Joshua into becoming an assassin who would kill with no remorse. That was until one day he was assigned to assassinate Cassius Bright, but he was no match for him. Upon being defeated, Cassius would save him by bringing him to their home and adopting him into the Bright family. It's only until Joshua hands over his harmonica and plans to leave that Estelle confesses her love to him. He goes in to kiss Estelle, but laces it with a sedative. This causes Estelle to fight to stay awake before Joshua bids his goodbye. Estelle wakes up to find Joshua gone. While travelling back to Roland, she meets and talks to Father Kevin, a travelling priest of the Septian Church. Arriving home, she finds no one. Cassius arrives and comforts his daughter, who pledges to take on Ouroboros to save Joshua. Cassius supports her by sending her to a training camp for bracers in Le Mans, the state where the Bracer HQ is located. Estelle, alongside Annalise, one of the bracers she met at the tournament, trained together over the course of 2 months. After completing their training, the two return to Grantil and Estelle begins her journey to locate Ouroboros. We as the player then witness a meeting between Weissman, Lawrence, whose real name is Louvet, and Campanella, enforce Azure of Ouroboros at an unknown location within Liberl. We then cut to Joshua and the Kapur bandits in southern Arabonia placing flowers at a grave. We begin the chapter with Captain Schwartz, who's escorting Kevin to the Reverie in the Grantil Castle depths. He comments that he's seen something like this before in Calvard. We then return to Estelle, who decides to investigate Ouroboros in Rouen with either Scheherazade or Agate, while Annalise and the other person Estelle doesn't choose investigate in Roland. While in Rouen, Jean mentions how there have been signs of a ghost over Rouen. It's during this investigation Olivia and then later Chloe join the party. Estelle witnesses the ghost herself, and so the group follow it underneath the old building at Jeunesse Royale Academy. They then meet Blanc, Enforcer 10, who has been the ghost. He's been experimenting with a gospel which projects a hologram of himself, which was the ghost of the people in Rouen had been seeing. Upon defeating the archaism he summoned, Blanc flees and Estelle and co return to the guild, where they are tasked with moving to Zeiss to continue their investigation. We then see Blanc and Louvet talking in the night about these experiments, before they are interrupted by a presence and disperse. Luckily, Kevin, who was eavesdropping, was not caught. When Estelle and co arrive in Zeiss, they experience an earthquake. They meet with Kilika, who informs them that multiple earthquakes have hit the Zeiss region recently, but no other region has experienced such a thing. She wishes for them to investigate the phenomenon. Professor Russell theorizes that someone is manipulating the septium veins, which causes Tita to join the group. After some research, Professor Russell deduces that the origin of the earthquake seemed to be around Elmo village. Estelle and co then stumble upon a cave near the village where they meet a man. His name is Walter, Enforcer 8, who has been using a gospel to trigger the earthquakes before summoning creatures to attack the group. After defeating them, Walter strikes the group and with only a single hit has them all on their knees before Zinn jumps in to save the group. When the group returns to the guild, they are ordered to move to Grantil to continue their investigation. While on their way to Grantil, Zinn explains to Estelle that he and Kilka once knew Walter as they all studied the same title cell of martial arts. However, Walter began to seek more power before killing their master, Kilka's father, and then leaving. After arriving in Grantil, Elnan informs the group that there's a child who is missing her parents at the Herb Royal Villa. They make their way before meeting a girl named Ren. As her parents have yet to be found, they bring her back to the Bracer Guild where she and Tita remain upstairs. The group is instructed to investigate a situation where multiple parties, including foreign bodies, were sent threatening letters before the signing of the Non-Aggression Pact. This is an agreement where Liberal will share their technology with Erebonia and Calvard to prevent violence and invasions from both superpowers, especially in regard to the state of Crossbell. After a failed attempt of finding the sender of these threats, nor Ren's parents, the group decide to sleep things over. Meanwhile, Annalise and the partner you didn't choose come across a campsite with some Ouroboros soldiers in Bose. The two defeat the soldiers, when Campanella greets the two before decimating the defeated soldiers and vanishing. We then find out Joshua and the Kapur family again defeating the same kind of soldiers. The next day, Estelle and co have to find a missing Ren before finding her. Before entering the guild, Ren gives Estelle a letter who said was given to her by a boy with black hair. Estelle believes this to be Joshua and goes to Gurun Gate after reading the letter. However, she finds Kevin, who had a similar letter before both are assaulted by archaisms, but managed to defeat them. Estelle and Kevin bump into Philip, who is looking for the Duke, but when they return to the guild, they find everyone unconscious. They find a letter explaining that the Duke and Ren have been taken hostage, so Estelle, Kevin and Scheherazade head to the warehouses where ex-Captain Amalthea plans to invade Grantil Castle with an orbital tank demanding the release of ex-Colonel Richard. It's not until the Royal Army try to stop her that Canone uses a gospel to trigger a similar orbital outage seen back in first chapter. However, Kevin uses a Kronos rod confiscated from Mayor Delmore to disable the gospel. Julia then joins the party where the group defeat the tank and Duke Dunan is free. But when Estelle questions where Ren is, Canone is confused until Ren is spotted above the warehouse and reveals that she is the mastermind behind everything that had happened, from the threatening letters, knocking the guild unconscious, and the kidnapping of the Duke. For she is Ren, Enforcer 15 of Ouroboros before taking her leave with Patamata, a giant mech that she views as her true guardian. Everyone returns to the guild where Kevin reveals that he's actually a Dominion. These are individuals part of the Grol's Ritter, which is part of the Septium Church, who are responsible for hunting heretics and people who use artifacts. Kevin trusts the group with this information as it's not widely known, but more importantly, he was tasked with investigating Ouroboros, so they should team up. Before heading to Bose to continue their investigation, Dorothy shows Estelle a picture she caught the night before. In the photo shows Joshua with the Capur family flying their bobcat. En route to Bose, the airship is forced to stop at Roland due to heavy fog. While at the guild, Mayor Claus storms in alarmed that multiple people within the city have been falling unconscious since the fog has loomed over the city. Estelle and co begin to investigate the phenomenon until they get a lead from a bracer about hearing a bell near Mistwald. The group make their way through the forest when they are surrounded by fog and feel like as if they are going in circles, until they find a gospel on a giant tree. But before they can grab it, the whole group fall unconscious and we see Estelle have a dream where she was younger when her mother was still alive. After waking, Luciola, Enforcer 6, makes her introduction to the group. Scheherazade is surprised as Luciola was like a sister to her as they both came from the same travelling circus. Luciola was using the gospel with her illusion magic to cast the fog over Roland and putting the residents into a deep sleep, though the figure in front of them was only an illusion herself. We then see Louvet and Weissman enter a cave preparing for the final experiment. Estelle and Co make their way to Bose where Legrand warns the group that a dangerous monster has been appearing recently within the area. All of a sudden, they hear a powerful roar and run outside to witness Louvet riding a dragon and crashing on top of the Bose market. Louvet introduces himself as the group as Enforcer 2 before running away with Agate chasing the dragon down. The guild then receives a call from Reverie village of the dragon attacking, but before the group can arrive, the dragon had already charred all of their crops before heading north. Agate manages to catch up to Louvet and the two begin to duel, but Agate is no match for Louvet before snapping his blade in two. The group catch up to Agate before the military make their arrival, but Louvet and the dragon escape. General Morgan warns the Bracers to not get too involved, which causes Agate to target his frustration at the man for the military's inability to save people before collapsing. Back at the village, the general explains that during the 100 Days War, Reverie village was caught up in the Erebonian invasion, and this caused the death of many people, including Mishka Krosna, Agate's little sister. General Morgan then agrees to work with the Bracers to handle the dragon problem. With the help of the Royal Army's Arsail, they use tranquilizers to sedate the dragon. But when they think they have got the dragon under control, a gospel triggers the dragon to awake and fly away, while the Arsail chases the dragon. Even at the top speed, the dragon gets away. The group make their way to Nabar Valley and they find the dragon, and after a long battle break the gospel freeing the beast. He then introduces himself as Ragnar, the holy beast of the Septarian, before apologizing for what he had done and flies away. Legrand gets intel from Kurt that they believe they know the location of Ouroboros' hideout. However, since the group had been working so hard recently, he recommends that they take a break at Valeria Lake. They rest until Kurt appears injured and lacks part of his memory once again, until Karen steps in to help him using thaumaturgy. Kurt then explains that Ouroboros' base is located off the lake and has remained hidden using a projection. However, the other members of Kurt's squad were defeated after they attempted to infiltrate the facility but were defeated. Estelle, Kevin, and two allies of your choosing make their way through the hideout and manage to find and cure Grant, Kana, and Annalise before stumbling across Joshua. However, this is a decoy and Weissman knocks the group out using gas and kidnaps Estelle, bringing her onto their ship, the Glorious. Estelle awakes and is greeted by Ren, who takes her to meet Weissman. He introduces himself as Anguis III of Ouroboros before the other enforcers appear and invite Estelle to join their ranks. Estelle returns to her room where Louvet explains that she is unfit to be an enforcer as she lacks the darkness to become one. He then begins to share the source of his darkness. 10 years ago, Louvet lived with Joshua and his sister Karen in a small village called Hamal in Erebonia. However, one night the village was attacked and while trying to escape, he bore witness to the death of Karen who he loved, who had shielded Joshua. As the men raiding the village had Liberalian weaponry, Erebonia declared war with Liberal, which then sparked the 100 Days War. But in reality, those men were not Liberalians, rather they were Jaegers hired by warhawks within the Empire who wanted a reason to invade Liberal. As a result, Erebonia executed those involved with the scheme and made a pledge with Liberal to never make mention of Hamal by pretending that the village was destroyed by a landslide instead. Soon after, Estelle plans to escape but is stopped by Gilbert, who has joined the Enhanced Jaegers. But then, Joshua disguised as an Enhanced Jaeger comes out to help Estelle, where the two make their way to hijack an airship and escape. They end up landing on Gull Seaside Way before the two have a heart-to-heart conversation where Estelle refuses to let Joshua go and for the two to promise to protect one another. Estelle and Joshua reunite with the whole group at Gransell Castle. That is, until Julia interrupts their reunion to inform Queen Alicia that something strange is happening with the Tetrasilic Towers. Before the group can begin their investigation, Olivia leaves as he is needed back in Erebonia. Estelle and Co begin to investigate each tower with the interiors having been completely changed, with the space warping their surroundings. At the top of each tower, a previous enforcer awaits for them. The first is Blanc, then Walter, then Luciola, and finally Ren. After facing against all of them, the group return to the Arsail, where they are interrupted by Weissman, who tells them to head to the deck to bear witness to a real miracle. The entire group rush outside, where a floating city unravels from another dimension over Valeria Lake. Professor Russell demands Julia to land the Arsail, who does so in the nick of time, as the floating city begins to expel a force that absorbs all orbit power over the entire country of Liberl and the borders of Erebonia and Calvard. And in the distance, the Glorious is seen flying towards the city, unaffected by the orbital blackout as Weissman and the other enforcers gawk in amazement over the power of a Septarian. Since Liberl relied on orbital energy for many things, the citizens are, as you expect, very annoyed as all public transport has stopped working and this is affecting the economy as nothing can be traded. Luckily, Professor Russell has developed a zero-field generator which reverses the effect of the orbital shutdown phenomenon in a small area. He proceeds to give Estelle and Co 6 of these generators, as it's in their mission to travel across Liberl to hand over one for each Bracer Guild in each region. After providing the guild branches at Roland, Bose, Rouen, and Zeiss, the group head for Gransel. But while on their way, Ouroboros begin the invasion of Gransel, with them wiping out the royal guards with ease as they head towards the castle. By the time the group get to Gransel, the city is in flames and the enforcers have infiltrated the castle. By the time the group catches up, Queen Alicia and Princess Claudia are held captive, though luckily, with the help of Sid and Alan, both are rescued. The enforcers then make their leave. However, before the group can take a breather, they hear reports that Erebonia has approached the border at Hacking Gate with steam tanks. Princess Claudia goes as representative of Liberl, while the group go as her escorts. General Morgan questions what Erebonia is doing as they had signed the Non-Aggression Pact. However, General Vander explains southern Erebonia has been affected by the orbital shutdown phenomenon as well. Princess Claudia intercepts their conversation by explaining that the Liberlian army has already dealt with Ouroboros' plans already. However, the Prince of Erebonia, Prince Olivert, makes his appearance and counters Princess Claudia's point. Ultimately, with the help of Estelle, they are able to convince Olivert to give Liberl enough time to deal with the floating city before Erebonia's intervention. Estelle and Co make their way to the Liber Arc before Ouroboros try to shoot them down, but they manage to land on the floating city by the skin of their teeth. Estelle and Co then begin to explore the city when they find Josette. She then explains that the Bobcat ended up crashing on the city during the orbital shutdown phenomenon, and how Ouroboros have kidnapped her brothers. The group continue their investigation until they come across the Glorious and end up saving the Capur brothers. The group then heads towards the Axis Tower and begin climbing it, where they will face off against each enforcer. The first is Blanc, who leaves after his mask is broken. The next is Walter. He reveals that their master had confided in Walter, saying that Zin would be the strongest candidate for Kilika's partner, who would then also take over the dojo, as he was the strongest. However, their master was diagnosed with cancer and wished to end his life in the battle with his greatest student, Walter. The two then decide to settle things once and for all, but Zen is the one who is victorious in the end. Next is Luciola, who reveals that she was the one who killed Mr. Harvey. The reason for this was because the ringleader had shared with Luciola that he had amassed a great amount of debt while running the circus. He would then be leaving as to prevent the other performers from suffering the consequences. Though after this confession, Luciola admits to falling in love with the man, though he rejects her confession for he only saw her as a daughter. As a result, Luciola used her illusion magic to fake the timing of his death and to provide herself with an alibi. After telling this to Shahrazad, Luciola decides to jump off the Axis pillar. Ren is up next, who is angered by Estelle's ignorance for labelling Ouroboros as an evil organisation. This is because when Ren was younger, her parents abandoned her and she was later abused by adults. It wasn't until Ouroboros rescued her that she played her alliance with the society as she saw them as her real family. Upon defeat, Ren accuses Estelle as being like adults in her past, though the pain Estelle inflicts on Ren is not out of malice but rather because she cares for the young girl, who seems to have never been given the love that she deserved. Ren is confused by Estelle's affection and flies away with Patamata, reflecting on the ordeal. The final enforcer that remains is Louve, whom is surprised by Joshua for he has found the burning passion that was once lost when he was a child. After battle, the two engage in a one-on-one duel, with Joshua standing victorious. Louve is pleased with Joshua's conviction and opts to leave Ouroboros, but this is before Weissman appears and attacks him and triggers the stigma within Joshua, returning to Weissman's side. After catching up to Weissman, he begins to explain the truth behind the Liber Arc. Over 1,200 years ago, Adios bestowed humanity 7 treasures known as Septarians across the land that were able to grant miracles, each treasure corresponding to a different element, with the one being behind him being the Septarian of space, the Aureal. The Oriel had the ability to grant the ancient civilization people anything that they desired. But, over time, the population began to lose their purpose in life, for they had everything that they ever needed. This led to the population falling into chaos until Chloe's ancestors helped with banishing the Oriel into another dimension to obtain their purpose back. It's Weissman's plan to use the Oriel for its intended purpose and allow humanity to thrive without having self-sabotage in the form of unwanted emotions. Estelle objects to Weissman's plan, for emotion is the building block for human connection and friendship, and without it, humanity would never properly advance. Annoyed with Estelle, Weissman tests her hypothesis that friendship can overpower anything by forcing Joshua to kill Estelle and see if her relationship with him can overpower the mind control Weissman has on Joshua. Luckily though, thanks to Cassius and Kevin, they were able to predict that Weissman would try to use Joshua's stigma again, so they were able to free Joshua. As a last resort, Weissman fuses with the Oriel and transforms himself into an angel. From the power of the Septarian, no attack can harm Weissman. That is until Luve appears and uses his Kunvita that is forged using the divergent laws by the Grand Master of Ouroboros. By using it, he's able to shatter Weissman's barrier. The reason for this attack was because Luve had deduced that Weissman had a role within the Hamal incident. It's then revealed that Weissman was the one who introduced the Jaegers to the Imperial Warhawks. After defeating Angel Weissman, the Oriel disappears with Weissman confused as to what had happened before fleeing. Though because the Oriel had vanished, that meant the power source that was holding the Liber Arc floated was no longer active. Luve is too injured to escape and says his final goodbye to Joshua before everyone begins to evacuate. We then see Karen approach Weissman, who is confused for the Grand Master's prophecy had not come true. Karen then declares Weissman as a heretic before shooting him and turning the man into a pile of salt. Campanella then arrives, though takes no mind of Kevin, for he only wishes to retrieve the staff that Weissman once used before retreating. We return to the group evacuating when Estelle and Joshua fall behind and the path in front of them is destroyed. As a last resort, they begin heading another way, trying to find another route. Though all is lost when the final path crumbles before them. While standing on an unstable pillar, they realise how dire the situation is. They then embrace one another, for this will most likely be the last moments alive before they begin to fall, but by Adios' will, the two are saved by Cassius riding Ragnar. The final scene has Estelle and Joshua returning to Hamal. They visit Karen's grave where they bring Luve's sword so the two can be with each other in the afterlife. The two then hold hands as they plan to try and find Ren. After the Liber Arc incident, Estelle and Joshua work alongside another bracer called Toval as Jester Jaegers seem to be active in Erebonia again. The trio end up in a town called Alster where they bump into a girl called Telia. Estelle explains to Telia that alongside the Jester quest, they are looking for a girl called Ren. Telia resonates with Estelle as she is still waiting for her brother Kai to return home. Joshua and Toval then hear word that the Jaegers are stationed at a fortress. However, they possess an artifact that is in the form of a ring. While raiding the fortress, Estelle ends up fighting someone who doesn't seem to be a Jaeger but rather a bracer. They first believe that the man is hypnotized, but Toval believes that it could be due to the artifact. All of a sudden, a giant monster attacks the trio. While fighting, they notice a young boy with a ring who seems to be controlling the monster. Estelle identifies that that is Tilia's brother, but the three retreat for the monster is too strong. They then realise that the artifact has the ability to steal a person's soul and make them a slave to the ring. This is seen with the colourless eyes. However, Estelle saw that Kai still had some colour in his eyes, so it could be possible that if they remove the ring, they might be able to save him. Toval uses his arts to fight the monster. Estelle distracts Kai while Joshua steals the ring. They successfully save Kai, who explains that someone had given him the ring, but that's when he began to hear voices that detailed all the sins in his heart, that he began to fall into darkness. That's when Estelle questions where Joshua is, where we see the ring exposing Joshua's sins while he sees all the bodies of all the victims that he was responsible for when he was an assassin. However, Estelle is able to break Joshua out of the Judgement, where she then carries the ring. Though because Estelle carries no sins, she's unaffected by the ring and as such, the four of them are able to escape the fortress. Tilly and Kai reunite when Ayn appears to the group. She requests Estelle to hand over the artifact as it's the church's property, before revealing that she was the contractee for the quest to investigate the Jaegers. As for their reward, she details information on Ren. Ayn tells the pair that Ren didn't return to the society, but instead they'll be able to find her at Crossbell State. The two bracers make their way to Crossbell City, while Toval and Ayn remain to talk about the two bracers' plan. 6 months after the events of the second chapter, we see Kevin on board the Rhineford Lusitania for a mission where he must retrieve an artifact called the Fool's Locket, which allows the user to bypass lies as truths. Kevin triggers the security after obtaining the artifact and begins to head for the host before knocking him out. He then jumps off the aircraft with the man in his arms. Kevin successfully lands on the Milky Bar before he receives a message from Einzelnut, the head Dominion, requesting Kevin to collect an artifact found within the Brill. As such, Kevin heads to Gransel Cathedral alongside Sid and Erica Russell, Tia's mother, as they go into the depth they arrive in the primal ground. It's here where Kevin analyzes the artifact, trying to deduce if it's still active or not. For if it's inactive, then he can hand it over to Erica to try to understand ancient Augment technology. It's revealed that the artifact was found in Valeria Lake after the Liber Arc had fallen when the Oriel disappeared. It's only when Sister Reese arrives that the artifact shows its true self, with the church then confiscating the artifact. Afterwards, Kevin and Reese leave the cathedral and catch up, as it's been 5 years since they last met. Reese had recently been promoted to Squire, who are the people who help support the Dominion on their missions before they both realise someone is spying on them. They make their way to the port to corner the spy, and it's revealed to be Gilbert. After Reese and Kevin defeat him, a masked man makes his appearance, and the artifact that was collected begins to activate, transporting everyone into itself. Kevin and Reese find themselves in another dimension in an area called the Hermit's Garden. They begin to explore the first plane until they find a shining stone. They take this stone back to the Hermit Garden, where Tita is released from the stone. She joins the group, and they later find Julia in a similar stone. Eventually, all four find themselves face to face with one of the 77 devils mentioned in the church's testaments. Upon slaying the devil, the same masked man from before appears and introduces himself as Schwarzritter, and makes mention that they are in a world known as Phantasma. He warns the group that his lord wishes to see the group suffer while in this world before fleeing. The group make their way to the second plane, which is an identical copy to Gransel, but with fiends scattered around. They end up finding Mueller, Josette, and Joshua within the plane before making their way to Gransel Castle, when they come across a spirit that gives them a key, which allows them to access the castle depths. In the depths, they find the Lord of Phantasma, who then summons another devil, but the group is able to defeat it and obtain another stone. Chloe appears to be the person that was in the stone. The group split up into 2 groups of 4 as they split in to explore the third plane. Kevin's group explores the Golden Road, while Reese's group explores the Silver Road. It turns out that each group's captain had to face a replica of one another, so Kevin versus Reese and vice versa, until the 2 groups merge again. Schwarzritter appears in front of them, congratulating them before making more threats towards them, though Kevin opts to ignore his threats as mere bluffs. After returning to Hermit Garden, Oliver and Zinn are released from the stones obtained from the 2 bosses from last chapter. At this point, Reese decides to leave the party as she feels unwell, but Kevin follows her to ask what's wrong. Reese asks Kevin when he will stop lying to the group, as she can tell that on the surface it may seem that Kevin is friends with everyone, but Reese can tell that he is still hiding things from them. After this exchange, the group investigate the 4th plane, which seems to be a replica of Le Mans State that Estelle and Annalise trained at the beginning of the 2nd chapter. The group explore the plane and are able to find stones that hold Annalise, Scheherazade and Agatha before another devil appears. Luckily, Reese is able to distract the creature, though she is soon hit, and this is when Kevin relinquishes his true power of his stigma on the devil, defeating it. The group return to Hermit Garden, where Stell finally returns to the group, but before they can celebrate, Kevin faints. Reese puts the group's mind at ease by explaining that Kevin had overexerted himself from using his stigma. She later explains that the stigma Kevin possesses is different from the one Joshua had, as Joshua's stigma was an artificial stigma created by Weissman, who had stolen the knowledge from the church when he was a bishop. Whereas Kevin's stigma is a manifestation of one of the original 12. Possession of these stigmas is required to be one of the 12 Dominion of the Grolsritter. Reese takes charge as captain as her group explores the 5th plane. It's here where they find the last of the Sealing Stones. Alan, Ren, and Celeste Orsiles, Chloe's ancestor who was involved with the stealing of the Oriel from 1,200 years ago, are set free. Celeste begins to answer the group's questions about the nature of Phantasma. The first is that Phantasma was created by the Oriel as a way to grant the ancient civilization their wishes by replicating the real world. Celeste and her assistants created the Recluse Cube as a way to sabotage Phantasma in a way that prevented the Oriel from stopping them. It's only recently that the Lord of Phantasma has appeared in the space, manipulating it to create the planes that the group has already explored. Kevin has recovered enough to rejoin the group as he believes he knows the identity of the Lord of Phantasma, but requires additional information to be sure of their identity. As a result, the group begin to explore the 6th plane. After many bosses, the group finally approaches Schwarzritter, who after being defeated is revealed to be Luve. With his defeat, Kevin is sure of the true identity of Lord of Phantasma as the group continue forth until they find a replica of Astor House, the place that Kevin grew up. After unlocking a secret passageway, the group find another primal ground underneath the location. As the group is walking, Kevin begins to explain his relationship to the location. Kevin grew up as an only child, but at the age of 7 his mother was struggling to take care of herself and her son. As a last resort, she decided to kill Kevin and then herself to end their misery, but Kevin was able to escape, though when he returned home he witnessed the corpse of his mother. Kevin would live on the streets for the next year until two girls spotted him. This was Reese and her older sister Rufina. The two decided to take the boy with them to Astor House, which was an orphanage run by the church, where he lived for the next 5 years. When he was 16, Kevin decided to become a squire of the church. He would then be trained by the Dominion Rufina swore loyalty to, Ein Selnut, Dominion 1 of the Grolsritter. Kevin would successfully become part of the Congregation of Divine Worship. Though one day, Kevin would be told that the Jaegers had targeted Astor House, so he decided to rush ahead on his own. The problem arose when Reese was held captive in the primal ground and her captor witnessed Kevin, who would then pick up the Spear of Loa artifact. This caused the man to transform into a monster that Kevin had no chance against. Though with Reese close to death, Kevin's stigma emerged and made Kevin lose control. Kevin's stigma had the ability to kill the man, but Kevin was overwhelmed with this new power that by the time Rufina had entered the room, it was too late as she embraced Kevin before being killed by him. As Kevin had manifested a stigma, he was then promoted to Dominion 5, even though he'd killed the head knight of the Grolsritter. Reese is shocked by the news as Rufina's cause of death was left vague as to simply dying on a mission. Although Reese is angry with Kevin, it's not because he was the one who killed her sister, but rather because Kevin had decided to carry this burden on his own without confiding in her. She then deduces that Kevin doesn't hunt heretics to uphold Rufina's wish, but rather as a form of punishment Kevin inflicts upon himself. And on cue, the Lord of Phantasma reveals theirself, where Kevin calls out Rufina to stop wearing the mask. Reese denies that the Lord of Phantasma is really Rufina, as she would never wish to comply with Kevin's punishing himself like this. Rufina then summons a portal below Reese that swallows her up before Kevin jumps into the same portal, where the two fall into Plane 7, a replica of Gehenna. The two make their way through Gehenna, where Kevin is forced to face some of the previous victims that he had witnessed in his life. They finally encounter Weissman, but Kevin's stigma finally evolves, reflecting a white light that demonstrates Kevin has overcome his trauma of forcing himself to appear happy on the surface to not be a burden for others. The two are able to defeat Weissman and the two devils when the rest of the group manage to find their way to the plane to help the pair. Everyone returns to the Hermit Garden where Kevin explains everything that had happened up to this point. Celeste then informs the group that she has found Rufina's location at the wasteland of Phantasma. Everyone then aboards the Arsail and fly through the plains until they reach Castle Phantasmagoria. Everyone splits into 4 groups of 4, where a copy of the Reverie, Patamata and Ragnard must be fought. Kevin's group then approaches Rufina, who questions how they propose they will defeat her. That is until Kevin points out that this is in fact not a copy of Rufina, but rather a copy of Kevin's own stigma. After defeating the stigma, the real copy of Rufina is released, which allows Kevin and Reese to have one final conversation. This is due to the final fragment of the stigma remains within Rufina and will not be destroyed. After realizing that he doesn't need to carry the burden alone, Kevin invites Reese to help shoot Rufina with his crossbow so they can share the pain together. Everyone reunites and the exit of Phantasma has finally been unlocked. Everyone says their passing words for the next time they see each other, before Kevin and Reese are the last ones to climb the stairs leaving Phantasma. In third, there are a total of 20 doors, though I'll only be recapping the main doors that reflect additional information for either characters or the world. So we'll begin with Moon Door 2. This is a flashback to 5 years after the 100 Days War, where we follow a young Scheherazade as a bracer. She is tasked with giving a tour to a young Aina and while in Grandsol Cathedral comes across a blind journalist called Marcel Nielsen. He is able to deduce that Scheherazade is a bracer just from her heir alone. However, Jaegers try hunting Aina down for her inheritance. As a result, the two end up going on a wild chase trying to avoid them. Scheherazade then shares with Aina that when she was younger, she lived in the slums where the only way she was able to survive was by stealing from the rich. She had to live like this until a travelling circus run by ringleader Harvey took her in as a performer. In Moondor 3, we follow a young Chloe as she enrolls at her first year at Janice Royal Academy, where she befriends the student council body, though the important people to take note of here is Lecter Arundel and Lucy Sayland. Next is Sundor 1. This provides the backstory of the Kapur family, for they once were Erebonian nobility until one day a merchant by the name of Minith conned the Kapurs out of their savings and forced them to become sky bandits. Then there is Stardor 4 that focuses on Kilka as Elsa has invited her to join the Rocksmith Agency. This is an intelligence division that reports directly to President Rocksmith in Calvard. Kilka ends up accepting this offer as since the death of her father she has struggled to find her place in the world. The most dark door is easily Stardor 15, which details Ren's experience in a place known as Paradise. Ren would remain in a room with 4 other children whom would have to work, though Ren would notice that after their job the children would be injured. The children would try to protect Ren from working, though in the case that she was ever requested, they would give her tips that prioritised the customer that had requested her above anything else. Though eventually, Ren and Cross are the only ones left, with Cross frustrated at Ren for keeping him alive for so long. It was only a matter of time until a customer requested Ren for her service, where she is taken out to a room and a man greets her. Ren is then fed a liquid that helps her with her job pleasing the man. We then hear the building set ablaze as a young Luve and Joshua kill all the people in their way. That is until they find a girl with purple hair, naked, with cross scars up her legs. The two save the girl and bring her back to the society. Sometime in the future, Ren spots her old parents as they carry their new child, though before she can approach them, Luve stands by Ren's side. Ren decides that they are not worth the hassle, as she has a society in Patamata who are her real family. If we move to Sardor 8, this is where Olivert and Queen Alicia are talking before Chancellor Osborne from Erebonia with his secretary, Lecter, make a shocking visit. Osborne and Olivert begin to have a private conversation over the current political situation within Erebonia. Although Osborne and Olivert both share a resentment towards the noble faction held by the four great houses, Olivert is quick to point out how Osborne uses very questionable tactics. Osborne has a record of annexing neighbouring regions of Erebonia by making deals with said regions by expanding the railway network to improve their trade before they soon have to rely on the country. Although Osborne invites Olivert to his cause, Olivert declines the offer as he suspects that Osborne is already working with Ouroboros as seen with Erebonia's response when the Liber Arc first appeared. Olivert eventually challenges Osborne to see who will come out on top for facing against the noble faction. Stardoll 13 then sheds light as to what Cassius was up to at the beginning of first chapter. The intelligence division within Erebonia report that the Jaegerkorps Jester had mass bombed multiple Bracer guilds over Erebonia. Cassius Bright was summoned 2 days after the terrorist attacks to help with the emergency. It took 2 months for the Cassius and the intelligence division to counter the Jaegers after working together. Though upon completion of their mission, Erebonia realized the threat Cassius poses for his masterful strategies and thus marked as a max threat to Erebonia if he was ever enter the country again. We then move to Northumbria and Stardoll 2. This retells the Northumbrian disaster back in 1178. This is where a giant pillar of salt fell from the sky one day and killed everything within the radius by transforming the surrounding area into salt. The 8th Dominion investigated the pillar, though the pail was not thought to be an artifact, but rather a gift from the goddess in some form. The pail had destroyed Northumbria's economy, with the aftermath of the pail still experienced in present day. Not to mention, during the disaster, the then Prince Balmond abandoned his people, which caused a revolution to brew and the creation of the Northern Jaegers to try and restore the economy by providing their service to other countries. Finally is Stardoll 14, which follows Campanella after his last appearance in 2nd chapter. Campanella makes his way back to the main room on the Glorious, where he enters the celestial globe where he meets with the other 7 Anguists of Ouroboros. They reflect on the situation with the death of Luve and Weissman, the loss of Joshua, and the confused state of Ren appears to be in. That's until the Grand Master of Ouroboros makes her debut, thanking Campanella for providing her the Oriel, for this signals the completion of the first stage of the Orpheus final plan, the Gospel plan. She then declares their next target is Crossbell, as they move to the second stage, the Phantasmal Blades plan. After leaving Phantasma, Estelle and Joshua return to Zeiss to meet with Tita, informing them that they still haven't caught Ren. They then hear of the Sicilia airliner making an emergency stop. Tita believes Agate to be on the airliner, so Estelle and Joshua investigate the airliner when Agate informs them that there are a few people wounded and they can't escape. Tita then arrives and uses her orbital gear to help release the passengers. The Bracers then return to Tia's house to have dinner together. Estelle and Joshua talk about their journey so far in both Erebonia and Crossbell. After Estelle and Tita go to bed, Joshua shares his concern with the group, explaining that he's worried for Estelle as he doesn't want Estelle's bubbly personality to be altered by seeing the less desirable sides of the world while travelling. However, Sherazade reassures Joshua that that won't happen, as the closest time she fell into despair was when Joshua had left her. The next day, Estelle and Joshua leave once again for Crossbell to resume their search for Ren. We begin our journey with 4 characters descending some stairs as they explore what looks like a ruin. They agree to continue their mission to save a child before our protagonist, Lloyd Bannings, awakens on a train ride to Crossbell City. In 1204, Lloyd makes his way to the police headquarters where he joins a meeting with 4 other people. These include Sergei, Randy, Ellie, and Tio. Sergei explains that the 4 have been chosen to be part of a new branch of the police called the Special Support Section, or the SSS. The group is then tasked to eliminate any monsters they find in the Geofront A. While exploring the Geofront, they find a child alone who explains that him and his friend had entered the Geofront, which causes the SSS to go deeper. They find the other child surrounded by monsters that they quickly defeat. The group thinks they are safe until a giant creature appears. Thanks to A-rank Bracer Arios, he's able to defeat the monster and save both the children and the SSS. Sergei then invites the group to the SSS building, where he explains that the SSS was formed to take requests from the people of Crossbell like Bracers in an attempt to win the people back over. After everyone agrees to work for the SSS, Sergei informs the group that 2 rival gangs in the downtown district have been fighting. After a confrontation, both gang leaders appear, where we get an introduction to Wald from the Saber Vipers and Wazy from the Testaments, before the 2 go their separate ways. The SSS then investigate both gangs, where it's revealed that both gangs had a member attacked, with them assuming it was the rival gang's doing. The SSS then talk to Grace, the local journalist who shares light on the mafia known as Reverie. The SSS then meet with Ian, who is both a lawyer and a great source of information. He then shares with the group that Reverie have a competitor known as Heiyu that comes from Calvard. The SSS reflect on all this information and deduce that Reverie wished to recruit both gangs but were both declined. Reverie opted to then pin both gangs against one another to prevent them getting in their way. This theory turns out to be correct when the SSS work with both gangs and find out it was indeed the Mafia who was targeting their members. The SSS are invited to a meeting with Vice Commander of the CGF, Sonia, and Sergeant Noel, who explain that there have been recent attacks around Crossbell. The SSS begin their investigation at Amorica village, where they meet with the village head who explains that 3 weeks prior, monsters had attacked their crops and livestock. The only evidence left behind were footprints that resembled wolf-like prints. Although wolves were not found, it reminds the head of a legend known as the Divine Wolves, though said wolves were known to help the needy, rather than what had happened to the village. St. Ursula Medical College is the next location, where they realise that the bus is running extremely late. Curious about this, they make their way on foot, where they find the bus attacked by large monsters. It's when two familiar looking braces from the borough come to help. When the SSS make their way to the college, they meet with Lloyd's half-sister, Cecily, a nurse who later takes them to the victim who was attacked by monsters recently. He describes the monsters as having black fur and red eyes. They then talk with Shizuku, Arios' daughter, where she explains to the SSS that of the night of that attack, she heard a whistle after hearing the victim scream. All that is left is Maine's mining village. Though while making their way there, they meet a girl with purple hair named Ren, who somehow knew they were the SSS. After that exchange, they make it to the village, where they speak to the village head, who explains that the village had been attacked 3 times so far. Surprisingly enough, Reverie have been in contact offering them their service to protect the village, though they want their payment in Septium crystals rather than Mira. The SSS sleep at the inn and discuss everything that they have found out, which deduce that the perpetrators are Reverie themselves. It's believed that they are training wolf-like beasts in preparation with their battle against Heiyu. That night, the village is attacked once more, which makes the SSS run into action where they defend the village and have confirmation that it is indeed Reverie. That is until wolves with white fur appear to aid the SSS in their battle. The SSS report their findings to the CGF, and when they return to the SS building, they find the same wolf who helped them. The wolf's name is Zeit, and soon joins the SSS as a police dog. After a monster extermination, the SSS return to the SSS building where they meet with Risha, one of the performers at the Arc in Seattle. She's concerned as the lead performer, Ilya, has received a threatening letter from Yin. The only idea who's behind this would be Reverie, as Ilya declined their offer to perform at Erebonia's Opera House. The group then meet with Reverie's right-hand man, Garcia, who denies his boss Marconi to have written this letter. Confused by this, the SSS meet with Ian again, who points out that Yin is a legendary assassin from Calvert, which prompts the group to meet with Heiyu's boss, Sao. Sao is already familiar with all the members of the SSS from his intel, though he does indirectly say that Yin is one of their allies, though Heiyu themselves have no grudge against Ilya. They leave the building where Detective Dudley meets with them and takes the case away from them. While on their way back to report to Risha, they bump into Ellie's grandfather, Mayor McDowell, and his secretary, Ernest. They explain the situation to Risha and return to the SSS building, where Ernest asks Ellie to return to the political sphere. This is because her grandfather is getting old and she is the most qualified person to take over his duty. Ellie is conflicted over the matter, for she acknowledges that Crossbell's political situation is dire, as since the region is fought over by Erebonia and Calvert, there must be a mayor and chairman to run the region. The problem being, these two positions can contradict with one another, leading to no progress being made. Not to mention, Crossbell has been given the nickname as the City of Sin for the amount of corruption within the government. The next day, the SSS are given a quest by Yin to see if they are worthy. They trace the request back to the International Bank of Crossbell, where they meet with President Croix and his daughter. They deduce that the IPC had been hacked from the Geofront B, where they come across a young boy named Yona. Teo and Yona know each other as the two work together at the Epstein Foundation back in Le Mans, though Yona gives the group a card that directs them to Stargaze's Tower. At Stargaze's Tower, the group meet Yin, who confirms to have no involvement with the letter sent to Ilya. This points to a third party using Yin's name to try and throw suspicion elsewhere. Yin then warns the group that the person will most likely act during the next Arc-en-Ciel performance, as there will be many high-profile attendees. The SSS do just that, and when midway into a performance, they catch Secretary Ernest attempting to kill Mayor McDowell. The reason for this is that he's pledged his alliance to the Empire. Though he attempts to get away, he exhibits inhumane speed while being chased. Though luckily, Zeit is the one who pins him down. We later see Yin meet with Sao, who is thankful for the SSS for capturing Ernest, but his plan was to assassinate Mayor McDowell and then pin the blame on Yin. This would create great issues for the Republic and would provide fuel for people to abandon the Republic faction and to align with the Imperial faction within Crossbell's politics. Yin then leaves, where it's revealed to be Risha herself. We begin with Crossbell celebrating its 70th anniversary since the state's founding. The SSS get involved with trying to find Professor Joachim after he ditches work at the college to fish instead. Lloyd and Randy also share a moment where Lloyd confides with Randy that he reminds him of his older brother Guy, who died several years prior, though Randy seems to be hiding something from Lloyd about his past. The next day, the SSS are tasked with a case involving a fraudulent trader from Calvert. The group make their way to Tangram Gate, where they begin to interview everyone. They deduce an elderly woman is most likely their trader when a woman with black hair named Kilka helps with her arresting her. Though because of the law, Crosswell is unable to arrest foreigners for too long. The SSS then help Yona, who wishes to catch a rival hacker known as Kitty. Lloyd and Tio are sent Geofront A, where Tio shares with Lloyd that she wants a new Guy. Tio was once a missing person within Reverie, until Guy was the one who saved her and took her to St. Ursula Medical College. After completing Yona's request, he gives the group a lot of information. This details how President Marconi of Reverie is of Erebonian blood and has close ties with Chairman Hartman, who is also from the Empire. Garcia then is an ex-Jaeger from the Zephyr Corp, one of the strongest corps in Western Zemuria. The final piece of information is about the Swords auction run by Marconi at Hartman's mansion, where they make great amounts of money by selling illegal goods. The next day, the SSS receive a quest from a pair of parents who have recently lost their son. The SSS begin to investigate the city trying to find the boy until Ren approaches Lloyd asking to help him. They eventually find the boy on the western path before witnessing monsters about to attack the child. Ren then pulls out her scythe, killing the beast before grabbing the boy and protecting him. The SSS take the boy back to their building where the parents wish to come into the room. Ren hides inside the closet as she wishes not to have herself known to them. The two parents are glad that their son is safe, and explain to the SSS how scared they were as they have already lost their previous child. They then explain how Harold accumulated a great amount of debt, so the two parents left their child with a friend in Calvert to make sure that she was safe. However, when the debt was cleared and the parents went back to pick up their daughter, the building that she was supposed to be residing in was burned down. They blamed themselves for her death to the point that they were willing to kill themselves as they thought as though they had killed their daughter themselves. However, Sophia found herself pregnant and their new son became their reason to keep on living. Though once the family of three leave, Ren exits the closet, tearful, but makes her leave before Estelle and Joshua come rushing into the building. They were hoping to find Ren, though they just missed her. The two Braces and SSS explain everything they know about Ren, with the Braces explaining that they have been chasing Ren as they only want to invite her into their own family to show her the love that she deserves. Kitty, who turned out to be Ren, then sends the SSS an invitation to the Swartz auction for the next day after helping her out. While waiting for the cruise ship, they meet a red-haired man called Lecter, who's on vacation. Kilka then appears and hops onto the cruise ship herself before the SSS do as well. Lloyd and the character of your choosing then sneak into the auction, where Lloyd begins to hear a voice speaking out to him to find someone. They then enter a room and begin to investigate while Lloyd hears the same voice. Lloyd then approaches a trunk and opens it where he finds a young girl with green hair named Kia. She has no memory, but an alarm triggers which causes Lloyd and co to rush out of the auction with the child, believing that she has been trafficked. They get as far as the dock before barely missing the cruise ship when Garcia approaches and the two groups engage in battle. Garcia still stands and reveals that he now remembers Randy as being Randolph Orlando, the son of the war god of the Red Constellation Corp, a rival to the Zephyr Jaeger Corp. Luckily, Sergei saves the group while driving a speedboat. A week passes and Kia still has no memory, so the SSS decide to show her around Crosswell, seeing if they can trigger any memory of any sort. They first head to the Braces Guild, where the Braces begin their own investigation by searching for any missing children requests over the continent. Lloyd then takes Kia to Crosswell Cathedral, where he says her tries using thaumaturgy with limited success. Kia is then taken to St. Ursula to see if it's a medical condition, where they meet with Professor Joachim, who doesn't identify any obvious diseases or conditions. However, he suggests Kia stay at the hospital to undergo a full examination. Though Kia rejects this idea before running out, where she meets Shizuku, where the two befriend one another. 3 weeks pass and Kia's memories still remain forgotten. That's when Noelle requests the SSS to investigate a ghost spot at the Moon Temple. It's only when they reach the rear of the temple that they find a huge room with a symbol of an eye plastered on the floor, when suddenly a demon appears. After dealing with it, the head of Maine's village requests the SSS to look for a missing member of the village who was last spotted at the casino in Crossville City. It's only until after talking to the staff it's revealed that the villager had an incredible streak of luck by winning a total of 5 million mirror at the casino. They find the man at the nearby hotel where something seems off, as the man's personality has completely changed. Not to mention, it doesn't make sense for a man with little skill in gambling to become so proficient so quickly. The SSS return to the SSS building, where Ian has come to visit, sharing his theory that Kia could be a victim to an incident that happened years ago when many children were kidnapped over the continent. The SSS explain the situation with the villager, where Ian replies that he's heard a similar case with 2 other individuals so far and believes that this is no mere coincidence. All of a sudden, Reverie begins to raid the Heiyu office, which is barely left standing the next morning. The SSS question what happened, with Sal answering that the members of Reverie had power that didn't even seem human. Before Heiyu can counterattack, the SSS decide to investigate the situation. They eventually come across Grants in the casino in a rage after losing to Lecter before he passes out, though the SSS then find a bag with blue drugs on the man. They report this to Sergei, where it's believed all the previous incidents are linked with the believed theory that Revarie's men have started using these drugs. The SSS then take these drugs to Professor Joachim, who still insists on having Kia examined, though after examining the blue pills, he claims to have never come across such drugs, albeit specialising in pharmacology. Though from the sound of what had happened with Grants, Joachim is reminded of a cult that rejected the goddess and instead worshipped demons. It was from this worship they developed a drug called Gnosis that allowed them to borrow some of the power the demons possessed. After leaving the drugs with Joachim, the SSS begin to exit before Tio faints. After awakening in the college, Tio begins to explain about her past. She explains that when she was younger, she was kidnapped by a cult who experimented on her and many other children using drugs. This cult pushed these children to enhance their senses, though at the lodge that Tio was at, she was the only child to survive all the experiments inflicted upon her. She was only saved when Guy and others raided the lodge, saving her. After returning home, Sergei tells the group the truth about the situation Tio found herself in. It was due to the DG cult. A decade ago, the cult had influence over Zemuria with over 10 lodges placed around the world, where they sacrificed many lives, used artifacts, and summoned many demons. It was only until an international mission was established, where every country's military, police, and bracers worked along together to eliminate the cult. Though Sergei is concerned that Gnosis is resurfacing as the cult was completely wiped out, or so they thought. Since Reverie seemed to be involved with Gnosis, the SSS head to their headquarters, where they are surprised to find no one within the facility. After some investigation, they find a hidden underground passageway where they find a chest that contains a book and a badge. Lloyd is surprised as the badge was Guy's police badge. He shifts his focus to the book where it recaps the members who have been given Gnosis, which insinuates that Reverie had been in contact with an old cult member. The SSS await Professor Joachim's analysis on the drug until the sun begins to set, when they begin to question why it's taking so long. They decide to call the medical corps to see if there's any updates, but no one picks up, which worries the SSS. They decide to make their way to the hospital, where they find members of Reverie protecting the building. After infiltrating, they manage to find patients and nurses being held hostage within the hospital. While looking for Professor Joachim, they find some other professors who explain they haven't seen the man. They eventually make their way to Joachim's office, where they find Ernest, who draws his sword and begins battle with the group. The man is defeated, though he makes his escape. The SSS then find a record detailing the DG cult experiment on Joachim's desk. It contains information on a lodge called Paradise that Chairman Hartman had some connection to. On the next page, there's information of all the children that were experimented on by the cult, with a photo of a younger Tio, Ren, and Kia. After returning to the SSS building, they explain everything to Sergei, who believes that Kia is the key to solving the case, as it explains why Joachim was so insistent on Kia staying at the hospital. Suddenly, CGF soldiers begin to raid the SSS building, which causes everyone to run for their lives. After being chased over Crossbell, the group try to exit by the east path but are cornered by Reverie members. That is, until President Croix and his daughter save the group and take them to the IBC. However, the CGF plan to use a bomb to get into the IBC, which causes the SSS to combat wave after wave of the CGF soldiers. It's only until Joachim, who is channeling himself through a soldier, explains that if the group hand over Kia, he will call off their attacks. Though Arios is able to fend off the remaining soldiers when the SSS agree to drive to the ancient battlefield after being tipped off that Joachim is most likely there. Estelle and Joshua meet with the SSS at the battlefield, where the six begin to infiltrate the Sun Fortress. After travelling deep within the ruins, they find members of Reverie, including Marconi, who denies having any involvement with what Joachim is doing. He also reveals that Reverie was not responsible for Guy's death. Guy was on their list of threats, but someone had stolen their kill. They just happened to come across the badge after his death. Though Marconi theorizes that Joachim may be the killer, for Guy was investigating the man before his death. Later on, they find Ernest again, though this time he is fully transformed into a demon, though the group were able to defeat him. The group make their way to the end of the fortress, where they find Joachim in his cult attire. He later explains that the cult worshipped Kia, as she was the divine child created through alchemy 500 years ago. Joachim then reveals that the cult preyed on young children so they could push the boundaries of humans through Gnosis. Though it was the higher-ups within the cult who had the idea to provide a service to influential figures over the continent in the Paradise Lodge as a form of income and blackmail. Although, the lodge was destroyed by Ouroboros, which upset Joachim as they lost lots of data, including that of a child who absorbed the personalities of children who passed while at the lodge. The group begin to battle with Joachim, who's thought to be defeated, though he gets the upper hand on them. Joachim confesses that he was not the one who killed Guy, as he paid Reverie to kill him. When all hope is lost, Lloyd overcomes the barrier Joachim created. That is until Joachim reveals his secret weapon, a bottle of red Gnosis, the drug that transforms people into demons. The final battle commences, and after dealing enough damage, Demon Joachim's skin becomes to disintegrate. He unleashes one final attack that has the entire party trapped. That is until Ren arrives with Patamata and creates an opening for the group. Upon defeat, Joachim dies with his body vanishing. Estelle and Joshua finally catch Ren, where they share a tearful hug as they welcome Ren into their family. Everyone leaves the fortress where peace has finally been achieved in Crossbell, as the death of Joachim caused all of the drugged CGF soldiers to pass out. The Crossbell Times then share that many people have been arrested with their connection to the cult, this including Chairman Hartman. As the position needs to be filled, President Croix opts to sign up for the next election. The SSS are then awarded by Mayor McDowell for their work on the cult incident. Estelle, Joshua, and Ren then decide to return to Liberal. Although Ren is still unsure why Kia was at the auction or who Guy's true killer is, she has faith that the SSS will figure it out soon. Finally, the SSS prepare for Kia's first day at Sunday school. After watching Kia make her way to Sunday school, the SSS make their way to City Hall where they meet with Mayor Croyce. Croyce is impressed with how the SSS managed to deal with the DG cult incident, that he wants to help the SSS grow stronger. Croyce invites Lloyd to be taken to the 1st Division of the CSPD to improve his detective skills, while he invites Ellie to travel alongside himself to improve her political skills. The SSS return home to think things over, though Ellie decides that she will accept the offer. As a celebration before she leaves, the SSS decide to have a picnic at Amorica Village, when Lloyd shares that he too will be accepting his offer. With half the SSS on leave, they plan to put the SSS on a hiatus until the four can reunite once more, where they will resume the SSS. In the meantime, Tio decides to return to the Epstein Foundation in Le Mans to improve her Aeon system and orbital staff skills. As for Randy, he meets with Morale, who explains that the morale at the CGF is low after they were drugged into helping the cult. She then invites Randy to rejoin the CGF, which he accepts to help improve his combat skills. Sergei is surprised to have all four on temporary leave, though he mentions that by the time they return, they might have new SSS members. With that, Sergei wishes the four luck and officially disbands the SSS for the time being. Lloyd, Ellie, Tio, Randy, and Kia all say their goodbyes until their reunion. 3 months after the cult incident, Lloyd, Noel, Alex, and Arios are seen at the eastern border of Calvert, where they investigate the Altair Lodge. The reason for this investigation is due to Hartman and Ernest avoiding arrest, with the two being spotted in Altair City in Calvert. They delve deeper into the lodge when the four get split up. That is until Lloyd and Noel catch Hartman and Ernest in the lodge's depths. That is when Ernest transforms into his demon form, and soon later into a form resembling Joachim at the end of Zero. Luckily, Arios and Alex arrive to help and assist the two fighting Ernest, though that is until the demon's flesh begins to disintegrate. It's when Kevin makes his appearance using the church's teachings he's able to reverse the demonification, bringing Ernest back into his human form. They return to Altair City, where Arios and Alex arrest Ernest and Hartman, with Lloyd and Noel returning to Crossbell by train. They reunite with Sergei, Ellie, and Wazy, where Sergei announces that the SSS is back to business, with Noel and Wazy joining the group. The SSS are given a request to investigate Lecter, for the CSPD believe Lecter is part of the intelligence division within Erebonia, who is trying to gain intel on Crossbell. They end up chasing the man across Crossbell until they catch him at the casino. Lecter confirms that he is indeed part of the intelligence division, with him being the captain. After reporting this information to the CSPD, the SSS make their way to the police academy when they pass a man with red hair. They then find corpses of beasts that have been slaughtered to a pulp. After arriving at the academy, Sergei reveals to the SSS they've been gifted their own personal car from the new Mayor McCoy's that was developed by the Zeiss Central factory. The SSS drive back to Crossbell City, where they plan to pick up Kia from Sunday school. That is until Reese bumps into the group, where Ellie and Reese have their reunion after first meeting each other while Ellie was studying in Arteria. The group pick up Kia and they return to the SSS building and sleep after a long day's work. The SSS begin their investigation on the man with red hair they met the day prior, which leads them to Ashley, the owner of the Nine Varley store. She believes she knows who the man is and warns the SSS that he is an extremely dangerous man, but doesn't explain further. While leaving the downtown district, Wald approaches Wazy and insults the man for joining the police force. The two then have a battle, though Wazy defeats Wald with little difficulty. The SSS are then requested to eliminate a monster within the mine's main village. While making their way up to the mountain, they witness a man in a lab coat and a young boy with green hair talking to Jorg of the doll studio. They continue their journey to the village and then into the mine, where they notice a strange purple hue which is believed to be Zemirian moss. That's until a giant beast appears and gets the advantage on the SSS. It's thanks to Randy though that the group is able to defeat the beast. While driving back, the SSS inform Randy about what's been going on, until they are reminded of that man as he shares the same colour hair as Randy. That is when Alex calls the SSS, informing them that Reverie building has been bought by a company called Crimson & Co. Randy is aware of this company as it's a front for the Jaeger Corp Red Constellation to increase their funds. While on the journey back, Campanella and the man in the lab coat are seen discussing what is needed for them to maintain the Grandmaster's phantasmal blaze pan. The SSS return to Crossbell City, where Randy heads towards the Reverie building to see his uncle Sigmund and cousin Shirley. Sigmund informs Randy that his father, the War God, had died recently after battling with the Jaeger King from the Zephyr Jaeger Corp, with both men killing each other. The CSPD are making many arrangements to ensure the safety of Crossbell, with the West Sumerian Conference slowly approaching. The SSS opt to meet with Professor Sayland as she is the replacement for Joachim at St. Ursula. Sayland explains to the SSS that Gnosis has the ability to release the limiters the brain puts in place to prevent exhaustion. This explains why it appeared to give people more power, though Sayland admits that aside from that and how it enhanced the human sense, she is unable to explain how the drug was able to increase a person's luck. She continues to explain that the blue and red variants of the drugs are identical in the compound, though from a scientific perspective, the red variant shouldn't be able to transform people into demons. The only lead she has for the SSS is to investigate the main ingredient of Gnosis, which is pleroma grass. Upon return to the SSS building, they agreed by Shirley, who invites Randy with a meeting with his uncle. Randy, Lloyd, and Wesley agreed to this meeting, where Sigmund asks Randy when he will be taking over as the new leader for the Red Constellation. Though Randy is dismissive of this offer, Sigmund threatens him to make his decision soon if he wishes to live. The next day, multiple politicians from Western Sumeria visit Crossbell for their conference. These politicians include Chancellor Osborne and Prince Oliver representing Erebonia, President Rocksmith representing Calvard, Princess Claudia representing Liberal, Prince Albert representing Reverie, and Mayor Croyce and Chairman McDowell representing Crossbell. The SSS are then given a letter delivered by a falcon asking the group to meet at Crossbell Airport. That's when Julia invites the group to the Arsail to meet with Her Highness Princess Claudia as well as Prince Olivert. The two share their concerns for the SSS, as within Erebonia there are signs of a civil war breaking out soon between the Noble faction and the Reformist faction. The leader of the former, Duke Kayan, is rumoured to be sending terrorists to assassinate Osborne at the conference. President Rocksmith also seems to be threatened by extremists who are anti-immigration towards Easterners entering Calvert. That night, the SSS report all of this to Sergei and Alex when they get a call from Yona informing the group that someone has hacked into the computer at the Geofront B. Since the person will have access to confidential information, the SSS investigate the sector to find the hacker. When they enter the room, they find blueprints to Orcus Tower on the monitor before the room locks and a fire begins. Teo helps freeing the SSS just before the room explodes. The West Sumerian Conference commences the next day, where all country representatives meet to discuss international trade first. The meeting starts with a success, but when Crossbell's autonomy is brought up, both Rocksmith and Osborne begin to list off every failure the region has demonstrated. These include the failure of the CGF to protect its citizens during the DG cult incident, as well as the pathetic number of amendments made within the past decade. Although Claudia tries to show the accomplishments of Crossbell, Osborne is quick to nullify her statement, for Liberal is a monarchy and as such, she shouldn't comment on Crossbell's status. That is when both Osborne and Rocksmith both advise the CGF to be disbanded for it's unfit to protect its own land, and as such, both countries should protect each other's half of Crossbell. Suddenly, the Imperial Liberation Front and anti-immigration group begin their attack on Orcus Tower with the plan to kill both Osborne and Rocksmith. The SSS begin to chase both terrorist groups out of Orcus Tower, that is until the Imperial Liberation Front had been slaughtered by the Red Constellation. In Geofront C, it's then revealed Heyu were the ones who were able to capture the anti-immigration group. The conference resumes where both Osborne and Rocksmith continue to bash Crossbell security, for if it wasn't for Osborne hiring the Red Constellation and Rocksmith hiring Heyu, their lives could have been in jeopardy. Frustrated by this, Mayor Croyce makes a declaration that Crossbell will no longer be at the mercy of the Republic nor the Empire, for he plans for complete independence for the region. 2 weeks after the conference, the SSS had been gifted a trip to Michelin by Maribel for helping them defend against the terrorists. The SSS had plenty of fun both at the beach and Michelin Wonderland, though that night, Kia's gone missing with everyone looking for her. While exploring Michelin Wonderland, they encounter Campanella, who introduces himself as Enforcer Zero of Ouroboros, though he points the SSS in direction of the castle if they wish to find the girl. This turns out to be correct, as Kia is staring at the Mirror Castle. Though Kia has no recollection of walking to the castle, the only thing she remembers is hearing a voice calling out to her. We witness a meeting being held at the Celestial Globe between Anguis 1, Anguis 6, Campanella, and later Anguis 7, where they discuss what is needed of them to accomplish the Phantasmal Blaze plan in Crossbell. The SSS and Bracer Guild are then briefed on cryptids appearing over Crossbell that will need to be eliminated to maintain the safety of the region. They will also need to figure out the reason for why the cryptids have begun appearing over the land. While fighting the cryptids, they come across a strange azure-coloured plant that seems to be affecting the higher elements. As a result, Lloyd picks the flowers and takes it to the cathedral, where Archbishop Arelda looks at it before denying having any knowledge of the flower. That is until Reese looks over the flower, where she identifies the azure flower as being Pleroma grass. The next morning, the SSS are needed as one of the trains have been derailed. Upon investigating the crash, it's proposed that something had crashed into the right side of the train, causing the train to derail and crash into a nearby cliff. Before they can finish their deductions, they hear a massive roar nearby, which causes the SSS to chase after it by running towards the police academy. They venture further into the Nox forest until they get ambushed by a giant demon. This turns out to be Wald, who has used Gnosis to turn into a demon. Though the SSS barely inflicts any damage on him, Wald flees from the scene. After trying to find information on Wald the next day, the SSS get a call by Michelle asking if they've seen Aeolia or Lynn, as he's been unable to contact the two of Braces since the night prior. With the help of Yona, Tio is able to deduce that the two are located at the wetlands. The SSS make their way to the wetlands, where an abundance of Pleroma grass have been bloomed over the land. They eventually find Aeolia and Lynn, who warn the SSS of a group of knights. Eventually, the SSS spot Campanella, the man in the lab coat, and a person in a suit of armour. They then introduce themselves as the man being Professor Novatus, and the person in a suit of armour being Arianrod. That's until a cryptid interrupts their conversation, though the SSS is able to defeat it. Lloyd accuses Ouroboros for their involvement with Gnosis, but they deny it as they were simply observing the real mastermind. Yin then threatens the three, before Arianrod assaults the group, making them drop to their knees, where Yin's mask is broken and her identity is revealed. The other Bracers begin to approach the SSS before three knights appear. With that, the members of Ouroboros take their leave. Alex calls the SSS, informing them that the Red Constellation have completely disappeared. When the SSS meet up with Alex, he receives a phone call informing them that the Red Constellation has destroyed the CGF squadron near Maine's village. Many high-ranking officials meet at Orcus Tower, planning on how they resolve this, with Sergei proposing that Erebonia has paid the Red Constellation to slowly seize the ownership of Crossbell, but Croix explains that Erebonia denies any involvement. That night, Randy sneaks out of the SSS building to try and sort the situation out. Laurie is frustrated that Randy would leave the SSS like this, so they head towards the Maine's mountain village using a secret passageway where they find Randy battling with Shirley. They help Randy, though it's thanks to Morale's squad that they are able to get the upper hand on the Red Constellation. However, Morale later reports to the SSS that they have lost sight of the Red Constellation. That is until they look toward Crossbell City, where they see it ablaze. We change perspectives to witness Arc-en-Ciel performing until Shirley uses her weapon to cause the chandelier to fall onto Sully, though Elia pushes Sully out of the way, taking the damage instead. The Red Constellation is then seen raiding the building as well as the rest of Crossbell. The SSS are rushing to get back to Crossbell, though the entire city is engulfed with flames, with even the Hayes building being completely burnt down. They approach Sigmund, who is outside the IPC, with their SSS trying to fend him off, but he is too strong. That is when the IPC is blown to smithereens as the Red Constellation fly away. Crossbell is left in shambles, with large portions of the city being damaged, as well as many citizens being hospitalized. Based on how many soldiers that were injured from the Red Constellation, Noel leaves the SSS to rejoin the CGF, with the group visiting their allies at St. Ursula. To make matters worse, Mayor Croix later declares the independence of Crossbell State, with him freezing all assets that belong to the Empire and Republic. This angers the two nations, who threaten Croix to avert this action or face to be invaded. It only gets worse when the SSS have lost all contact with Sergei, Wazy, and the CGF. Cicely later informs the group that she has also been unable to find Arios or Shizuku. Suddenly, Croix starts a broadcast where he announces himself as the first president of Crossbell. He later explains to the population that this declaration of independence was needed as Crossbell had been exploited by both Erebonia and Karwad for too long. He accuses both countries as being responsible for the raid of Crossbell before introducing his head of Secretary of Defense, former A-rank bracer Arios. The SSS head to the Bracer Guild to gain any information on any suspicious behaviour Arios has been exhibiting lately. Scott proposes a possible motive for Arios to align himself with Croix. This is because it was believed that Erebonia or Calvard were involved in the explosion of an airship that killed both Arios' wife and blinded Shizuku. In addition, Michelle informs the group that Arios has recently been reporting contradictory information on his whereabouts when convenient requests. The SSS then receive a call from Lecter inviting the SSS to a meeting at the Crimson Co building. Though before they meet with Lecter, they bump into Nielsen, who wishes to discuss with Lloyd about Guy's death. He theorizes that everything that has happened up to this point feels connected in some way. This is because Guy's corpse was found 3 years ago at Orcus Tower, with blood loss from a bullet wound being the cause of death. They deduce that Ravache, the DG cult, Erebonia, nor Calvard seem to be involved. Instead, it seems like whoever last met Guy had a close relationship with him, as Guy never alerted anyone about his location. When the SSS meet with Lecter, they accuse him of being involved with the raid of Crossbell, as Erebonia was the previous client for the Red Constellation. However, Lecter denies this as their contract ended after the conference. He goes on to warn the SSS that Erebonia will be invading soon. This makes the group question if Crossbell is working alongside Calvard, though Kelka denies the possibility for Calvard also plans to invade as well. Suddenly, Cicely notifies the SSS that Arios has kidnapped Kia and has headed for Michelin. The SSS make their way to the resort, where they fight their way up to the Castle of Mirrors. They eventually find Kia with Arios and Maribel, and demand answers for what they are planning to do with Kia. Maribel explains that she and her father are descendants of the Croix clan. These were alchemists that owned the Septarian of Mirage. However, the Septarian of Mirage vanished, so it's been the clan's goal to recreate their Septarian for the past 500 years, using the DG cult to their advantage. The SSS then question Arios on how he can go along with this plan, though he admits that this is for the greater good of Crossbell's future. Members of the society then join their conversation, where they tell Maribel that everything is ready. That's when we see Erebonia and Calvard begin their invasion of Crossbell. Ouroboros triggers the 3 bells across Crossbell, as well as Maribel triggering the Geofront to collect as much Orbal energy as possible. All of this energy allows Kia to transform into the Divine Child, the new Septarian of Zero. Though the SSS cannot do anything as Arios fends the group off, the villains meet atop Orcus Tower, with Kia using her new powers as the Septarian. She powers 3 Aeon mechs. One Aeon flies towards Calvard, with another towards Erebonia, with both machines destroying everything in their path. In response, Erebonia activates their railway cannons as a counterattack, though the third Aeon annihilates Gorelia Fortress by vanquishing it into another dimension. The SSS are then under arrest by Noel and the other state guards. The Lloyd asks Arios one question: was he the one who killed Guy? Arios answers the question with a yes before he walks away. From that day, Croix proposed to the United Nations of Zemira that prohibited military involvement from Erebonia and Calvard to states that have been victim to both superpowers. This proposal was successful as it stopped any further invasions from both Erebonia and Calvard, though since Assus was still frozen, both countries were dealing with their own issues. A civil war had begun in Erebonia, with rumours that Osborne had been assassinated by the noble faction. Then in Calvard, they were experiencing an economic crisis with extremists causing chaos within the country. We then see the two Anguists and the Fool finishing their preparations before the Phantasmal Blazepan moves towards the Empire. The perspective is changed where we see Lloyd in a prison cell with his neighbour being Garcia. The two then make a deal to work together to break out of the jail. Upon escaping, Lloyd finds Paloma grass growing everywhere in the Nox forests. While being chased by the state guards, Lloyd eventually is cornered off until a giant wolf appears. This turns out to be Zeit's true form. While taking Lloyd back to Crossbell City, he explains that he is the holy beast and protector of the Septarian of Mirage, the Demi-Gororogus. What happened to the original Septarian was that by helping humanity, she had to understand their emotional states to solve their problems. But over time, the Septarian's emotions were pushed too far as her heart began to deteriorate. Before she could cause harm to the one she served, she erased herself from existence. That's when the Croix clan began researching alchemy to bring their Septarian back and created Kia, a homunculus to be the vessel for the Septarian's rebirth. Eventually, Zeit and Lloyd find themselves outside the city where a giant barrier has surrounded the city from any threats. That's when Kevin, Reese, Wazy and Abbas approach Lloyd, where Wazy reveals himself to be Dominion 9 of the Grosritter, with Abbas being his knight. The Grosritter form an alliance with Lloyd, who offered their Merkabots to help traverse Crossbell without being spotted. Lloyd and Wazy end up reuniting with Tio at St. Ursula, Risha at the Sun Fortress, Randy at the Mains Mountain Path, Noel at the Bilgard Gate, and Ellie at Michelin. With the help of Yona, the SSS get Chairman McDowell to invalidate Crossbell's independence and for Croix to be legally accountable. The SSS begin to sabotage the barrier's source of energy. They head to the Moon Temple first, where they face off against Campanella. Next is Stargaze's Tower, where upon climbing the tower they face off against the Sol Ritter. This consists of Ines, Inia, Duvali, and then finally Arianrod. It's here when the Seal Maiden explains to the SSS that Kia was the one who requested she protect the tower as a way for the SSS to practice before going up against both Arios and Sigmund. Upon defeating Arianrod, Ellie questions if she has any connection to the Lance Maiden from the War of the Lions. Arianrod dodges the question but praises Ellie for connecting the two before fleeing. The SSS are confused by this and ask Ellie what she's on about. This is where Ellie shares the legend of Leanne Sandlot from Erebonia. She was an incredibly strong knight who commanded the Eisenritter who helped bring an end to the Erebonia Civil War. The two have many similarities, with their nickname being the Lance Maiden and the Steel Maiden, including their entourage of the Eisenritter and Stahlritter. The problem being, Leanne died during battle over 250 years ago. With the two bells deactivated, it causes the third bell in Crossbell City to deactivate as well, removing the barrier from the city. With a long day finished, the SSS take a rest where they plan to liberate the city the next morning. If the player decides to spend time with Risha, we find out that since birth, Risha was trained by her father to be the next Yin. This is because it's a title passed on by generation after generation. In order to become Yin, Risha was required to master every technique every previous Yin had learned to maintain the facade of there being a singular Yin. Eventually, one day Risha's father would fall ill and would ask her to kill him in order to become the next Yin, but she couldn't do it. Though to her surprise, her father wasn't disappointed, but rather he commented that she will become the Yin that she wishes to become. If the player decides to spend their time with Wazy, he will reveal that he grew up in a remote region of Zemuria to a village who didn't worship Adios, but rather Wazy, for he heard the voice of God. Though Wazy thought it was strange, for he realised that the voice he was hearing was from no god, but rather an artifact kept within the village. It was until the people from the village started falling into comas that Wazy wished to destroy the artifact to prevent any more people getting hurt, but this request was rejected by the elders. Eventually, the church got word of this artifact, but while trying to destroy the tablet, the artifact unleashed its power onto Wazy, who later manifested its stigma and shortly joined the Grolsritter as a Dominion. The next morning, the SSS begin to liberate Crossbell with the assistance of the CGF and Heyu. In addition, Estelle, Joshua, Ren, and Patamata would face against the Aeon-type Gamma, Kevin and Reese would face against Aeon-type Beta, while the SSS face Aeon-type Alpha on top of Orcus Tower. Each group struggles to fight against the mechs powered by Septarian, but Kevin unleashes the power of his stigma to destroy the first Aeon. Patamata self-destructs itself and destroys the second Aeon. While the SSS put up a good fight, it's only when Novartis disables the power of the Aeon, for Maribel and the others have betrayed Croix. It is then revealed that the real mastermind behind everything is actually Ian, for Croix was too dependent on others' ideas to execute the plan. That is when an Azure tree blooms over the wetland that Ian and his associates leave. Unaware of what the tree is capable of, the SSS make their way to the Azure tree where they have to go up against every foe they have come across so far. Wazy uses the power of his stigma against Wald to show him that power alone has its drawbacks, for he has had to sacrifice a lot of things when he obtained his gift. Risha then proves to Shirley that although the two have been raised surrounded by death both of their lives, Risha's will is fueled by her wanting to protect those around her. Next is Randy, who rejects the invitation to be the next successor of the Red Constellation by Sigmund. Arios is the final barrier between the SSS and Kia. Lloyd begins to question Arios on everything he knows before the battle. The first is about the airship incident, where Arius explains that due to Erebonia and Calvard's fight over Crossbell, this resulted in an airship explosion that killed his wife, Lloyd's parents, and Ian's wife and children. Arius then admits that his alliance with Ian and Maribel was formed years prior, as he was the one who placed Kia in the trunk of the Swartz Arkson to sabotage Joachim's plan. Finally, he recalls the day of Guy's death, as Guy was the one who requested a meeting with Arius. This was because Guy became suspicious of the man after he had pieced together Ian's plan. The two then fought, with Arius taking Guy's tonfas to conceal the weapon that killed him. Though Lloyd objects to this, for Guy's cause of death was a bullet, one shot behind Guy, so it's impossible for Arius to be the killer. It's only after the intense battle, Lloyd deduces the only possible culprit could be Ian himself. The SSS begin to ascend to the highest point of the Azure tree, though while ascending they are shown images of both the present and the past. But the problem being is that in these images of the past, they witnessed their own deaths at the Sun Fortress when they were fighting Joachim. The SSS finally reach Maribel and Ian, when Maribel begins to explain that they are only following Kia's will. This is because Kia has control over space, time, and Mirage. She has the ability to write history to avoid major conflicts from ever happening. Maribel then proves how useful Kia's gift is when she reveals that in a previous timeline, the SSS died when fighting Joachim, as Ren never came to save them. In that timeline, the SSS didn't become close enough with Estelle and Joshua, so there was no need for Ren to help out. This explains the first scene of Zero, where Estelle and Joshua were not seen with the SSS while raiding the fortress. It's why it appeared to be a dream, for Kia had altered the timeline to get a scenario that prevented their deaths. By using Kia's gift, they can create a world void of disasters. However, Lloyd is quick to point out that it sounds good on paper, but the original Septarian of Mirage slowly disintegrate over time before vanishing completely. Even if they guide Kia on the best outcome, by denying humanity's tragedies, they would never truly develop as a society. Lloyd acknowledges that without the Septarian of Zero, Crossbow will be vulnerable again. However, they shouldn't have to rely on a girl who can grant miracles if it causes said girl great pain. Lloyd ultimately convinces Ian that what he is doing is wrong before Maribel disposes the man, as he is no longer useful to her as she begins to attack the SSS. Upon defeat, Maribel reveals one last secret, that Kia had been using her power to force everyone to love her before the girl transforms into the Azure Demigurus. After defeating the god, Lloyd enters the world of Einsof, where he finds Kia alone. She still feels guilty for manipulating the group, though Lloyd reassures her that the time they spent together was nothing more than amazing. Kia returns to her human form before the two return to the SSS. Maribel is displeased with how the power of the Septarian has disappeared, for now Crossbow will be invaded by either Erebonia or Calvard, though the SSS is happy with their decision, as it's only another barrier they will have to overcome. Maribel takes her leave, though she tells the group that she's been invited to join Ouroboros as the replacement for Anguist 3. With that, the Azure tree begins to disappear, though the SSS was successful in escaping. They then pledge that no matter what, they will gain Crossbell its independence. We go slightly back in the timeline to March of 1204, where we follow Reen Sworza get off at Trista Station and enter the Thor's Military Academy ceremony. Principal Van Dyke welcomes the Thor students by explaining the principles the school upholds from its opening 220 years ago by Emperor Drykels after bringing an end to the civil war in Erebonia. The ceremony finishes with instructors picking up their students, though 9 students in red uniforms are left behind. That is until the instructor takes them to the abandoned schoolhouse near the rear of the campus for the class to complete their special mission. She introduces herself as Sarah, and that the 9 students make up Class 7, a brand new class that is both a mix of nobles and commoners. Their assignment involves getting through the maze in one piece, though Reen decides to partner up with 2 boys named Elliot and Gaius. They make a decent distance into the maze until Elliot is about to get attacked from behind, though luckily a 4th boy known as Marcus prevents the monster from attacking before joining their group. As the group ventures further, they pass a trio of girls consisting of Laura, Emma, and Elisa. Shortly after, they encounter Fee, who estimates that they are about halfway through the maze. The final student they come across is Eustace. Eventually, all 9 find the boss to the maze, where they are successful in slaying the beast. That's when Sarah congratulates the class for completing their assignment before offering any students to be placed in another class, though all students happily accept to remain in Class 7. Reen attends class, where they learn more about the War Alliance by Instructor Thomas, until at the end of the day, Sarah requests Reen to run a little errand. Before entering the Student Union building, Reen comes across an upperclassman who performs a trick on Reen stealing a 50 mirror coin. Reen then enters the Student Council, where he is greeted by Toa, the Student Council President. She then thanks Reen for volunteering to help the council body. The next morning, Reen is tasked with investigating the old schoolhouse as mysterious occurrences have been reported within the lower floors. After clearing the enemies, Reen reports back to Van Dyke, who explains that the building was built during the Dark Ages, so it's possible that some lingering magic still remains. Class 7 then begin their field studies, with the class being split up into 2 groups. Reen's group will be travelling to Celtic, with the other group going to Palm. After completing their tasks, the group notices 2 men arguing in the marketplace, where they break up the argument. Otto, the market manager, thanks the students for their intervention before explaining that the origin of the argument is over the permit of the stall. Though both permits are valid, this means Duke Alborea, the ruler of the Cruzan region, has approved both permits by mistake. It doesn't help either that the Duke has recently increased the tax of sales, putting the merchants on edge. However, Otto can't understand why the provisional soldiers didn't handle the argument, for it's their job to maintain this peace of the region. The group head to the inn for the night, though before going to sleep, Laura asks Reen why he holds back in battle. She's aware that he is using the 8 leaves 1 blade technique, though Reen confesses that although he began training with his master Young Confai, he only got as far as being a beginner before his training was cut short. The next morning, the two men from the market are arguing again as both their swords have been looted and destroyed. Though this time the provisional army steps in, where they deduce that both men are responsible for the stall destruction, the class then voice their concern for them jumping to conclusions without an investigation. However, the soldiers dismiss their worries, for they have more important matters to attend to. After getting permission from Otto, the group begin their investigation. With no witnesses and both the stalls getting destroyed in the process, suspicion lands on the provisional soldiers. Class 7 then heads towards Lunia Nature Park, where they find the rangers with the stolen goods from the 2 merchant stalls. After defeating the rangers, they hear a whistle before a giant monster appears and attacks the group. Though Reen's group is able to successfully defeat the monster, that is when the provisional army appears to apprehend the students. However, soldiers from the Railway Military Police arrive and take over the case and arrest the thieves. That's when Captain Claire introduces herself to Class 7 before taking them back to the village. That night, the group return back to Trista as they reflect on their field study. We then spot a bespectacled man and another masked figure looming in the distance as they are surprised for Claire to make an appearance, though ultimately it doesn't change their plans all too much. Back at Thor's, Marcius feels betrayed by Reen after he lied about being a noble. Granted, what Reen said previously wasn't a lie as he has commoner blood, but was adopted by Baron Swartz, who rules over Ymir. Reen later bumps into his upperclassmen again and another student called Angelica, the daughter of Duke Rogner. She soon rides her orbital bike away, where we finally get the upperclassman's name being Crow. Crow reveals that Angelica, Toa, George, and himself were actually part of Class 6 last year, the prototype version of what Class 7 ended up becoming. After clearing another floor of the abandoned schoolhouse, a black cat appears to be watching the group. The students then report their findings to Van Dyke, who proposes the schoolhouse is hiding something related to Dreikels, as he ordered the building to be protected until the promised day arrives. As Reen heads back to the dorm, he meets the same cat from before. Though it ends up scratching him, Emma notices this wound and apologizes before getting the first aid kit. The next morning, Sarah reveals the class's next field trip, with Reen's group going to Bereahard and the other group going to St. Arc. When the group arrives in Bereahard, Eustace's older brother Rufus greets the group before escorting them to the hotel where they will be staying at. Marcius and Eustace try establishing a link while on a monster extermination, though this fails with the two blaming each other. From their bickering, Reen ends up getting damaged from a beast. After his defeat, Emma then whispers an incantation to heal Reen. While the group heads closer to Auroch's fort, they then see a train full of provisional tanks being transported. The group questions Eustace why Bereahard is requiring so many tanks. He then explains that it's the nature of the political situation in Erebonia, with tensions between the noble and reformist faction growing every day. While returning to the city, they hear sirens trigger from the fortress as they witness a white object fleeing away. They eventually make their way back to the hotel before Duke Alborea speaks with his son, reminding him to maintain the Alborea image while in the city. While having dinner, the group is interrupted by a familiar-looking man who introduces himself as Blanc before wishing the group a good last day while they visit. However, the group is confused by this as they never told the man that piece of information. That night, Reen and Eustace struggle to sleep and begin to talk. Eustace confides with Reen that his relationship with his father is distant, as Eustace is not a pure noble as his mother was a commoner. Eustace was only raised by the Duke after his mother died, though luckily he has Rufus, who he has a close relationship with. Though unaware, Marcius was listening to Eustace explain his struggle of being a noble. The next day, Eustace is summoned by his father while the group complete a monster extermination. That is until Marcius is arrested by the provisional soldiers as being the suspect who snuck into Auroch's fortress the day prior. Even with the student's alibi to prove otherwise, Marcius is taken into custody. While discussing what to do, a familiar man with blonde hair speaks loud enough that the group can hear him. The man mentions how the sewers would be full of monsters now as the soldiers are preoccupied. The group make their way to the sewers entrance where Emma unlocks the gates with another incantation. They eventually meet up with Eustace, who plans on freeing Marcius as well. The four make their way until a door blocks their path. Fee then blows the door up and later reveals that she was a Jaeger before joining Class 7. They manage to save Marcius, though before the provisional army can do anything, Rufus saves the group after being told the situation from Sarah. While the class heads back to Trista, a blue-haired girl watches them and reports her findings to Lecter before flying away on her white object. With midterms approaching, the group begins to study. The Reen eventually spots a maid while heading back to the dorm. After completing their exams, the group is introduced to the maid who goes by Sharon, who is also the servant for the Reinford family. Elisa is frustrated by this, as this was the first time in her life that she was able to have some independence, but now that is ruined with Sharon's arrival. Class 7 manages to score the highest average over the exam. This causes Patrick from Class 1 to challenge the class to a duel. Although he is defeated, Patrick begins to express his frustration to losing to commoners. Though Gaius is confused by this frustration, as back in Nord, there is no such class system, so he doesn't comprehend the idea that nobles are somehow superior to commoners. Sarah later reveals their next field study. Reen's class will be going to the Nord Highlands, while the other group visits Brionia Island. The two groups make their way to Heimdall Station before separating, though a girl with purple hair notices the group. That is when a blonde girl catches up to her and begins to tease her, though Claire then begins to escort the two away. While the group transfers to another train in Roa, they are briefly introduced to Irina, Elisa's mother and head of the Rhineford Company, though their meeting is short-lived as Irina is an extremely busy woman. They eventually make their way to Zenda Gate, where they get introduced to General Zex. They are then offered horses to traverse the highlands. After a far distance on horseback, the group finally meet the nomads of Nord, including Gaius' family. Gaius' father then shares the history of their relationship with the Empire, as it dates back all the way to the War of the Lions, when Emperor Drykos recruited allies from the region. Though Nord is in a similar position to Crossbell by being sandwiched between two superpowers, it can often feel paranoia for the nomads of a possible invasion between the two. The next day, the group is tasked with escorting a journalist to a giant statue within Nord. However, not even Gaius knows much about the statue aside from it being believed to be the guardian of Nord. Eustace then shares how it reminds him of a legend of the Great Knights that helped out during the War of the Lions. However, Reen seems to have some kind of reaction to the statue. Though when the group returns to the settlement, the orbital track has broken down. The nomads then request the group to retrieve a man in the north who comes from the Empire who's skilled with orbments. That's when the group is introduced to Gwyn, Elisa's grandfather and former chairman of the Rhineford Company. They bring the man to the settlement, though again the group is being actively watched by the blue-haired girl. That night, Elisa opens up to Reen about her family situation. She used to have a normal home life, but that changed 8 years ago when her father passed away. Her mother changed and went from being family-oriented to work-oriented. It's thanks to Gwyn and Sharon that she was able to grow up to the person that she is today. However, Elisa is concerned for the Rhineford Company as her mother is so preoccupied with making profits, it's led her to make questionable decisions like the agreement to install the railway cannons at Guerrilla Fortress. All of a sudden, there's an attack at the Calvard base shortly before the Imperial Watchtower also gets attacked. Airships from both the Empire and the Republic are on high alert at the border, with Gaius' family planning to relocate to avoid a possible invasion. Zex wants Class 7 to leave as it's believed Calvard is planning an invasion, though this doesn't make sense as Calvard's base experienced more damage compared to the Imperial's Watchtower. Gaius manages to convince the general to give the group 2 hours to investigate the cause. While investigating, Gaius shares his passion for protecting Nord as a travelling priest had educated him on the geopolitical struggle between Erebony and Calvard when he was younger. After the investigation, they deduce a third party must be responsible for both attacks. The first piece of evidence for this is that the Watchtower was damaged using Rhineford mortar shells. The second piece of evidence is that the Watchtower was damaged at an angle that indicated that the shot was taken at Nord. Based on this angle, the group manages to find the original mortars that were responsible for the attack. That is before the blue-haired girl makes her appearance. The group chase her down, where she explains that it's a misunderstanding that she was not responsible, but rather a group of Jaegers. She introduces herself as Miriam and claims that the Jaegers made their way to the north, so the two group up to take them down. The group make their way to some ruins, where they are confronted with the Jaegers and a man known as Gideon. The man is familiar with the students, as they were the ones responsible for getting in the way of their plan back in Seldik. After defeating the Jaegers, Gideon uses a flute to call upon a monster. They manage to defeat the beast, though Gideon gets away. After bringing back the Jaegers to Zex, Captain Lecter manages to negotiate with the Republic, explaining what happened. Afterwards, Gideon meets with the same masked man, where although their plan was foiled again, the masked man still believes that they are still making progress on their end goal. The two then fly away. That's when Sarah is seen spying on the conversation, though Sarah calls the other spy out, this turning out to be Sharon. She then asks Sharon how the two were able to obtain a Rhineford airship, though the maid claims that there are no records of the airship ever existing. We open the chapter with a meeting between Osborne and Claire. She informs him of what had transpired at Nord and how they failed to capture the mastermind. She then predicts that the terrorists will attack next at the West American Conference in Crossbell. Speaking of the conference, we then see Oliver talking to his younger brother Cedric about the conference as well. Though Cedric is anxious about being the Crown Prince, as he feels it's impossible to live up to Emperor Eugene's reputation. However, Oliver reassures his brother as he explains how Princess Claudia of Liberl had very similar feelings at one point as well. That's when Alfin, Cedric's twin sister, interrupts their conversation, changing the topic to whom she wishes to dance with at the upcoming garden party. Back at Thor's, Class 7 is having a swimming lesson when multiple students question Reen about the scar on his chest. Though he himself doesn't know the cause, for as long as he can remember, he's always had it. Laura then challenges Fee to a competition where she demands the ex-Jaeger to put her all into it. Laura just barely wins, though Laura questions why Fee doesn't put her full effort into things, though the answer just annoys Laura further. Later on, Reen catches Emma talking to someone, though when he turns around the corner, he just sees it's the cat he previously met. Emma then introduces the cat as Celine. After clearing another floor at the old schoolhouse, the class come across a red door that shows no signs of opening, though Reen hears a voice emanating from the door, but shrugs it off. Upon returning to the surface, the same purple-haired girl approaches Class 7 and introduces herself as Elise, Reen's sister. Elise and Reen have a private conversation where she is concerned over his most recent letter. This is because Reen doesn't feel worthy enough to succeed as the next Baron of Ymir after tarnishing their father's reputation. This is because, as Reen was adopted into the Swarzritter family, nobles believed that their father was unfaithful by having a child with another woman. However, Elise leaves the conversation upset with Reen. That is until she finds herself approaching the old schoolhouse. Crow informs Reen that he saw his sister approach the old schoolhouse, and when the two run towards it, they find Patrick. Elise ends up following Celine into the schoolhouse before approaching the door where the first trial begins. Reen, Crow, and Patrick catch up to Elise where they witness a giant suit of armor about to attack Elise. Reen then triggers his org power, where with the assistance of Crow, they were able to defeat the monster. The next field study, we have the whole cast visiting Heimdall, as the Imperial capital is too big for one group to visit. Upon visiting Heimdall, Governor Regnitz introduces himself to the group before handing over their assignments. Reen's group makes their way to Alto Street, where we get introduced to Elliot's sister, Fiona, while visiting their home. The group later find out that Elliot's father is Lieutenant General Olaf of the 4th Armoured Division within Ereboni's military. The group make their way to their accommodation, which is an old bracer guild. While accepting a monster extermination request at the hotel, they come in contact with Vita, a famous opera singer. While exterminating the monster, a similar situation from before happens with Laura and Fee unable to form a link during battle. Thanks to Elliot's musical ear, the group find a secret exit that leads them to Meter Park. Elliot then reunites with his old classmates who have attended a music academy. When they return to Elliot's home, the group see how passionate Elliot is about music and ask why he enrolled at Thor's instead of a music academy. Elliot then reveals that his mother was a famous pianist who sparked his love for music. However, she passed 7 years ago, and so both Elliot and Fiona wished to follow in her footsteps. Although Fiona was allowed to do this, Olaf refused Elliot to do the same, as he believed that his son should get a career within the military. As a result, Elliot enrolled at Thor's, as it was the only military academy that also had music classes. Later that night, Laura challenges Fee to a duel to try and sort out their feud, though in the end, both girls are left exhausted, with Fee giving Laura the victory. Fee later gives her backstory, where as a child she was abandoned, and it wasn't until she was taken in by a man called the Jaeger King. She viewed this man as the closest thing to a father, though after getting to know the other Zephyr Jaegers, she joined their ranks. However, last year her father died in a battle against the war god of their rival Jaeger Corps, the Red Constellation. With the death of the Jaeger King, Zephyr disbanded as there wasn't anyone who could replace their leader. As a result, Fee was alone again. That was until Sarah came along, as she was following the rivalry between the two Jaeger Corps. She then invited Fee to the academy to provide her the opportunity to figure out what she wanted to do. Laura and Fee are then able to create a successful link where they are able to defeat both Reen and Marcius before sleeping things over. The next day, the group end up at the Osh district, where they visit Marcius' home. The group notice a family photo where they ask who the woman is in the photo. That's when Marcius explains that it's his cousin. Because she was 9 years older than Marcius, he saw her more like a sister. However, she died 6 years ago. This is because she fell in love with a noble. Her fiancé's family wanted nothing to do with her as she was a commoner, so they began to harass her, making her life a living hell. This resulted in her killing herself. This then birthed Marcius' hatred towards the nobility, and when Regnitz began to ally himself with Osborne. Regnitz then calls the group, informing them of a robbery that has taken place, with the calling card requesting Reen's group to solve the mystery. Eventually, the group finds the lost goods, and LeBlanc introduces himself to the group before vanishing. Afterwards, the two groups reunite at St. Astrea, where they have tea with Princess Alphen before Prince Oliver introduces himself to them. Oliver then explains to the class that he was the one who came up with the idea of Class 7 after witnessing the combined efforts of the people in Liberl during their crisis. He later reveals the truth about Sarah, that before she was their instructor she was actually a bracer, the youngest person to become an A-rank bracer in fact. The class then meet up with Sarah and Claire, where the latter sets up a meeting with the class informing them that there most likely will be a terrorist attack tomorrow. It's believed that the same people involved with the Seldic and Nord situation are the perpetrators behind this attack. With the summer festival in full swing, Class 7 begin to ask civilians for any suspicious activity. Class 7 then confirms Alphen's safety upon arriving to the garden party before meeting up with Toa, Angelica and Crow. However, that's when the water shoots out of multiple manholes. Class 7 return to Patter Park, where they find both Alphen and Elise held at gunpoint. When Class 7 tries to stop Gideon, he uses his flute to summon more monsters, while he and his allies retreat with both girls. They eventually catch up to Gideon in the catacombs, when all of a sudden he summons a skeleton dragon. Though after defeating it, Reen destroys Gideon's flute, but that's when S, V and their leader C bails Gideon out. C takes on Class 7, though they are no match to him. They introduce themselves as being the Imperial Liberation Front before handing the hostages over and escaping. Crow and Milliam end up joining Class 7 as Crow was missing credits, and Osborne wished to give Class 7 some extra help moving forward. One night, while on a request, Reen ends up bumping into a woman. He deduces that the woman must be Misty from Abentime, as he recognises her voice from the times that he's listened to the radio show. Even though she's wearing glasses, he figures out that Misty is actually Vita, whom he met last chapter in Heimdall. Vita congratulates Reen by identifying her disguise, though also recognises that Reen has something special about him. Though she doesn't elaborate further, as she leaves, Reen can't help but notice the smell of lavender. The fragrance is so pungent that when Reen returns to the dorms, even Emma notices the smell. That same night, the ILF are having their meeting where Gideon accepts his mission to assassinate Osborne at the West Cimmerian Conference, though the others warn him that the Red Constellation will be there. The next morning, Sarah reveals the next field study with Reen going to Logram, whereas the other group is going to Durai. The group eventually arrive at the lakeside town where the group pass a statue of Saint Sandlot. Laura explains that the statue was built in honour of Saint Sandlot, who aided in the War of the Lions, with Laura wishing to match her skill in swordsmanship. The group is then surprised to see a Bracer Guild still being ran in Legram, as they have yet to come across an active guild in any other location so far. This is in relation to how guilds in Heimdall were targeted by terrorists, with Eustace explaining that there was none in Boreahad as his father pressured the guild to close a year prior. Upon entering the guild, the group is introduced to Toval, who explains the situation with the Bracer Guilds across Erebonia. As the RMP now do most of the Bracers' jobs, the Erebonian Bracers therefore transferred to other branches over Zemuria. After finishing their tasks, the group began to spar at the Arce training hall where they par with Klaus, who was the previous master before Victor took over the position. Though after sparring, Klaus also notices that Reen is holding back. The group are then greeted by Victor, where they share dinner together. Though again, Victor recognises that there's something troubling within Reen, which is odd for an 8 leaves 1 blade practitioner, as Victor is familiar with young Kafai and even sparred with the man before. As such, Victor and Reen begin to duel, where Victor is able to get Reen to trigger his orb power, though it's still not enough to defeat the Blade Master. While everyone sleeps that night, Emma is seen talking with Celine about Reen on whether or not there is enough time to guide Reen. Emma then scolds Celine for the stunt that she pulled last chapter at the old schoolhouse. The next morning, the group asks Reen about his orb power, where he reveals that he's had the ability since he was a child. However, after seeing the aftermath of the power it could inflict, Reen began to fear this power. After finishing their tasks, they return to the Arcade household. They witness Duke Kyan with 2 bodyguards talking with Victor. Victor then reveals to the group that the Duke was inviting himself and other nobles to a conference in relation to the noble faction. Although Victor plans to go, he still plans to maintain his neutrality between the 2 political parties. Later that day, the group is informed about 2 children missing within the town. As a last resort, the group heads towards Lohengrin Castle to find the kids. The group is faced against fiends until they notice a door with similar markings to the ones found in the old schoolhouse. Eventually, they come across the boys, but a Nosferatu appears. The group believes they have defeated it until it unleashes one final attack. Incapable of doing anything, it's only when a lance destroys the source of the Nosferatu's power. Confused by this, the group heads towards the direction that the lance came from, believing it to be a woman with golden hair, though they ultimately find no one. Instead of returning to Trista, the group set on a train to make their way to Corellia Fortress. Though while at Celtic Station, both groups meet up and finally merge into the whole of Class 7. That is when they witness the train taking Olivert and Osmond to Crossbell for the West Cimmerian Conference. Class 7 then bear witness to the size of Corellia Fortress after approaching it. After arriving, they then get introduced to Elliot's father, Olaf, before watching a simulated battle using the latest tanks. The next day, the class is briefed on what is known of the terrorists that they met back in Heimdall. The first is Gideon, who is a professor at Heimdall Academy who specialises in political philosophy. V is then believed to be part of a Jägerkorps, though not much else is known on either S or C. However, that's when the group is informed that Orcus Tower at Crossbell has been attacked by the ILF. All of a sudden, tanks at the fortress begin autopiloting, attacking nearby soldiers, and that's when the ILF airships begin to raid the fortress. Class 7 split into 2 groups to try and take back control. That's when Reen's group gets introduced to S. Her real name is Scarlet, and she mentions that Gideon may have already died at Orcus Tower, but she still continues to fulfill his wish by using the railway cannons to kill Osborne. Though she is defeated by Reen's group, with V being defeated by the other group, the cannons are then stopped, though both terrorists manage to get away. With the school festival approaching, Sarah reveals the final field study to Class 7. Reen's group will be going to Roa, whereas the other group will go to Ordus. However, unlike previous field studies, Oliver will be transporting the group on his new airship, the Courageous. Oliver then reveals his faction. It's a third faction to oppose both the Noble and Reformist faction. Oliver has entrusted Victor as the captain of the airship, as well as inviting Toval to be part of his faction as a source of information. Reen's group then arrives in Roa, where they bear witness to the industrialness of the city. After completing some tasks, they witness an altercation between the Provisional Army and the RMP. Though it's thanks to both Claire and Rufus that the 2 groups stopped arguing, that night, while the group is resting at Lisa's penthouse, Reen gets a call from Claire inviting him to a private meeting. Although Fee tags along, Claire shares her suspicion of the Noble Alliance as she believes that they are helping the ILF. The RMP are therefore trying to force an inspection on the Rhineford Company to try and find any evidence that the factories are helping the Noble faction in any way. Reen shares this information with Elisa, who informs which factories align with which faction, before they begin their own investigation onto the matter. However, the investigation is stopped when one of the factories is set on fire. That's when Reen's group tries to rescue as many workers as possible. Claire and the RMP manage to take control of the situation, though Claire wonders where the provisional soldiers were before being informed of another terrorist attack at the Sashin mine. Both groups make their way to the mine, where they see provisional soldiers guarding it as they claim that the terrorists are holding hostages within. Reen's group returns to Aurora, where they meet with Angelica and George, who are both suspicious of Count Rogner. This is because from the help of Toa, it seems that the factory that Angelica's uncle runs has been selling iron ore on the black market. Since Angelica is very familiar with the layout of the mines, she plans to help save the hostages. After obtaining a card to a secret passageway into the mines from Arena, the group manages to save the first group of hostages. Crow then volunteers to take the hostages back to the surface to prevent any harm to them, while the group continues further into the mine. They eventually come across V, who introduces himself as Vulcan, who is a member of the Ongarmer Jägerkorps. That was until Osborn was responsible for the death of his Jägerkorps with no mercy. But that's when C bails the man out by fighting the group as well. Both men get on their airship, but before they can escape, someone off-screen shoots the aircraft down, causing it to explode. After dealing with the terrorists, Class 7 is invited to a meeting with the royal family where they are praised for their bravery. Oliver then recommends the group to have a short vacation. Class 7 accepts this recommendation and visit Ymir. They take in the view and Reen reunites with his family after not seeing them for 6 months. Reen then receives a letter from young Kafai who has visited the area 2 months prior. In it, Kafai reassures Reen with the saying, "Form is emptiness, emptiness is form," in regard to the void form Kafai had taught Reen. However, the snow has begun to fall heavier than usual, which prevents the group from leaving via cable car. Reen is reminded of something similar happening 8 years ago. That is until the group receives a letter on how to stop the blizzard. After going to Ymir Valley, they are faced with a beast. It's here where Reen begins to control his org power to an extent, which allows the group to defeat the beast, but Blanc then reveals himself to them, where he tells him that he's Enforcer before leaving. Upon returning to Ymir, the snow has calmed down when Reen's father gives him a scroll entrusted by Kafai. This scroll promotes Reen to intermediate level of the 8 Leaves 1 Blade technique after taking some control over his Augur power. As the Thor's Academy Festival is almost in fruition, Crow informs Reen that their costumes for their performance needs to be picked up. As a result, Reen and a character of your choosing will drive to Heimdall using Angelica's Orbital Bike. While waiting outside, Reen will notice a blue bird, though if you bring Emma, she will question where the bird went before running away. That's when Misty bumps into Reen and wishes him to tune into her next show. After driving away, the bird is then seen returning to its master. That night, Reen then overhears of Crossbill's declaration of independence over the radio. Suddenly, the old schoolhouse begins to glow with Class 7 entering it and going down to the 7th floor. That is when they are greeted by a sealed door. The second trial begins as the door opens that Reen and Class 7 begin to venture through. Eventually, they make their way to the end of the dungeon where they come across the final door that holds a fragment of the Great Power. Upon entering, Class 7 is faced with Lower Erebonius on the otherworldly battlefield. After defeating the creature, the word Valamar is spelled out in front of Reen before the group returns back to the 7th floor of the old schoolhouse. That's when they are shown a giant mech, though they opt to leave it where it is. Near the end of the school festival, a dance is held. That is when Claire receives a call which causes her to escort both Oliver and Elfin back to Heimdall. That's when Van Dyke informs the students that Corellia Fortress had been obliterated. Over the coming days, the effects of the IPC freezing all assets is hitting Erebonia. With what's happening with Crossbell, classes are cancelled as Osmond plans to address the population, informing them what their plan is. That's when Reen realizes both Milliam and Crow are missing. Misty then begins her broadcast where Emma is surprised by the woman's voice. That's when Misty begins to talk directly to Class 7 before chanting an incantation that allows the class to see Osmond's speech. But that's not the most surprising thing though, as mid-speech, we see C aiming a rifle at Osmond before shooting the man. Claire manages to catch up to C, but she's too late. After blasting his helmet, the real identity is revealed to be Crow. Chaos ensues as the noble faction then reveals their airship before releasing soldiers onto Heimdall. Crow then flees using a mech similar to the one found within the old schoolhouse. Vita is then seen embracing the chaos before Blanc compliments the second Anguis as the phantasmal blaze plan is ready to move to Erebonia. These soldiers then begin to raid Trista, though while the staff are able to fend off one side of Thor's, Sharon aids them as she reveals herself to be Enforcer 9. However, her actions do not reflect Ouroboros', but rather her duty to defend Elisa as a servant to the Rhineford Company. That's when Class 7 try to fend off the other entrance at Thor's. That's when they witness Scarlet piloting a soldat. Her mech is too strong for the group, but with the help of Selene, Reen is able to summon Valamar, the Ashen Divine Knight, to help fight Scarlet. Although she is defeated, Crow then appears with his own Divine Knight, the Azure Knight, where he defeats Reen. As a last resort, Selene forces Valamar to retreat to Reen's objection. Reen awakens in the Isengard range, with Selene informing him that he'd been passed out for a month. Reen then descends the mountain path until a magic knight approaches Reen, though it's thanks to Toval that the knight is dealt with. However, exhausted from the battle, Reen passes out. That's when Toval, Alfin and Elise bring him back to Ymir. Reen then awakens back at his home when Reen's father, Theo, informs Reen what had transpired the past month. A civil war had broken out between the Noble faction and the Reformers faction, with the Noble faction currently in control of all the major cities within Erebonia. Suddenly, a roar is heard at Ymir, which causes Reen, Toval and Elise to venture into Ymir Valley to deal with another magic knight. Upon defeating the knight, Vita's familiar Grianos greets the trio, but their conversation is cut short when gunfight is heard at Ymir. Upon returning to the village has been set ablaze as the Jaegers attack civilians to try and capture Alfin. However, after witnessing both his parents injured, Reen's org power resurfaces again, causing him to attack the Jaegers with great speed. Vita returns dissatisfied with Duke Albore's methods and uses her magic to hypnotize the Jaegers and to make them retreat from Ymir. However, that's when a girl with a black combat shell, similar to Milliam's, kidnaps both Alfin and Elise. Reen pledges to try and save both Alfin and Elise. With the help of Valamar and Selene, Reen and Toval are able to travel through the Septian Veins to Lunaria's nature park. After arriving in Seldic, Reen receives a map from a civilian and after following it manages to find Marcius. Marcius then explains to Reen that the rest of Class 7 have split up around Erebonia after Olivert saved the group using the Courageous. Reen later reunites with Elliot and Fiat near the Twin Dragons Bridge when they make their way to Guerrilla Fortress. They then bear witness to the annihilation Crossbell inflicted upon the fortress. The glowing barrier around Crossbell only adds to the confusion. That is until Zeno and Leo try to ambush them. After fighting them, soldates from the noble faction then appear to deal with the group. That is when Reen summons Valimar to help deal with the soldates, though Olaf and Claire end up helping deal with the soldates before moving to a temporary base. That's when Claire agrees to join the group, that the entire group return back to Ymir using the Septian Veins. The next morning, the group travel to Nord where they meet with Zex, who informs them that they are currently battling with the noble faction as they have taken control over the Watchtower. Zex then mentions that Gaius and other Class 7 members have been spotted near the Nomad settlement. As the group heads towards the settlement, they get ambushed by Jaegers, though Gaius comes into their aid defending them. Gaius then shares that Elisa and Milliam have headed north of the relocated settlement. That's when they catch the two fighting a cryptid. After helping them defeat the cryptid, the group make their way to the Watchtower before they begin to raid it. By the time they get to the top level, they are greeted by Bleblanc and the same girl from before who introduces herself as Altina. The group fight the pair, though Bleblanc gets the upper hand. It's only when Sharon appears that the group is able to obtain a victory and later fend off the Noble Alliance. With peace finally returned to Nord, the group return to Ymir to rest. Afterwards, the group head to Legram where they meet with Klaus, who informs them that Emma and Laura are at Lohengrim Castle. By the time the group gets to the castle, they witness Laura and Emma fight another cryptid. After its defeat, the two then return to Legram where they share that Eustace has returned to Bareahad. Emma then comes forward and reveals the truth about herself. She is a witch of the Hexam clan whose responsibility is to guide awakeners to the Divine Knights. Though while travelling back to Legram, they spot a provisional airship fly towards the town. Due to Victor being away, Laura is the next in line to speak with Aurelia and Wallace. Though as Victor is not present, the two lose interest with their mean and leave. To reunite with their final Class 7 member, the group make their way to Bareahad on foot. Though upon meeting with Eustace, he declares that he's working alongside the noble faction as he is an Alborea. Ultimately, Eustace is only supporting the noble faction due to his father's pressure to do so. After convincing Eustace to join Olivert's third faction, a familiar knight and a man interrupt their conversation. Duvley introduces herself to the group, with the man introducing himself as Enforcer 1, McBurn. McBurn takes a great interest in Reen before the two battle the group. Though McBurn's power overwhelms the party, Sarah interrupts their battle to defend her students, but both Duvley and McBurn retreat after the Provisional Army tries to stop Eustace from leaving. The group manage to return to Ymir before the Provisional Army can stop Eustace. While at Ymir, Class 7 begin to discuss their course of action, with them agreeing to support Olivert's faction. However, many students are concerned over their family's whereabouts. Their meeting then gets interrupted by Vita, who asks them to step outside, where they agree by the noble faction's Pantagruel and Crow in his Divine Knight. Class 7 face off against Rufus, meanwhile Reen battles Crow, however both are defeated in battle. Duke Kyan then makes an offer to Reen. If he joins them on the Pantagruel, he will call off his attack on Ymir. Reen accepts this offer to Class 7's disagreement. Aboard the Pantagruel, Duke Kyan tries to convince Reen to join the Noble Alliance to put an end to the Civil War quicker. Reen contemplates this offer before Crow begins to talk with Reen before revealing his reason for hating Osborne. 20 years ago, after the Salt Pail incident in Northumbria, it caused an economic crisis within Jerai as he had a strong trading relationship with the region. Luckily, Crow's grandfather, the mayor of Jerai, was able to combat this crisis to save the economy. However, he would eventually get an invitation from Erebonia asking if they would like to build a railway track to Jerai to help increase their trade. Jerai accepted this offer and the state experienced great income until the railway was caught up in an explosion. The state experienced another economic crisis, with Erebonia criticizing the state for its lack of security. Osborne then met with Crow's grandfather proposing a deal. He would fix the railway in exchange for ownership of Jerai. After failing to convince the people of Jerai, Crow's grandfather accepted the offer where Jerai was annexed into the Empire before dying shortly after. Crow's resentment towards Osborne grew from that moment as he believes Osborne was responsible for the railway explosion. He would later meet with Duke Kyan, who also resented Osborne, and later become the financial backer for the ILF. Vita then guided Crow to ordain the Azure Knight shortly before enrolling at Thor's due to its proximity to the capital. Crow then waited out the days until he would finally get revenge on Osborne. Afterwards, Reen begins to talk to the other members aboard the Pantagruel. The first is Scarlet, who was trained to become a nun at Arteria, but a situation caused her to return to Erebonia before she could finish. Reen later talks with Duvley, who informs him that everything she is doing is for the sake of her lord, the 7th Anguis. Although Duvley has the power to become an enforcer, she lacks both the darkness to become one and the Grand Master selection. McBurn is next, where he explains that he knows Reen is mixed. Confused by this, McBurn shows Reen what he means, as he can summon fire out of thin air without the use of art or artifacts. Finally, Reen meets with Alfin, who has been held captive aboard the Pantagruel, while Elise is held captive with the rest of the royal family. The two then begin their escape, with the two getting as far as the deck before they are stopped by Crow and McBurn. However, that's when Victor and Oliver reveal themselves alongside the Courageous that all of Reen's allies jump to rescue him. Crow then wishes Reen the best, as the next time that they will meet, it will be their final battle before the two groups retreat. Olivert brings everyone together into a meeting where they discuss their plan of action. Class 7 fully supports Olivert's third faction, and as such, he hands the Courageous over to help combat both factions on East Erebonia. As Olivert and Victor plan to go to West Erebonia, Toei is made captain of the ship, while Alfin acts as representative of the royal family to give legitimacy to Class 7's actions. While the senior members head towards Western Erebonia, Claire shares her concern over Osborne as his corpse has recently disappeared while under Imperial control. Class 7 then begin a quest given to them by Olivert where they must deliver goods to the people of Ulster. While in Ulster, Class 7 deliver a parcel to Kai and his sister Tilia, but that's when they hear the roar of a cryptid nearby. Class 7 end up defeating the cryptid, but that's when they notice the village on fire. By the time that they return, Jaegers have captured all the civilians. With the assistance of Toval, the group is able to save most of the hostages. The only one remaining is Tilia. That's when a soldat unit from the noble faction begins destroying the village. Tilia almost gets crushed by a building, though it's thanks to Altina she's able to save the child. Altina then uses her combat shell to fend off against the soldat, when Reen summons Valma to defeat it. Altina then informs the group that the soldat was stolen from the noble faction and the Jaegers were acting on their own accord. She then relays a message from Rufus, thanking Class 7 with helping remaining the peace of Ulster before she leaves. Class 7 find Elliot's sister being held hostage at Twins Dragon Bridge, where they raid the base to rescue her. With the assistance of the Reformers faction, they are able to liberate Celtic, with the Reformers faction retreating to Boreahad. Angelica then informs Class 7 that she found the location that Elisa's mother is being held captive, though their call gets interrupted. As a result, Class 7 make their way to Aurora, where they meet with Angelica, who informs them that her uncle has taken over as chairman of the Rhineford Company, as well as closing all factories not associated with the noble faction. Class 7 eventually rescue Irina, who was aboard the Eisencraft before dealing with Angelica's uncle on the top floor of the Rhineford HQ. They make their way to the Swarsdrock barrier, where Angelica defeats her father in sold-out combat. Vulcan then ambushes Angelica, but it's thanks to Reen piloting Valma that he's able to defeat Vulcan. However, Vulcan says his final goodbyes before dying within the sold-out. Rogner then withdraws all of his units from the Noble Alliance before Reen meets with Professor Schmidt, one of the 3 disciples of Professor Epstein. Schmidt offers Reen to build him a Tachi for Valma if he's able to retrieve enough Zemurian ore. Before Class 7 can retrieve enough Zemurian ore though, Toei informs that Seldak has been set ablaze. By the time they arrive, the entire town is burnt to a crisp, with Duke Alborea being responsible after hiring Northern Jaegers to do the job. With the death of Otto, Duke Alborea is their next target. Rufus then informs the group that the Duke is located at the Oryx Fortress, as the other members of the noble faction had no role with the attack on Seldak, and therefore plan to help Class 7 arrest the Duke. Before they can raid the fortress, Scarlet stands in their way, though after defeating her, Reen successfully saves her before her soldat explodes. With that, Class 7 raid the fortress where Sarah confronts her old colleagues, as 6 years ago she was a Northern Jaeger before joining the Bracer Guild. Duvali is the final line of defense protecting Duke Alborea, though after being defeated, she leaves exhausted after being defeated by both the SSS and Class 7 back to back. Eustace then arrested the Duke for his war crime. While obtaining more Zemurian ore, Class 7 notices the Azure Tree over Crossbell. During the final Spirit Shrine, Vita interrupts their duel where she bestows the knowledge of the pass. They are shown an image of the pass with Drykles and Liang collecting Zemurian ore for their own Divine Knights. Vita then shares that the Divine Knights are fragments of a whole that cannot resist battling one another. For battles between these fragments have happened many times before in the past 1200 years. She then challenges the group by making them fight against Grianos. Though upon defeat, Rita says her goodbyes before Class 7 retrieve the last of the Zemurian ore. However, that's when Claire informs the group that the noble faction have moved their units from Trista to Heimdall. Class 7 then liberate Trista, where all Thor students decide to join Reen in helping Olivert's faction to succeed. After liberating Trista, Lecter informs the group that the Azure Tree and Crossbow has been dealt with, where he then proposes that Class 7 work alongside the Reformers faction. The reason for this is that because Crossbow is no longer a threat, Calvert could invade Erebonia at any moment, so they need to bring an end to the civil war as soon as possible. Class 7 agreed to this alliance, where they plan to liberate Heimdall next and save the royal family. The next day, the Reformers faction is stationed outside Heimdall, fending off against the noble faction to take attention away from Class 7 as they begin to raid the Corral Imperial Villa. They end up saving the Emperor and Empress of Erebonia, as well as Marcius' father and Reen's sister. However, after defeating Altina, she reveals that the Crown Prince has been taken to the Valflame Palace. But that's when they hear Vita chanting an incantation to revive the Vermilion Despair when Valflame Palace transforms into the Infernal Castle. Class 7 begin to raid the castle, where they face off against every previous foe they've fought before. First is Duvali and LeBlanc, then Zeno and Leo, and then McBurn. Though once they deal enough damage to McBurn, he transforms into his demon form and pulls out his Angbar, made from the Divergent Laws. Class 7 then reach their final opponent, Crow and Vita. After defeating both of them, Crow and Reen begin their battle with their Divine Knights, though in the end, Reen is victorious. However, Dukayan takes matters into his own hands, where he forces Cedric to pilot Testarossa, the Vermilion Knight. As Testarossa is cursed with the blood of Zora Araga, it transforms into the Vermilion Apocalypse, where it drains the energy of everyone within Heimdall to strengthen itself. This was the one thing that Vita prohibited Dukayan from doing so she and Crow team up with Class 7 to try and defeat the Knight. After a very long battle, they succeed in saving Cedric, but with the cost of Crow's life, who is fatally wounded. In his dying words, he wishes the best for Class 7 before Rufus interrupts their moment by attacking Vita and killing her familiar. Rufus then arrests Du Cayenne for his crimes when it's revealed that he was not in support of the Noble faction, but rather the Reformers faction, as he is an Ironblood to Osborn, just like Lecter, Claire and Milliam. Osborn then reveals that he's perfectly fine before stealing the phantasmal blaze plan from Ouroboros and instructing Vita to relay a message to the Grandmaster that he will destroy the organisation. The final twist is revealed when Osborn congratulates Reen by providing his son the title of Ashen Chevalier for saving Erebonia. With the Civil War come to an end, Erebonia begins the invasion of Crossbell and occupy the state within a day. In response, Calvert tries to invade Crossbell, though with Reen piloting Valma, he prevents this. After Calvert eventually retreats, Osborn introduces Rufus as the first governor of Crossbell. Crossbell is then successfully annexed into the Erebonian Empire. Following a mission by Osborn's orders, Reen is tasked with dealing with Lloyd and Risha, who try removing all Crossbell data off the Orbital net. Lloyd and Risha are able to fend off Reen and Altina long enough to succeed in their mission. Reen then allows the two escape, though he is jealous that they seem to be fighting for something that they believe in. Reen returns to Trista after his mission in Crossbell. Although Claire welcomes him, he's not in the best of moods as he believes Claire knew that Osborn was Reen's biological father but kept it to herself. Regardless, Reen reunites with Class 7, where they inform him that they are taking an accelerated course so that they can graduate by the end of the year. Reen then has a meeting with Instructor Thomas, who reveals himself to be a Dominion of the Septarian Church, Dominion 2 in fact. As Reen is an Awakener, he is going to be needed to help unravel the truth of the two Septarian within Erebonia. All of a sudden, the old schoolhouse begins to act up again, but when they enter it, they enter a warped space known as the Reverie Corridor. Upon reaching the highest floor, they are greeted by Loa Lucifera. Class 7 view the creature as their final mission as a class, so they put their everything into battle. With its defeat, a tranquil silence is left behind when Class 7 begin to cry and embrace one another as this signals the end of Class 7. Fast forward to their graduation, Class 7 then thanks Sarah for everything that she did for them as their instructor, as they all head towards Trista Station, with Reen returning to Thors. We jump to April of 1206 with Reen arriving at Leaves as he's now an instructor at the Thors branch campus. He then attends the opening ceremony with Principal Aurelia, greeting the students before Reen collects his students for the new Class 7. Just like when Reen was a student, the new Class 7 have an assignment where they must get through the Iron Hell Keep. However, since there's only 3 students, Reen will tag along. We then get introduced to the students. The first is Kurt, who is the younger brother of Mueller Vander. Next is Una, who transferred from Crossbell as she previously was part of the Crossbell Police Academy. Lastly is Altina, who used to be part of the Intelligence Division before enrolling at Thors. Upon completing their assignment, Reen asks if the 3 would like to remain in Class 7, though none of them have any problems remaining. 2 weeks later, the branch campus makes their way to St. Arc where they set up their base. Reen then meets up with Patrick's father, Fernand, who then delivers Class 7's assignments. While picking errand flowers at the Isthmia Great Forest, Reen has a reaction when the area around him freezes while a woman with blonde hair warns him of the future. Reen eventually gets released with Altina concerned over his safety. Afterwards, Class 7 has to deal with some Archaeums where they meet with a man who seems to know about the machines before leaving. Reen's group later moves to Palm Village to continue the investigation on the Archaisms when they arrive at a gated off area. Before they realise it, more Archaeums begin to ambush them, though Laura helps Reen and co out by defeating them with ease. We later find out that Laura has mastered the Arcade sword technique and as such has been helping at the Vander training ground in Palm. Class 7 head back to their base for the night, though suddenly they are attacked by Duvalie and Enforcer 17, Shirley. The branch campus struggles to defend themselves, though luckily Elliot, Laura and Fee help supporting them. The next day, on behalf of the Imperial government, Lecter formally requests Reen to figure out the reason for Ouroboros' presence with the Sutherland province. Reen accepts this request and orders his classmates to stay at the camp while his alumni investigate the issue. After talking with Tova and Agate, it's agreed that Ouroboros must have a secret base to stash their archaisms. While heading to Drekna Fortress, Laura asks Reen why he chooses not to use his Augur power anymore, with Reen explaining that ever since the Northern War he's been unable to control it and as such refuses to use it. After obtaining approval from Olaf and Fernand, they are granted access to Erebonia's biggest national secret. They use the key to access the gated area near Palm, where they come across the forgotten village of Hamal. The group catch Duvalie and Shirley at Louvet and Karen's grave, where both groups put their differences to the side in order to pay their respects to the deceased. Afterwards, Reen and co ask what Ouroboros' plan is, but first they must battle. After defeating them, the two call for backup, though new Class 7 manage to surprise attack them. As a last resort, Shirley activates the Aeon-type Gamma, which confuses Reen's group as the Septarian of Mirage is no longer fueling them. Regardless, Reen summons Valma to defeat the Aeon. Though once it's defeated, Rutger the Jaeger King makes his grand introduction to Fee's surprise before summoning his own Divine Knight and destroying the Aeon. After everyone retreats, Tita and Agate pay their respects to Louvet before the branch campus returns to Leaves. Back at Thor's, Reen is in a meeting when Crown Prince Cedric informs the instructor that the next field study will take place in Crossbell City. Cedric later talks with Reen, inviting him to the main campus, though Reen declines to Cedric's disappointment. Cedric's idolization of Reen continues into the next day when he and 2 other students from the main campus challenge Class 7 to a duel in sword-out combat. However, the branch campus is able to defeat the main campus students. The branch campus later makes their way to Crossbell City, with Reen meeting with Rufus at Orcus Tower to get his class's assignments. After Rufus requests Class 7 to defeat some cryptids, Reen later bumps into Marcius while leaving Orcus Tower. One of their assignments leads them to Geofront A, as there is a bug causing malfunctions, so Tio tags along with the group. After getting to the end of the F sector, Tio begins to deal with the bug when a magic knight appears. Class 7 try to defeat it, though it's thanks to Elisa and Sharon's support that the knight is defeated. Both of them join the group to help with their assignments, before the group spots a red plant. All of a sudden, a cryptid appears, though the group was successful in its defeat. While traversing back, Sharon opens up to Reen about her past, as before she joined Ouroboros, she was part of an assassination group called the Dark Order of the Moonlight Horse. However, this group would later be destroyed by Ouroboros thanks to McBurn, Luve and Arianrod. Aside from Sharon, 2 other members of the group would later join Ouroboros, as the Thousand Oathbreaker would become Angus 4 and the Golden Butterfly becoming Enforcer 3. The only reason Sharon serves the Reinford family now is because she failed a mission 10 years ago, which resulted in the death of Elisa's father. Reen later reports on the red plant, with Tio and Randy confirming it to be Pleromograss, though before it was an azure colour instead of the scarlet colour Reen saw. After their meeting, they then witnessed the Pantagol transport Governor Ragnitz, Chairman Arena, Prince Olivert and Princess Alphen to Orcus Tower to meet with the Governor General Rufus. Later on, Class 7 find more Pleromograss and fight another cryptid, though Campanelle prevents Reen from calling Valimar. As a result, Reen uses his org power to defeat the cryptid, but upon its defeat begins to lose control. Luckily, Emma and Celine come to Reen's aid to help him get back under control. The branch campus are then requested to act as extra security at Orcus Tower, with the meeting being held between Rufus and co. Reen does catch Muse talking with Alphen and Elise in private, and overhears how Muse used to go to St. Estrella, which explains how she knows both girls. Rufus eventually requests to meet with Reen in private, where Reen asks Rufus a plethora of questions about the Black Workshop, Ouroboros and the Ironbloods. Rufus is selective about what he answers, but he reveals to Reen that 12 years ago he was involved with the Angumur attacking Osborne to test the Chancellor. Osborne was able to deduce Rufus was behind it, and from that moment on he became the first Ironblood. In the middle of the meeting, an explosion is heard on the roof of Orcus Tower, with Reen and Sharon finding Campanella and McBurn responsible. Campanella is nostalgic for when Sharon was helping Ouroboros back with the Gospel plan, for when she had to distract Sarah in Northumbria for their plan to lure Cassius out of the Burrow to succeed. Campanella and McBurn are too strong for Reen and Sharon, so Elisa, Emma and Marcius come to their aid. After more reinforcements arrive, Campanella and McBurn share that Vita is currently on leave from the Society before revealing the new Aeon-type Beta. Una then has her voice be heard as she is fed up with Ouroboros scheming within Crossbell. She pledges that the SSS will take the 2 down. However, Campanella reveals to Una that the SSS aren't much good while trapped in Mishlam, with Rufus confirming this action under the name of Operation Birdcage. It's to prevent Lloyd, Arios, Yin, Noel, Sergei, McDowell and Ellie creating issues for the Empire. Campanella and McBurn then take their leave with the Aeon, but with this revelation, Una begins to vent out her frustrations at Reen for how the Empire could occupy her home, drag them into conflict with Calvert, all while locking up the only hope Crossbell had. The next day, Lecter makes another request for Reen to uncover what Ouroboros is scheming in Crossbell. Oliver accompanies the Thor's alumni to Stargazer's tower, where they are greeted by Campanella and McBurn again. They manage to keep up with their attacks, but that's when McBurn enters his demon form that the group starts to struggle. However, Class 7 comes to Reen's aid by bringing their sword-arts that allow Reen to summon Valimar. They successfully defeat the Aeon-type Beta, but McBurn then calls 3 spectacles out to reveal themselves. The first is Vita, who reveals that although she is temporarily on leave from Ouroboros, she is still loyal to the Grand Master. The second person is a masked person who goes by Siegfried, who is accompanied with an orb that belongs to the Chief of Gnomes. With that, Campanella announces the reclaiming of the Phantasmal Blaze Plan from Osborne, with McBurn igniting the Aeon before both make their leave. With their mission complete, the branch campus returns back to Leaves. While on the train ride back, Reen witnesses Lloyd, Arios and Kia. For helping put a stop to Ouroboros and Crossbell, members of the SSS have been set free thanks to Olivert's help. Class 7 has 2 new members, with Ash and Muse officially joining Class 7 after both are deemed needing extra discipline. Later that night, Reen receives a letter from young Confide informing him that he is needed in the Far East for the Septium veins are being depleted, which is thought to be the cause of the desertification of the land. Reen then reads a letter from Tio, where he apologises for hiding the truth about Osborne for so long. He later explains that Osborne was like a brother to him, as Tio's parents took Osborne in when his family were killed during an avalanche. After graduating from Thor's, Osborne joined the military and got promoted to Brigadier General. Out of the blue, Osborne met with Tio with a young Reen and explained that Tio was to cut all ties with himself. Later on, Reen talks with Celine, who provides some extra information on the Hexen clan. She shares that although Emma and Vita are sisters, they are not blood related, as Vita was taken in by the Elder after her parents were killed in an accident. As for Emma, she too was adopted by the Elder after her mother, who was a wandering witch, died in an accident. The Elder then used her power to manifest both Grianos and Celine to be the girl's familiars. But when Vita was 16, she left the village and never came back. This motivated Emma to become a wandering witch to find the truth about Vita and bring her back to the village. The next day, the branch campers move out for their next field study situated at Ordis. Class 7 then heads towards Juno Naval Fortress, where they receive their assignments from Wallace. After exterminating a monster, Class 7 spot a Jaeger corps where they begin to battle, but once the Jaegers call for backup, they have the group surrounded, but luckily, Eustace and Milliam assist Class 7 in defeating the Jaegers. The group return to Ordis, where they deduce the Jaegers are planning an attack on a rival Jaeger group, so they plan to move the investigation to Rakrul to find out more information. After their meeting, they bump into Wilhelm, who is the next in line to inherit the title of Duke after Duke Cayenne was arrested after the Civil War. Class 7 begin to investigate the surrounding area where they find the same Jaegers fighting with the Nidhogger Jaegers. However, some of the Nidhogger recognize Reen and begin to attack Class 7. Although they are able to defeat the initial group, backup arrives, but luckily, Sarah and Angelica come to Reen's aid. Later that night, Reen, Sarah and Angelica meet with Claire, who informs them that 4 Jaeger corps have been spotted within the area recently. They include the Red Constellation, Zephyr, Nidhogger, and this 4th Jaeger corps. They head to the casino where they find Rutger, Zeno and Leo gambling. After defeating them in Vantage Masters, Rutger reveals that the 4 Jaegers are split into 2 sides, with the 4th Jaeger Corps being the remnants of the Northern Jaegers who have been hired by the government. After returning back to base, both Claire and Sarah open up about their pasts. Claire reveals the reason she swore loyalty to Osborne is because he helped her get justice for her family. One day her family was involved in a car crash that killed everyone except for Claire. Her uncle took her in, but as Claire's father was the president of the Revolt Company, her uncle took over the position. After the case went cold, Claire began to do her own investigating into the accident when she found records of her uncle making massive profit by selling poor quality instruments. She believed her uncle was behind the conspiracy, but she couldn't do anything on her own. That was when Osborne came into the picture and allowed her to get justice. Although she was victorious, Claire's family abandoned her soon after, but that's when Osborne invited Claire to become an Ironblood. As for Sarah, she was orphaned after the Salt Pail incident in Northumbria struck, but she was taken in by the founder of the Northern Jaegers. By age 13, she joined the Northern Jaegers and eventually earned her title as the Purple Lightning. However, when she was 18, she bore witness to her father's death, which fueled her motivation to leave the Northern Jaegers. She later became a bracer so that the money that she did earn wasn't stained by blood. The next morning, Eustace calls Reen, explaining that Milliam has gone missing. They try to find any clues within Ordis when they get a lead from Professor Luhmann that Milliam could have gone to Brionia Island. As such, Class 7 make their way to the island where they witness the Guardian of Brionia Island, with Reen comparing it to the Guardian of Nord. However, Reen has a reaction to the statue where memories from the past flash in his mind when he meets that blonde woman again. Eventually, Class 7 come across a spirit shrine like the ones Reen dealt with during the Civil War, where they find Milliam's pouch. They enter the shrine to find Milliam trapped with the Soul Ritter overlooking the Aeon-type Alpha. Class 7 begin to battle with the Soul Ritter until the 7th Anguis, Arianrod, makes her introduction to the group. Wary of her strength, Reen uses his ogre power, though it's not enough to defeat the Steel Maiden. Gaiason intercepts their battle, though Arianrod and the Soul Ritter retreat for the time being as the Ion has finished charging. In the early hours of the morning, the branch campus is awoken to gunfire. Ouroboros have stolen the railway cannons that Wilhelm had commissioned and using them to attack Ordis. Lecter makes another request for Reen to tackle the Jaegers and to restore peace back to Ordis. With that, Class 7 and the Thor's alumni rush through Racriol and battle through wave after wave of Northern Jaegers until they reach the railway cannons. They come face to face with the Red Constellation and Ouroboros, though Reen is instructed to head to Juno Naval Fortress by Wallace as the region's army, bracers and branch campers plan to deal with the cannons. As Reen's group head towards the fortress, the Northern Jaegers and Stahlritter are using the Aeon-type Alpha to destroy the fortress. By the time Reen's group arrives to the fortress, they find Nidhogger, Zephyr, and Siegfried guarding the entrance. However, thanks to Aurelia, she's able to make all 3 move out of her way once she pulls her Crimson Blade on them. With Aurelia taking lead, Reen's group begins to raid the fortress. By the time Reen's group makes it to the top, their allies at the canyon have put a stop to the railway cannons, so all that's left remains is to deal with the Solar Ritter. Aurelia and Arianrod introduce themselves to one another, while they admire each other's swordsmanship before the two battle with their full strength. In a shocking twist, Aurelia is able to best Arianrod, though the Aeon-type Alpha then begins to attack. Reen and co manage to defeat the Aeon and demand Arianrod to explain what Ouroboros is scheming. However, Arianrod takes her leave before she summons her own Divine Knight to obliterate the remains of the Ion. After saving Wilhelm, the Provincial Council is held when the man tries to argue why he should be the next Duke. However, Eustace representing House Alborea, Angelica representing House Rogner, and Fernand representing House Hyarms rejects his proposal for his incompetence during the attack on Ordis. Instead, Muse, whose real name is Mildine, is nominated instead as she becomes Duchess Cayenne. The next day, the branch campus make their way back to Leaves after finishing their assignments in Ordis, though after Angelica had witnessed Siegfried back at Genoneval Fortress, she heads towards Himmel's cemetery to confirm if the man is Crow. She digs Crow's grave, but what she finds doesn't make sense as the body looks exactly the same. She deduces that it must be some kind of doll, but she gets interrupted by George. Angelica begins to question George as things don't add up. He was involved with planning Crow's funeral. He was an engineer involved when handing over the Azure Knight to the military. He claimed to have visited the Verne Company in Calvert, but there were no records of this. Though before Angelica can get an explanation, she is shot after George is instructed to do so by a man with white hair. Class 7 undergo their summer exams with Rien happy with their results after marking them. Rien then meets with Professor Schmidt at the Iron Hell Keep, where he explains that the Aeons have a different power source. The previous version was powered by the Zero Child, but it seems Ouroboros have managed to recreate a similar albeit weaker version of the miracles using the Septium Veins. Later on, during Soldat training, Altina loses control mid-battle as she enters a trance. While piloting Valimar, Rien is able to break Altina's trance, but she doesn't have any idea what happened. Though in the distance, we see the Chief of Gnomes watching the spell with him confirming Altina is ready moving forward. Afterwards, it's revealed that the next field study will be at Heimdall, where both the branch and main campus visiting. After setting up base, both Class 7 and Class 1 meet with Governor Regnitz, who requests both groups to investigate and to capture any Calvardian spies known as Hercules. Osborn then makes his entrance into their meeting, where he invites both campuses to Valflame Palace for a celebration later on. Both groups accept this invitation, though Ash has some sort of reaction. Class 7 then make their way to the Leica district and meet with Kurt's mother, Aurea, at the Vander training hall. They later find Thomas on the outskirts of Heimdall after completing a monster extermination request. They then return to Vesta Street, where they meet with Toa's family. We later find out that Toa's parents died during an airship incident when Toa was younger, so she then lived with her grandfather. Class 7 then head towards the catacombs underneath the racecourse, where they find a magic knight. However, after defeating the knight, they then spot Hercules' spies and begin to chase them down. In the end though, they failed to capture the spies as Class 1 managed to capture them in the end when Hercules exited through Himmel Cemetery. While paying his respect to Crow, Rien finds Angelica's brooch near Crow's grave as well as noticing the dirt around the grave being tampered with. Rien informs Toa about this and they get the authorization to dig the grave but find nothing there. That night, Rien enters the Old Bracer Guild in Heimdall where he meets with his fellow alumni. The group discuss the situation happening within Erebonia. Although Osborn had stolen the Phantasmal Blaze Plan, Ouroboros are still active within the region. Not to mention, Calvert seems to be up to something with them trying to gain intel on Erebonia. Based on how Erebonia has commissioned more railway cannons, airships, and soldats, the most likely outcome is Erebonia plans to invade Calvert. However, the group also has many questions in regard to the Black Workshop, as from what they understand it seems as if the gnomes have allied with Osborn for some reason. The next day, the Thor's alumni station themselves around Heimdall, while Class 7 enter the catacombs under the Imperial Museum, after the Stargazer Baal begins to act up. After venturing far enough, they witness an abundance of pleroma grass growing before Night Touch Hercules spies begin to attack Class 7. Class 7 put up a good fight, but the spies won't stay down. That's when the woman with blonde hair comes to their rescue by altering the spies' chi. She then warns the group that the Dark Dragon that destroyed Heimdall 900 years ago will resurrect soon after the Infernal Castle was summoned at the end of the Civil War. She introduces herself as Rosalia and confirms that she is the Hexen Clan elder, as well as being the one who raised Em and Vita before leaving. Rien regroups all of his allies so they find themselves at the Sanctuary of the Dark Dragon. After traversing the dungeon, the group come face to face with the resurrected Zora Agora. They deal enough damage, but it's not until Rien summons Valimar that the dragon can be slayed. Though once the beast is defeated, Rosalia contains the Black Miasma to prevent it from spreading to Heimdall and cursing Valimar. With its defeat, the catacombs return to normal with the pleroma grass gone. However, Siegfried makes his appearance where Rien challenges the man to explain his facade. Although Rien knows that this is Crow, Siegfried explains that he has no memories of this person called Crow before calling Odin to leave. Unbeknownst to everyone else, Ash steals one of the guns from one of the Calvardian spies. The next day, for aiding with arresting Hercules, both Thor's branches are awarded for their efforts. Though in the middle of the celebration, Olaf pulls Rien to the side for the two to talk in private. He explains that the Azure Knight that was handed over to the military had disappeared before revealing some information about Osborn. Osborn possessed great talent back when he was in the military, which allowed him to fly through the ranks. Osborn would later meet with Rien's mother and the two would have Rien. However, 14 years ago, disaster would strike Osborn. The noble officers within the military were already jealous of Osborn's accomplishments as he was a commoner, but when Osborn was responsible for foiling one of their ill-intended plans, they sent a Jägerkorps to raid his house. Osborn's home was burnt to the ground with his wife killed, but Osborn and his son were nowhere to be found. 3 months later, Hamal was attacked, and this later sparked the 100 Days War with Liberl. Osborn reappeared and met with Emperor Judgement, and 10 days later, the war came to an end, with the Emperor promoting Osborn to Chancellor. However, to this day, no one knows where Osborn was for those 3 months after his home was attacked. Afterwards, Reen begins to enjoy the summer festival before Lecter makes a personal request for Reen. After finishing it, Lecter opens up to Reen about his past and how he ended up becoming an Ironblood. He's actually the son of a noble, though his father was one of the lowest ranked nobles within the province. However, his father was so desperate to rise within the noble ranks, so he orchestrated the attack on Hamal as it would allow him to command the invasion of Liberl. But once the 100 Days War came to an end, the truth about his involvement was found out, with him being executed. Osborn then delivered a letter to Lecter of his father's final words before inviting the boy to become one of his Ironbloods. That night, Reen and co arrive at the party that is held at Valflame Palace. After talking with many guests, Reen is summoned to talk with Emperor Judgement. He first thanks Reen for saving his family multiple times when he shares the truth about Olivert. When Judgement was still Crown Prince, he had fallen in love with a commoner at Thor's who would later give birth to his son, Olivert. Although Judgement wanted to marry her, Eugene's father and the nobility didn't entertain the idea until one of the Great Four houses hired Jaegers to get rid of them. Although Olivert survived, his mother didn't, so Eugen took the boy in. Eugen would later marry Priscilla, with Olivert having no problem seeing her as his new mother. As such, when Eugen heard of Osborn's situation as well as seeing his negotiation skills with the ceasefire between Liberl and Erebonia, he had faith in Osborn being the next Chancellor. Although Reen acknowledges Osborn's skills, he still doesn't agree with Osborn's methods as he continues to annex regions. Eugen is aware of Osborn's tactics, but he can't ignore the fact that Erebonia has some sort of curse that makes people act on their darkest desires. All throughout Erebonian history, people have done things that no normal person would do, from the distant past with Orthoros killing his brothers to become the Emperor, to the last decade with Lecter's father orchestrating the attack on Hamal. Not to mention, with the black records detailing Erebonia's future, there is no need for Eugen to stop Osborn's plan. After talking with Eugen, Osborn invites Reen for a little chat. Reen barrades Osborn with many questions. Osborn explains that Ouroboros are acquiring the Septarion, and as such, their plan was to awaken the blaze in Crossbell to retrieve the two Septarion within Erebonia. However, their meeting is cut short, but to answer another one of his questions, the reason Crow failed in assassinating Osborn was because Osborn gave his heart to Reen when their home was attacked. Although Reen returns to the Esmalos garden, Ash is seen in a disguise where he forces himself to see both Osborn and Eugen. With the curse taking a hold of Ash, he's overwhelmed with hatred towards everyone involved with Hamal. The Jaegers who massacred the village, the two survivors who ran away, Lecter's father for orchestrating it, Osborn for investigating it, Emperor Eugen and Queen Alicia for pretending it never existed. With no control, Ash shoots Eugen before he is arrested on suspicion of being a Calvardian spy. Emperor Eugen's condition is shared with the Empire, with Osborn making a speech about the incident. He blames the attack on Calvard as the culprit was thought to be a Calvardian spy using a weapon by the Verne Company. With over 100 other Calvardian spies arrested in Heimdall in the past couple of days, Osborn declares war on Calvard by introducing the National Mobilization Law. This will conscript every man aged 19 to 45 into the Erebonian military regardless of class. Reen meets up with his allies at Heimdall Cathedral where they meet with Thomas, though he isn't the only Dominion, as Gaius reveals that he too is now a Dominion, Dominion 8. He obtained the title after graduating Thors when the travelling priest that educated Gaius shielded Gaius and with his dying breath transferred his stigma onto Gaius. Rosilia then joins the conversation where she reveals that the witches are the guardians of the Septarion of Fire, with herself being 800 years old and was involved with helping Drycles put an end to the War of the Lions. Thomas and Rosilia begin to explain some of the mysteries the group have faced. The first is the Septian Veins are responsible for crypt disappearing, as the Septian Veins are affected by conflicts within the land. Pleroma is then a form of mana from the Septarion of Mirage as a way to monitor things, and was unique to Crossbell when it was Azure coloured. But since the Empire occupied Crossbell, Pleroma has begun to grow within Erebonia with the Scarlet variant. As for Magic Knights, they are originally golems created during the Dark Ages to combat Divine Knights, but just like Pleroma, once Crossbell joined the Empire, Magic Knights began appearing in Crossbell as well. Now, as the witches were responsible for guarding the Septarion of Fire, gnomes on the other hand were responsible for guarding the Septarion of Earth. Rosilia then retells what happened to cause both Septarions to vanish in the first place. Over 1,200 years ago, Erebonia, which was once known as Erebos, possessed the Arc Rouge and the Lost Zem in the form of two colossal guardians. Both Septarion granted miracles to the people until people became hungry for power. The gnomes and witches wished for each other's destruction. This caused both guardians to engage in battle for the next 1,000 days until they destroyed one another's bodies, causing the two to be sent flying in opposite directions. The remaining power left behind fused together to create a new gift, the Septarion of Steel, known as the Great One. However, the Septarion was unstable, and with both groups and divine beasts coming together, they were able to seal the Great One. This was done with the gnomes building 7 vessels to contain the power, with the witches using their magic to split the power and transfer it into each vessel. This is the origin of the Divine Knights. Thomas then retells the story of Zora Argara, with it spawning 900 years ago below Heimdall. Due to its power, Emperor Asterius took his people to St. Ark while the Hexen clan and gnomes dealt with the dragon. However, the dragon was too strong, as even the holy beast of Earth was no match. As a last result, the new Emperor Hector used Testarossa, the Vermilion Knight, to slay the beast. Upon its defeat, though, the dragon cursed the Divine Knight, with both the Hexen clan and gnomes sealing the Divine Knight under the palace. From that point forward, the gnomes cut contact with the Hexen clan. Rosalia then confirms that although there are 7 knights, the most that have ever been active at one time was 4 during the War of the Lions. In fact, she was the one who guided both Dreichels and Leanne to their Divine Knights. Although Leanne died during battle against the Vermilion Apocalypse, she revived a half a year later. Rosalia hadn't seen the woman for the past 20 years, as that was around the same time that she joined Ouroboros. Although Rosalia is not certain, she does believe that the Awakeners have the ability to become immortals. As for what the gnomes' plans seem to be, Thomas informs the group that they wish to trigger the Great Twilight. Vita then interrupts their meeting, where she shares what Ouroboros is up to. Although she has complete faith in the Grand Master, she doesn't agree with the other Anguists to align themselves with Osborne to bring forth the Great Twilight. That's when the group hear the bell from the Stargazer's tower, which awakens the Nameless One underneath the Imperial Villa, transforming it into the Graal of Erebos. The leader of the gnomes, Albrecht, then makes his introduction as he leads all parties to the Graal of Erebos. Elisa is confused by this, as she recognizes the man to be her father, Franz, which surprises Reen, as he knew the man as Professor Luhmann. However, Reen and co have bigger issues to handle, as cryptids and magic knights have appeared all over Heimdall. They manage to fend them off and make their way to the Graal of Erebos. Although there are many parties in their way, the branch campus comes to Reen's aid with other allies they've met along the way. Toa confronts George, asking why he would ally himself with the Black Workshop, but he explains that he was born as a gnome, and as such it has always been their end goal to achieve the Great Twilight. Rosalia and Thomas successfully manage to teleport Reen and co into the Graal of Erebos, while his allies deal with the enemies outside. The group descend deep within the structure, with them having to face against McBurn and Arianrod, then Shirley, Rutger, Siegfried and Kruger, then the Ironbloods, before confronting Osborne and Albrecht at the very bottom. Class 7 asks what the point of the Great Twilight is, with Albrecht explaining that although the witches and gnomes were able to seal away the Great One, the curse affecting Erebonia is still active. As such, if Osborne can assemble the Great One, they would be able to get rid of the curse. As for the beast that lay in front of them, it's the Black Holy Beast, the remnant of the Holy Beast of Earth. It's the way that it is after it absorbed a large portion of the Erebonian curse when the witches and gnomes tried to defeat the Dark Dragon 900 years ago. By slaying the Black Holy Beast, they can release the full curse onto Erebonia, which will trigger the Great Twilight into fruition. That's where Altina gets involved. She was produced to be sacrificed to become the Sword of the End to slay the Black Holy Beast, but it's the only thing to slay a Holy Beast. Osborne then awakens the Black Holy Beast, but no matter what Class 7 does, it doesn't affect the beast at all. Oliver, Toval and Victor on board the Courageous try to provide support for Reen, but the entire airship is blown up due to Albrecht. The Black Holy Beast continues to attack Reen until Altina defends Reen, but Million pushes her out of the way and sacrifices herself, which causes her to become the Sword of the End. Reen's org power becomes uncontrollable as he obliterates the Black Holy Beast before heading towards Osborne. With the Black Holy Beast defeated though, the Erebonian curse spreads throughout the country, with black pleroma grass growing everywhere, corrupting the people's minds. However, Sigrid, Rutger and Arianrod summon their Divine Knights to prevent Reen from attacking Osborne. Cedric then joins them by entering Testarossa, but the final surprise is revealed when Osborne summons his own Divine Knight, Ismelga, before putting an end to Reen's involvement. Two weeks later, Van Dyke makes a speech announcing that Erebonia officially now has the largest military force on the continent after the National Mobilization Law has passed. As such, Operation Jormungand is announced, as they should have enough power to conquer Calvard within a year. We then change perspectives to see Estelle, Joshua, Ren, Lloyd, Ellie and Kia infiltrate in Orcus Tower to obtain information on what's happened in Heimdall. They make their way up to the central terminal when Ren and Kia begin to hack the terminal, but they are interrupted by Claire, Albrecht and Maribel. The group is able to buy Ren and Kia enough time to finish downloading all the data before they make their escape. The group then plan to share all the information they obtained with the neighbouring countries, as well as help bring an end to the Great Twilight. Yuna, Kurt and Altina all awake in Erin Village at Emma's house after all passing out from Graal of Erebos. Emma then reveals that after their battle with the Black Holy Beast, all of the Divine Knights teleported elsewhere. Emma tried to teleport everyone out, however, Muse was not included as she teleported using magic given to her by Vita. After finding out that Reen is Osborne's biological son, Yuna groups everyone together and makes a speech where instead of feeling bad for themselves, the group should be more proactive. As such, Yuna becomes their leader to find and rescue Reen. Old Class 7 leave Erin Village to gather intel on Reen's whereabouts, whilst Randy, Yuna, Altina and Kurt train at the St. Graal Labyrinth for what lies ahead. Over the coming days, all Class 7 alert the group of their lead on where Reen may be. It's believed Reen is held hostage in one of the gnomes' bases. Although they are unsure where the gnomes' base is, they've noticed singularities across Erebonia's septium veins, and that investigating such singularities may point towards where the gnomes are hiding. As a result, the plan is for both groups to stabilise the septium veins by using stakes provided by Rosalia. All Class 7 take it upon themselves to focus their attention on East Erebonia, while Unit and Co focus on West Erebonia. With that, the group will leave Erin Village and head towards the Sutherland province. Once Unit and Co arrive in the province, they investigate the neighbouring areas by visiting St. Ark, Palm and Titus Gate. They hear word that Ash has been spotted in the area, so they make their way to Hamal, where they find him loathing in self-pity. He is overwhelmed with guilt for his involvement with the release of the curse after giving into his anger and attempting to kill the Emperor. However, Kurt is the one to break Ash's despair by reassuring him that although he was a victim of Hamal, the hardship he experienced in the past doesn't define him for who he is in the present. However, this conversation is interrupted by Gilbert. Though with little difficulty, after defeating Gilbert, Ash rejoins the group. However, Zephyr appear and invite Ash to join their ranks after noticing his potential, as well as for the fact that he would be wanted for trying to kill the Emperor. However, Ash declines the offer with the two groups engaging in battle. Yuna's group is able to keep up with Zephyr, but that's when Rutger pulls out Zekta, the Palatinate Knight. Yuna and Ash attempt to battle against it using their soldats, though Fee, Sarah and Elliot arrive as backup to provide support. Rutger is impressed with Fee's growth since their last meeting, before shortly retreating. Afterwards, the group get confirmation that Hamal is the location of one of the singularities within the septium veins, as shown from the black pleroma grass growing. As a result, Yuna stabs the vein with the stake, restoring the septium veins back to normal. With that, the group return to Erin Village to rest. The next day, the group discusses developments across Erebonia, with Osmond's drafting continuing to drastically increase military power. The word spreads of Muse's plan to oppose the Chancellor with the assistance of Aurelia and Vita. With that, Yuna's group head towards the Lamar province and gather intel by visiting Milsante, Raquel, and lastly Ulster. It's in Ulster they bump into Nilsson as he researches the political situation happening in Erebonia. Yuna and Co then learn about the black pleroma grass growing north in Osgiliath Basin after talking with Telia and Kai. As such, the group head north where they find Muse and Aurelia surrounded by black pleroma grass. Muse introduces herself as Duchess Mildine and explains her plan to oppose Osborne. As a child, she possessed a gift for tactics, for she was able to accurately predict events to come. She correctly predicted the civil war in Erebonia, the annexation of Crossbell, the northern war with Northumbria, and foresaw the passing of the National Mobilization Law in preparation with the war with Calvard. As such, to prevent the war with Calvard, Mildine began acting out her plan as early as the end of the Civil War by reaching out to Aurelia and then later Rita. After Mildine claimed the title of Duchess to the Cayenne House, she was able to begin recruiting soldiers to her personal army. She then began negotiating with figures across the mirror to aid in her plan to stop Osborne. Yuna cannot fathom Muse's plan, as for her plan to work, it would require millions to die. She questions if Muse is able to live with the burden, knowing that millions will die in her name. Though before she can process Yuna's question, the Thor's main campus interrupt their meeting. They cannot stand idle knowing that Muse plans to oppose Osborne, so they attempt to put a stop to her but fail in doing so. As a last resort, Cedric brings out Testarossa, the Vermilion Knight, to apprehend the group. However, it's not enough as both Old Class 7 appear as well as Vita, who reveals the pentacle above them. As a result, Cedric and Thor's main campus are forced to retreat. After they leave, Yuna stabs another stake into the septium vein, stabilising it. Yuna and Co then invite Muse to join their cause in helping find Reen, whom accepts. As a result, she gives full ownership of her army and the pentacle to Aurelia, whilst Muse helps Yuna's group find Reen. Yuna's group then return to Erin Village to rest. The next day, Rosalia congratulates the group's efforts as only 2 singularities remain in the septium veins. Old Class 7 opt to focus on the one in Heimdall, while New Class 7 focus on the one in Crossbell. The group infiltrate Crossbell with the help of Josette using the Bobcat 2. They gather intel on what's happening in Crossbell until they get a lead to head to the Geofront Sector X. They eventually meet with Yona and Sully, where both groups exchange information. However, upon trying to leave the Geofront, they are stopped by Heiyu. Luckily though, with the help of Estelle and Ellie, the group is able to escape with no issue. The group then make their way to the SSS building, where Yona digs up as much info as he can on the Orbinet, but doesn't find anything regarding black permafrost. Instead, his attention is moved to St. Ursula Medical College, as there's been suspicious activity recently. Yuna and Co make for the college, where they meet up with Cecily, who takes them to meet with Emperor Eugent III. The Emperor informs the group about the Black Records and the events that would lead up to the Great Twilight. From what was predetermined, he has no remorse towards Ash, as he was simply a victim of circumstance. To honour his son's wish, he provides the group with a copy of the Black Records to help execute Olvert's third path to redeem Erebonia from its curse. Afterwards, the group attempts to make their way to the wetlands, but notice the area is guarded. As a result, they make their way to Michelin to sneak into the wetlands by an alternative route. Upon getting to the wetlands, they notice the black permafrost, but also a pillar of light. That's when they are ambushed by Campanella, Letger, and Kruger. The three are able to fend off Yuna's group, but that's when Imperial Defense Force soldiers are alerted of Yuna's group, and begin to arrest them. However, Una's group fight back using their own sold-out units, but they can only fend off for so long before the 7th Divine Knight manifests. Rufus then reveals he is the pilot for El Prado, the Auric Knight, before attacking Una's group. However, the Knight is too strong to fend off, though luckily, reinforcements come to support Una's group. At first, Estelle, Joshua, Lloyd and Ellie make themselves known by attacking the Imperial Soldier Soldats, before Red and Blue Blanc make themselves known as well. Rufus couldn't care less for the backup, for all 7 Divine Knights have materialized, bringing the Great Twilight even closer. With that, he and his allies retreat. With no more threats, Una stabs the last of the stakes into the Septium veins. Although Una is reunited with Lloyd and Ellie as well as Ashmi and Joshua, there isn't enough time for idle chatter, so the group split up. With that, Una's group returned back to Erin Village. After analysing the Septium veins, Rosalia confirms the Gnome's Black Workshop is situated 1000 arc underneath the Lamar province. With the assistance of the villagers of Erin Village, Una and Co are able to teleport through the Spirit Path to Reen's location using the combat link Valmar shared with New Class 7 Sodots. While the group travels, Reen senses their presence and whilst in a berserk state, breaks free from his chains. Celine transforms into her human form to try and stabilise him due to the influence of the curse taking over him. Una's group manages to successfully infiltrate the Black Workshop where they sense Reen is nearby. However, both Una's group and Reen begin to get ambushed by OZ Archaeans for trespassing. The Archaeans are no match for both parties, but that's when George, Angelica who's under mind control, Ines, Nia and McBurn stand in their way. The 3 groups are able to fend for themselves whilst all Class 7 run up ahead to find Reen. However, Reen doesn't recognise himself, let alone his students. As a result, New Class 7 knocks some sense into Reen by reassuring how much he means to them. From using the Arcus units, every one of Reen's bonds are able to break the curse that's taking a hold of Reen. However, before Old and New Class 7 can celebrate, Albrook, Arianrod and Osborne put an end to their scheme. Dooley is conflicted, but asks Arianrod to leave the Sororita for the time being, as although she has the utmost respect for her lord, she cannot understand why someone as noble as her would want to bring an end to the world through the Great Twilight. Arianrod grants Dooley's wish and celebrates her newfound determinism before thanking her for the years of devotion. With Osborne's allies rapidly approaching, the only exit would be to use Valimar. However, Osborne will not permit such a thing before the 2 groups engage in battle. The Steel Maiden alone is a difficult opponent, but with Osborne by her side, Reen's group is struggling to keep up. It's thanks to Vita and Thomas that a one-way portal opens up to invite backup for Reen, which helps even out the playing field. Taking advantage of the opening, Reen heads to Valimar, awakening him and grabbing the Sword of the End. Osborne is not impressed, though, for Reen's fate has already been predetermined with the announcement of the rivalry of the 7. But with music announcing Millie Mirage to oppose Operation Jomungard, Reen and Co retreat via teleportation. After resting at Erin Village, Reen's group head towards Brionia Island to find Crow to understand more about the rivalries. They find Crow and Duvalie in the Soul Shrine, where they learn that the rivalries are a power struggle between the 7 Divine Knights, where upon defeating a knight, the victor absorbs their power. The knights battle until there is only one knight standing, where it will transform into the Great One. Duvalie then confirms that Vita's role within the Civil War was to create a pseudo-rivalry between Reen and Crow to try and obtain part of the power of the Great One. This wasn't due to how the rivalries can only be triggered when Erebonia is consumed by war. However, this plan failed when Duke Cayenne forced Testarossa to awaken by using Cedric, as well as Osborne stealing the Phantasmal Blaze Pan. Crow then pulls out his weapon to begin the rivalry, whilst Reen has regained control in the hope of messing with the gnome's plan. With both Reen and Crow fending one another, the conditions have been met with the shrine resonating to commence the first rivalry. After a battle between the 2 knights, Reen stands victorious with Ordine's power being absorbed into Valimar. However, Reen stops the absorption as he doesn't want to be the one responsible for killing Crow. As such, he returns Ordine's power, allowing Crow to remain alive before passing out. Reen later awakens in the cabin where Crow is still alive. Although Crow was defeated in the rivalry, by not absorbing his power, Reen has instead created a link with him, making Crow a subordinate of sorts. With Crow joining the group, all that leaves is Duvalie, who at first is reluctant, eventually teams up with Reen. With additional manpower, Reen and Co begin to try and find the whereabouts of their other allies. They eventually get a lead to head to Ordis, with the group making it their first destination. After infiltrating into Ordis, Reen's group sneak through the sewers into the Cayenne estate, where they eventually find Toa, Empress Priscilla, and Governor Regnitz under house arrest. However, both Claire and Angelica stand in their way from freeing the trio. While being outnumbered, the 2 are defeated, with Toa managing to break the brain control over Angelica, bringing her back to her senses. The Empress has no inkling as to where Alpha may be within the Empire, which makes her the next priority. As such, they eventually hear of a rumour that Alpha may reside in St. Arc. They once again infiltrate into the city, where they catch sight of Wilhelm Bellard. They trap him and force him to reveal where Alphen is being held. However, he explains that Alphen is not in St. Arc. She was supposed to be under house arrest like her mother, but word of Priscilla's house arrest failing caused Alphen to be relocated to Dreknel Fortress. They make their way to the fortress where indeed Alphen and Tita are stationed. Just like before, they are guided by Olaf and Neidhard, who pop a fight against Reen's group but ultimately are defeated. The group later finds out that the branch campus has been occupied by the main campus. They believe more of their allies are being held against their wills, so they investigate by infiltrating into Leaves. After defeating some of the main campus students defending the campus, they arrive at the Einhell Keep and find Tio and Elise guarded by Michael and Class 1 students. They are swiftly defeated and Teo and Elise join Reen. After rescuing all of their allies, Reen and co fly to the neutral buffer zone above the Liberal, Erebonia and Calvard border where they board the Pantagruel. A proper reunion commences with the Liberal gang, Crossbell gang and Erebonia gang finally in one place to exchange greetings. A grand meeting is then held in place to discuss Osborn's plan, with multiple figures of Zemiro collectively agreeing to collaborate with Muse's Millie Mirage. Duchess Cayenne and General Legrand represent Erebonia, Prince Albert and Secretary Lucy represent Ramaferia, President Rocksmith and Second Lieutenant Kayla represent Calvert, Princess Claudia and Lieutenant General Cassius represent Liberal. The details of Millie Mirage are revealed, with Osborn having an army with around 1.2 million units. Their only hope is for surrounding nations to team together to stand a chance against Osborn. As such, Cassius will act as the supreme commander of Millie Mirage for his experienced combat in the Imperial Army once before back during the 100 Days War. Although the war will most likely cause casualties in the millions, it's Zemiro's only chance, as if Erebonia successfully invades and annexes Calvard, Erebonia would possess the power to invade and annex every remaining nation on the continent. However, the meeting is suddenly interrupted when Ouroboros' Glorious begins to attack the Pantagruel, with Osborn's allies raiding the ship. As such, Estelle, Lloyd and Reen separate into their groups to counterattack the raid. With Ouroboros unleashing the second generation of Aeons onto the ship, Reen and Crow have no other option than to summon their Divine Knights, but Cedric and Rutger do the very same. That is until another ship arrives. The Courageous 2 makes its debut aiding and defending against the Aeons, as well as dropping off more reinforcements for Reen and Co. Oliver then reveals that he is still alive before declaring his own plan, Operation Radiant Wings, as an alternative plan to Muse's Millie Mirage. However, Cedric is fed up with the interruptions and intends to go all out using his Divine Knight, but that's just before Osborn makes him put a stop to that idea. Osborn then greets the other political figures before challenging Olivert by explaining he has 6 days until Erebonia begins its war on Calvard. With D-Day announced, Osborn's allies retreat in preparation for the rivalry of the Seven to commence. While aboard the Courageous 2, Reen and Co are ready to align themselves with Olivert's plan. Olivert then explains the method to his survival was in part due to Blanc teleporting the crew out. However, it wasn't a clean escape, as Olivert had lost his eye as well as Victor losing his arm in the process. The next priority is to investigate the Lunar Shrine, for it will reveal the truth of everything that has led up to this point in time. As such, Reen's group head towards the Gala Lake, where they find the shrine emanating with mana. As they enter the shrine, the trial begins with Reen's group needing to show their worth. After successfully defeating Rita and Aurelia, they come face to face with Roselia, who guards the Spectral Moon Mirror. This is an artifact that the Hexen clan had been guarding for hundreds of years, which has the ability to show fragments of the past. However, Roselia then transforms into her true form as the Burning Sphinx, holy beast of the Septurion of Fire. However, she is not the original, as she inherited the position after the original disappeared 900 years ago. Roselia was originally a familiar made in the image of the original Holy Beast, but she later absorbed its power and memories from the Spectral Moon Mirror upon the original disappearing. As such, the children of Erebonia must show their resolve to prove they have what it takes to prevent the Great Twilight from happening. After an intense battle, Reen and Co have passed the trial, with Roselia permitting access to the Spectral Moon Mirror, where the truth is revealed. Images of the distant past begin to play out, with Drycles being harassed by a black entity bargaining with his soul. However, the entity leaves when Leanne stops by to see how Drycles is doing. She is pleased to see Drycles again, giving her blessings to both him, his wife and his children. We move forward a century to the life of Osborn. He came from a wealthy family, but an avalanche had killed both of his parents. However, he would soon be adopted by the Baron of Ymir, gaining a brother named Teo. Osborn would later join in the army, making friends with Olaf and Van Dyke until he met the love of his life named Cassia. He would marry her and later have a child named Reen. Around the same time, Leanne would watch over Osborn happy over the family he had started. However, that was when tragedy had struck. With his home raided and family seriously injured, Osborn begged for the survival regardless if it came from the goddess or a demon. In that moment, Ishmelga heard Osborn's plea and granted the survival of his son, but in return, Osborn must be his awakener. Osborn accepted this offer, and by giving Reen his heart, Reen would go on to survive. After successfully getting Osborn to become his awakener, Albrecht possesses Franz after Ishmelga influenced him to design weaponry. But when Kruger had requested the report Novartis had assigned to Franz, Albrecht severed the connection Franz had with Ouroboros by beginning a battle with Kruger, as his alliance was now sworn to Ishmelga. As the leader of the gnomes, Albrecht hypnotized George using the same hypnosis technique that Weissman had developed in order to gather intel whilst George attended thoughts. Albrecht would later manipulate both the Red Constellation and Zephyr by making their leaders battle one another near Zector, causing a pseudo-rivalry. As such, a link was formed with the Divine Knight that allowed Rutger to gain immortality. With the epiphany of Ishmelga's existence, the group came to realize that every tragedy of Erebonia had been connected to Ishmelga in one form or another. The creation of the Dark Dragon, the War of the Lions, the Massacre of Hamal, the 100 Days War, and now the Great Twilight. This revelation causes the curse within Reen to re-trigger, making him lose control. Though while in the shrine, Valimar is able to briefly clarify on the truth. Although Ishmaelga had a big role within everything, he was not solely responsible, for he took advantage of the deplorables of humanity, pushing them over the edge to act on their warped ideas. With Ishmaelga being the strongest knight, the best odds for victory would require Reen to absorb the power of the other knights. After listening to Valamar's advice, Reen's group decides to focus on Rutger to try and persuade him to join their cause. However, Ulbrich ends up casting a barrier around the shrine, preventing a rivalry from commencing. As such, they infiltrate the battleship where Kruger and George lay in their way, guarding the generator maintaining the barrier. The two are defeated, but Ulbrich then releases his own soldat. Upon attacking the machine, it begins to go haywire and initiates an attack on Irina and Schmidt, but both George and Sharon manage to counter this attack, destroying both it and the barrier generator. The four then return to the Courageous 2, Aiden and Reen and Co. With the barrier now down, Reen's group head towards the Draco Shrine to find Rutger. After defeating Leo and Zeno, the group find Rutger at the end of the shrine. They question his motive for Aiden Osborne, though in reality, Rutger has no preference for who he sides with, as it's the Jaeger way to do what the contractor tells you. As Rutger has no say in the Great Twilight, Fee takes it upon herself to show how far she has come since the Jaeger days as a bracer. Rutger is impressed with her prowess in battle before the stage is set for the rivalry to begin. As Reen's subordinate, Valamar and Aldine begin their second rivalry with Zector, with the pair coming out on top. With Rutger's defeat, Zector begins to get absorbed by Valamar, but when Reen tries to pull the same stunt he did with Crow, Rutger refuses. Rutger acknowledges that his life has already ended, he doesn't want to postpone the inevitable. In his final moments, he reassures Fee how proud he is as a father to see the woman Fee has grown to become. With that, his life comes to an end and Valamar absorbs Zector's power. The next target is Arianrod, for Reen's group believes she is the next most likely to join their cause. They eventually hear word of a pillar of light and crossbow from Lloyd, but just like before, a barrier surrounds it. They find the source of the barrier atop of Orcus Tower. Due to security, they won't be able to infiltrate the building as easily as they did with the airship. As a result, Reen and Co devise a plan. They arrange a performance at Arc-en-Ciel as a treat for the soldiers before D-Day. This causes the security at Orcus Tower to be significantly lower than before. Reen's group manages to get into the Thaumaturgal sector in Orcus Tower, where McBurn and Victor, who has been influenced by the curse, stand in their way. They eventually defeat the two, with Laura's mastery over the Arcite style managing to break the influence the curse has over Victor. However, McBurn still wants to continue fighting by summoning his Angbar, but this triggers another soldat to prevent this. McBurn is pissed off that Ulbrich would forfeit his right to fight, so he begins to attack the soldat, but no damage is sustained from its anti-magic armor. Luckily, Aurea, Mueller, and Dex Vander provide backup, defeating the soldat with ease. McBurn eventually retreats, but looks forward to D-Day as he will be able to show Reen and Co his true form without the threat of obliterating everything around him. The group make their way to the roof of Orcus Tower, where they find the barrier generator before them. Maribel makes herself known, but she's not interested in fighting them as she's only interested in the rivalries. As such, she turns the generator off and retreats. With the barrier turned off, Reen's group head to the Stellar Shrine to meet with Arianrod. After defeating Ines and Anea, they find Arianrod and ask why a saint like herself would join Ouroboros and work towards the Great Twilight. She admits that everything she has done for the past 250 years was for her beloved Drycles. Drycles had confined with her that a darkness was tormenting his soul. As such, when he passed, she feared that this darkness would follow him even into the next life. Therefore, she searched the mirror to find his reincarnate, which she eventually did 30 years ago. She noticed that he was doing well for himself, that it was possible that the darkness did not follow him after all. She then met with the Grandmaster of Ouroboros to speak on her proposition, but instead of meeting, she warned Leanne of a catastrophe that would come to pass. Leanne rushed to make sure that this darkness had not returned when she least expected it, but she was too late. From that point forward, she joined Ouroboros becoming Arianrod with a plan to bring forth the Great Twilight so she could be the one to personally kill Ishmaelga. With that, Arianrod summons her lance and prepares to complete her centuries-long pledge to Drycles. After a relentless battle, Reen's group manages to crack Arianrod's lance, setting the stage for the third rivalry. Arianrod summons Argrion, and with enough willpower, Arianrod is defeated. Admired for her resolve and determination, Reen invites Arianrod to their cause. Though before she can accept this offer, Rufus appears and from behind gets the final blow. Rufus absorbs the power of Argrion, whilst Reen and Co surround Arianrod as she says her parting words. She couldn't be more proud of the Soul Ritter, for they were like the daughter she could never have. She's also happy to know that the descendants of her friend from the Wall Alliance honours her name in their family. With the last of her strength, she gives the last ounce of life to Valamar to help aid in Reen's battle with Ishmaelga. Devastated in the death of the 7th Anguis, Campanella, Vita, LeBlanc, Joshua and Rand pay their respects. Their mourning is interrupted though, as a flash of light appears in the sky with the MPL fortress as well as 5 salt pills manifesting over Erebonia. With one day before the war on Calvard, Reen and Co head to Michelin Wonderland to relax and make some last minute preparations. As one of the Divine Blades, Cassius has been tasked with running Reen's trial to prove his mastery over the 8 Leaves 1 Blade technique on behalf of Yonka-Thai. Reen chooses the 7th form, where he then faces his Orc self and successfully defeats any self-doubt. From passing the trial, Reen is awarded with the title of Divine Blade of the 8 Leaves 1 Blade technique. Later that night, Reen catches Oliver with Scheherazade on the Courageous 2. With it possibly being their last night together, Oliver proposes to Scheherazade asking if she would do the honour of becoming his wife. With 5 minutes until the start of the Great War, troops of every division get into their positions. With the Imperial Army having 1.2 million troops, Operation Milli Mirage's only chance of victory is with the alliance made with the neighbouring nations. With Muse's Weissman army of 100,000, Calvert's army of 800,000, the Burl's army of 120,000, Remeferia's army of 80,000, as well as Le Mans, Ohrid, Crossbell, Northumbria, Artillery and the Jägerkorps providing an extra 100,000 units, coming to a total competing with the Imperial Army. When the hour hits 12, the Great War begins with Van Dyck commanding the invasion of Calvert, whilst Cassius commands the counterattack. With both operations in effect, Olivet begins his own by having Estelle, Lloyd, Aurelia, Duvally and Angelica leading their 5 groups to destroy the 5 salt pills that are generating a barrier around the Imperial fortress. Upon defeating all 5 guardians, the salt pills lose their power and the barrier is broken, allowing Reen's group to raid the fortress. Their first obstacle is Claire and Lecter, who are still loyal to Osborne regardless of how they feel about his plan. Although the curse gives them strength, both are defeated. Next is Shirley and Cedric, whom Kurt manages to crack Cedric's hunger for power as nothing more than the curse taking advantage of his inferiority complex. Cedric doesn't want to admit it, but he was taken advantage of to spread the curse in admiration of Osborne, the reincarnation of his ancestor. Once their battle is complete, the stage is set for the 4th rivalry where Cedric summons Testarossa to fight against Valimar and Aldine. Cedric loses once again, with Tessarossa's power being absorbed by Valimar. Further into the fortress lays Campanelle and Maribel, though they don't seem to be all too interested in fighting, but would much rather watch the rivalries. Unia is frustrated with how nonchalant the two are as she degrades them and Ouroboros for how illogical the society is as a whole. After defeating the pair, the group demand them to spill the beans on everything. They comply and admit that the Phantasmal Blaze plan is still in effect and is almost complete once the Great One is reformed. They aren't interested in capturing it, they simply wish to observe the effects of the Septurians, though they don't expect the group to understand the gravity of their plan, for they are still shackled into this world. With that, they retreat whilst the group try to process what they were just told. Regardless, they continue forward and are greeted by Albrecht and Rufus. Albrecht laughs at the idea of Reen winning the rivalry. For centuries, the Divine Knights have fought one another, and time has shown, over and over, that Argrian and El Prado were the strongest. However, Reen's group dismisses Albrecht's ignorance, whilst Eustace pulls out his blade to show Rufus what it means to be a true noble. Reen's group is victorious and the stage is set for the 5th rivalry to set. The battle with El Prado is the most difficult Valimar and Ordine has faced thus far, but they are eventually successful in defeating Rufus. The final person laying in their way is MacBurn, but it's revealed that MacBurn isn't even from Zemuria. Although the Septium Church argues that Aeos created the world, trying to leave Zemuria is impossible as there's a limit to how far or high you can reach. As such, items like MacBurn's Angbab were created using the divergent laws, for they exhibit properties that shouldn't exist in this world. But anything that can't be explained through science is automatically believed to be a gift from the goddess, like that of the Salt Pail in Northumbria. The curiosity to find the origin of those items is what sparked the creation of the DG cult, as they believe that the Septium Church was lying about Aeos. MacBurn admits that he isn't even from Zemuria. Heck, he's not even fully human as he transforms into his true form as Meraku Maldar Wrong. It takes everyone in Reen's group to survive MacBurn's attack, but they eventually manage to defeat him. Though after recovering the memories of the Beyond, he transforms into his normal form. He then gives Reen the primordial flame to aid in the final rivalry before retreating. All that is left is Osborne. He congratulates Reen's group for defeating every ally of his. He then challenges the group to arise to this battle to change the foundation that he laid for Erebonia. Osborne is able to fend off the entirety of Reen's group, but eventually the stage is set for the final rivalry, with Valimar and Ordine needing to put their everything in to try and defeat Ishmelga. But before they can begin, Albrecht intercepts, pleading Osborne to postpone the final rivalry until the climax of the Great War to guarantee the reformation of the Great One. But Osborne reassures Albrecht that the reformation will work regardless. The legendary battle commences, and even though Valimar has the power of 5 other knights, Ishmelga is still a force to be reckoned with. But in the end, with the help of Crow and MacBurn, the battle between father and son concludes with Reen victorious, absorbing Ishmelga. However, Reen then feels the burden of the curse with it taking control over him. With this one opportunity to get rid of Ishmelga once and for all, he uses the last of his control to pilot Valimar above the atmosphere to rid Erebonia of its curse, all the while sacrificing himself.
Now, go.
Reen agrees to help Torval investigate the cause for demons appearing across Erebonia. They eventually come across the Sanctus Shrine, where they find Argras, the holy piece of the Septurion of Earth, although it's only an echo of its former self after Reen had slaughtered it back at the Graal of Erebos. Impressed with Reen's group's determination to do the impossible, he engages in battle with them. From this battle, Reen and Co are able to break the shackles the curse had over Argras. As a reward, he gives the last ounce of his power in the form of the Earthen Prison to Reen, hoping it will aid in defeating Ishmelga. However, Reen then feels the burden of the curse with it taking control over him. But that's when Franz appears in a moment where the curse has momentarily weakened. He tells Reen that it's possible to destroy Ishmelga, but first he needs to separate Ishmelga from his own soul and materialize him in their plane. By using the earthen prison, mastery of the void technique, and the self-assurance strengthened with the bonds he has formed, he is able to force Ishmelga into his astral form. The last thing to do is to defeat it. And with the assistance of all of his allies made along the way, they crack down Ishmelga's strength. Rean then chases down Ishmelga as it escapes into another dimension before he vanquishes the embodiment of evil once and for all. Whilst in this dimension, Rean is allowed to have his final goodbye to Osborn before watching Osborn, Leanne and Rutger walk into the afterlife. Rean returns to reality where the group celebrate their victory. However, with the rivalries now over, Crow has lost his immortality and begins to fade out of existence. But that's when Franz and Rosalia are able to grant one final miracle. As leaders of the Kin of Earth and Fire respectively, they use the Septarians to grant Crow mortality once more. Franz also points the group to the Gnome's workshop again if they wish to find a replica of Milling's model. With that, Franz says his goodbyes to his daughter before he and the Divine Knights fade from existence after serving their purpose. After a ceasefire was announced the next day, Rean's group goes back to the Black Workshop where they indeed find a replica of Milling's model. With using the Sword of the End, they manage to transfer her spirit into the body successfully. Emperor Eugent would go on to make a full recovery after his surgery, where he verified the assassination attempt was indeed not by the hands of Calvard. As such, Erebonia began to get massive amounts of backlash from neighbouring nations, though internally the country was also a mess with both Osborn being painted as a tyrant and the disappearance of the Crown Prince. As Rufus was Osborn's right-hand man, he was arrested and took full ownership over the plan, allowing Claire and Lecter to continue working to maintain order in the country. Though eventually, both the Intelligence Division and the RMP would lose their positions as government organisations, with Erebonia instead reopening their bracer guilds across the country. Oliver and Alfred also began to engage with the general public to win over the people's trust in Erebonia again. Cedric might have been missing, but the truth was he accepted a position with Ouroboros and would go on to become an enforcer. As for Calvert, with President Rocksmith nearing the end of his term, he demanded Erebonia to make reparations to the country for the attempted invasion. This was agreed upon, but only on the criteria that Calvert didn't try to invade Crossbell. Speaking of, Crossbell would eventually regain its independence with the thanks to the SSS, and with Crossbell gaining independence, Northumbria would do something similar, though Jirai decided to stay with the Empire to maintain its economy. Oliver and Scheherazade would eventually have their wedding, making Scheherazade a princess of Erebonia. Finally, in the Celestial Globe, Campanello talks with Anguis 1 and 3 about the allies that they've lost. That is when the Grand Master appears and confirms that the Septarian of Fire and Earth have disappeared from humanity's hands. Although humanity escaped the Great Twilight, 3 years remain until all returns to primordial nothingness. With the completion of the second stage of the Orpheus final plan, she announces the third stage, the Eternal Recurrence plan, has begun. 5 months after the Great War, remnants of Rufus's Imperial Defense Force defy the ceasefire Erebonia had made with Calvard by occupying Crossbell. They wish for the war to resume so they can have dominance over the continent. Although Governor Reckness had requested the IDF to put a stop to their plan, this landed on deaf ears. In the middle of the broadcast by the IDF, Arc-NCL overrun the signal to commence the liberation of Crossbell, with the Grolls Ritters stationed on the Entertainment District, Bracers on East Street, CGF on West Street, CBD on Administrative District, Sight on Central Square, and the SSS on the Harbour District. They begin to overthrow the IDF. After hijacking a sold-out unit, the SSS begin to raid Orcus Tower. The SSS defeat the soldiers in their way, making their way to the roof, where they find the leader. On behalf of the Erebonian government, the group is arrested for occupying the city for 3 months. However, the IDF will not give up as they were promised control over Zemuria with the National Mobilization Law. As such, they have chosen to fight on behalf of His Excellency. The SSS recognise that the soldiers can't be reasoned with, as their minds must still be warped from the influence of the curse somehow. The IDF then reveal their trump card in the form of a giant soldat. However, with enough perseverance, the SSS are able to destroy the machine. With the soldat defeated, the soldiers are taken into custody, where they are later imprisoned with Rufus in Oryx's fortress. With Crossbell's occupation finally lifted, and with the support of Arteria, the Burl, and Rimafuria, Crossbell is declared to be an independent state. But little did the neighbouring nations realise that Project Babel would soon commence. A month later, in preparation of the signing ceremony, the SSS are tasked with investigating the Geofront B sector for monster activity. Though instead of monsters, they instead find archaeums thought to be belonging to the IDF. They break it down before it begins to explode, though in the distance Lloyd notices a figure in the back. After dealing with the archaism, they return back to the surface where they attend the signing ceremony, where Archbishop Orelda validates the independence of Crossbell as a state. However, before Speaker McDowell can sign the validation, Rufus and soldiers from the Ebon Defense Force come to object to the declaration. The SSS are initially confused by how Rufus could escape jail, but change their focus to the soldiers that stand in their way. However, compared to last month, the soldiers in their way are much stronger before they notice a black aura surrounding them. With Wazy, Noel and Risha providing the SSS backup, Rufus opts to take on the entirety of the SSS to crush the last remnant of hope for Crossbell. Even with the power of all the SSS combined, Rufus is able to defeat them all. Still determined for Crossbell's independence, Lloyd won't back down until Rufus extinguishes Crossbell's hero. As supreme leader of Crossbell, Rufus discards the SSS and instead invites his own allies. He then declares the unification of Zemuria through the nation of Crossbell, with the citizens of Crossbell cheering him on whilst under the influence of the Duskan Dancer. In Ymir, New Class 7 and Claire have been given an assignment by Aurelia. Suddenly, the group is attacked by Matthias, who challenges the group to defeat him unless they wish to be disqualified. Claire then assists Matthias by trapping Ash and Muse by an orbital mine while she attacks Una and Altina. The two struggle against Claire, with the same happening to both Kurt and Reen against Matthias. The pure power of Matthias leads to Kurt being knocked off the cliff. New Class 7 eventually get the upper hand on Claire after deactivating her trap, where they rush to provide backup for Reen. After meeting with Reen, Kurt manages to climb back up the cliff, where Reen and his students take down Matthias, passing their trial. However, after the battle, the group then hear the roar of a magic knight, where they later defeat it. However, Reen is confused by the manifestation of the knight, as the septium veins are not stimulated like they were back during the Civil War or the Great War. Not to mention, the magic knights were created to fend off the divine knights, but with the divine knights gone, Reen is more confused as to why the magic knights are reappearing. After returning to the village, Claire reveals that the courageous two that both Oliver and Sherazade on board has gone missing. As such, the trial New Class 7 took part in was to verify that they would be capable to investigate the missing pair alongside Matthias. Later that night, the group is informed about the failed signing ceremony in Crossbell, with Rufus occupying the region. Claire also shows a video by a person known as C, the leader of the Reborn Imperial Liberation Front. C is the one responsible for kidnapping Oliver and Sherazade, with the next target being Heimdall. In the middle of the night, EDF soldiers stop a girl with pink hair, but after opening her suitcase, a bomb explodes in the soldier's face, with another boy assaulting two other soldiers. The pair defeat the other soldiers when Swin and Arya find the trunk they were contracted to deliver. But as they continue walking, they are ambushed by Albric's combat shell. None of their attacks are dealing damage until a masked person known as C helps them in battle, eventually defeating the combat shell. Both parties introduce one another, with Swan and Nadia realising their contract was to deliver the trunk to a person called C. The three open the trunk, where they find a living doll. Lloyd awakes in the boathouse near St. Ursula Medical College, with Risha checking in on him. She informs Lloyd what had happened after he'd passed out, with the SSS all separating around Crossbell. The two walk closer to Crossbell City, where they see soldat units scattered everywhere within the city. Soldiers of the EDF spot Lloyd and Risha and begin to ambush them. After the pair defeat them, one of the soldiers tries to call for backup, but Lecter prevents this from happening. He later explains that he and the other Ironbloods have no ties to what Rufus is doing before the three head to Amorica village. On the walk there, Lecter explains that Rufus had escaped jail, as well as Olivet and Sherazade had gone missing. As they near the village, they find Ellie fending off some monsters, with the trio aiding in her support. At the village, they find Cecily looking after Speaker McDowell, who sustained an injury during the ceremony. Lloyd's group is then given a letter informing them that Kia and Ilya are being held hostage at the ancient battlefield. Reen's group split up to focus on their three objectives. Reen, Ash and Altina investigate what C was referring to in Heimdall, Claire and Una investigate what's happening in Crossbell, Kurt and Matthias investigate Oliver and Sherazade's whereabouts, and Muse is getting further support at the branch campus. Reen and Co talk with Aurea, who informs them that more people than usual have been coming and going into the capital, albeit with no festivals being held. Reen's group later finds Elliot at Meta Park, who reveals that Imperial soldiers have been spotted more than usual in the city. In a similar fashion, Eustace and Milliam are found at Draco's Plaza, where they have found fraudulent companies buying items in bulk. Afterwards, Ragnitz calls Reen, inviting his group to a meeting at the Der Himmel Hotel. Ragnitz relays information from Van Dyke that multiple soldiers have been acting in support of Rufus's unification of Zemuria, with Alfin and Elise confirming that this is present at St. Estrella as well. As they try to leave, Lloyd notices a mirror in his pocket, confused as to how such an item could have ended up there. But that's when the mirror begins to activate, teleporting everyone to the True Reverie corridor. Lloyd's group teleport into the True Reverie corridor, confused as to how they entered the area to begin with. They have no memories of what transpired before they entered, but they begin to explore the area only to get more confused by the impossible structure. But that's when they notice Reen's group teleport to the TRC, where they exhibit the same confusion over the situation. After some more exploration, the Central Core boots up with it activating the Reverie Garden facilities. The Central Core then explains that the purpose of the TRC is to strengthen the users by overcoming trials. The Black Mirror has recruited everyone as an impossible singularity has spawned within Crossbell, with the success rate of overcoming said singularity is 0%. Entry to the Stratum to train has now been permitted. After returning from the TRC, Lloyd's group head to the ancient battlefield where they find Heyu guarding the Sun Fortress. They successfully fend off the Heyu members, but that's when Garcia joins the fight with Sao aiding him. Lloyd and Co eventually defeat the pair, where they rescue Kia and Ilya. but that's when Ilya attempts to attack Risha, but she is saved by Zeit. Backup comes in the form of Wazy, Wald, Scarlet, and Zeit's brethren, causing Heyu, Garcia, and the Duskan Dancer to retreat. After opening the trunk, the trio introduce themselves to the doll, whom she introduces herself as Lapis. Confused as to why Rosenberg created a doll for C, the masked figure invites the doll to find her purpose. As for Swin and Nadia, C employs the two as extra support. They traverse through the Heimdall underground passageway to sneak into Heimdall, where they overhear two soldiers talking in private. To avoid unwanted attention, C's group split up to gather intel, while C uses a Ramdar cloaking device. C and Swin spot Reen in the Vanquia street, but later catch Imperial soldiers working alongside the EDF. Meanwhile, Nadia and Lapis are going on a food tour until they bump into Reen's group. Lapis falls into Millium, with Nadia taking advantage of the situation by swiftly stealing Millium's Arcus unit before the pair walk away. After finishing their meeting with Ragnitz, Reen's group decide to stop by the Bracer Guild to get some more information. However, Millium ends up bumping into a girl. Altina then gets a message on her Arcus from the Intelligence Division. Confused as to why she didn't receive a notification, Millium realizes that she's missing her Arcus. The group deduces that the two girls must have stolen it, with them eventually tracing Millium's Arcus to Meta Park. They overhear Nadia mention a mask, and conclude the pair must be part of the RILF. As a result, they plan to ambush their group later that night. On cue, Reen's group spot the four in the park, ambushing them. However, C recognizes that they have been tracked, and as such, their group introduces themselves as C, Dry, Nine, and Dolly respectively. Reen questions what their plan is for kidnapping Oliver and Sherazade, though C dodges the question. The two groups then fight one another, though C's group end up retreating using the underground passageway. Reen's group follow the passageway when they find bulk of goods. They later find Imperial soldiers collaborating with the EDF soldiers, though when they try to arrest the soldiers, one of them pulls out a black ornament that deactivates all of Reen's group's orbital devices. Regardless, the soldiers are defeated with backup from Ragnitz arresting the traitors, whilst Reen's group continues to pursue the RILF. As C's group venture further, they are interrupted with EDF soldiers from behind. They defeat the soldiers and extract information on what Rufus plans to do as Supreme Leader of Crossbow before exiting at Himmel Cemetery. However, they are sought by the likes of Crow, who occupies them until Reen's group catches up. A second round of battle commences between C and Reen's group, though after evading multiple attacks, Eustace is able to land an attack breaking C's mask, revealing it to be Rufus. Confused as to how Rufus could be in two places at once, Rufus takes his leave on board an airship. However, Rufus admits that he played no role in kidnapping Olivert and Sherazade, nor the occupation of Crossbell. He does however point Reen's group in the direction of Nord before flying away. That night, Rufus explains to his group that the Rufus in Crossbell is an imposter. The night before the signing ceremony in Crossbell, Rufus was in Oryx's fortress before the building came under attack by EDF soldiers. They freed the IDF soldiers, but when it came to Rufus they tried to have him killed. Rufus managed to get the upper hand and extracted some valuable information as to what the EDF were up to. As a result, he wants to put a stop to the Supreme Leader and try to fix the mess that Crossbell is in right now. Their attention is moved to Lapis, with Rufus wanting to meet with Jorg, curious why he hired both Swin and Nadia to bring Lapis to himself, as well as to help Lapis recover her memories. Later that night, Lapis and Rufus have a conversation as to what makes a person human, with Rufus believing himself to be less human for his actions in the past, though Lapis disregards this notion as a person's actions don't dictate who they are. However, Lapis herself struggles to recognize what makes a person human, for she looks and acts human, but she is simply a doll. This causes Rufus to reflect on himself, with Rufus lacking meaning in his life as he felt like the product of nobility. This lack of meaning left him to idolize Osborn as he followed in his footsteps, but no matter how many objectives he successfully completed in Osborn's name, he never found meaning. This eventually led Rufus to begin to envy his younger brother, as Eustace found his resolve in life, albeit at a disadvantage. By morning, the group arrive in Crossbell with Rufus pretending to be the Supreme Leader. He later activates his Ramdar device so the group can wander around in Crossbell City. When they arrive in the entertainment district, they catch a recording of the Supreme Leader giving a speech, with the Duskan Dancer later hypnotizing the citizens to support the Supreme Leader. However, Rufus, Swin and Nadia get influenced by the Duskan Dancer, though luckily Ren is able to make them snap out of it before they meet in Imelda's shop. After hearing that the group is heading to Jorg's workshop, Ren decides to accompany the group. However, once they start walking up the main mountain path, Rufus feels an object on his person with him pulling out the mirror. After recurring at Amorca village, Lloyd's group decide to investigate the Rhineford military factory. This is because the EDF have been frequently visiting the facility, with it being believed that that's where the soldiers are being constructed. However, the only way to reach the factory would be through Crossbell City, which is off limits. Instead, they opt to sail over Lake Elm to find an alternative route. As such, Lloyd, Wazy and Kia arrive at St. Ursula Medical College to find information when they find Tio and Yona. However, they overhear evacuees from the city falling into despair over the occupation of Crossbell again, though Wazy challenges the citizens for them putting the SSS on a pedestal as the heroes of Crossbell when they are just a branch of the police. Tio later confirms Lloyd's suspicion on the factory, with her mentioning that Novartis is involved, with her spotting him during the signing ceremony. Lloyd's group begin to traverse the underground train line when they spot Agate and Tita fending off EDF soldiers. After they defeat the soldiers, Tita explains that the pair are looking for Erica, as whilst the city got occupied, the EDF soldiers demanded Erica for some reason. As both parties plan to head to the factory, they group together. Reen's group updates Regnitz on the soldiers aligning with the Supreme Leader. Claire then confirms that the Supreme Leader never left Crossbell, verifying that the Supreme Leader and C are not one and the same. As for the three accompanying Rufus, the Intelligence Division have no leads as to who they are. As a result, Reen, Kurt, Muse, and Mueller leave by train to head towards the Nord Highlands. After arriving in Nord, Emma and Sarah greet Reen's group at Zenda Gate. Colonel Dalton later tells the group that the soldiers stationed at the watchtower may have an insight to Oliver and Sherazad's kidnapping. The group travel to the nomadic settlement first, where they meet up with Gaius and his family. Gaius reveals that he's found no leads as to Oliver or Sherazad's whereabouts, but weirdly Knapp has found remnants of human activity over the land. However, when asking the soldiers about any suspects seen across the land, they denied ever seeing anyone. Kurt tries to call Mueller asking for any updates, but he doesn't respond. As a result, the group decide to head to the watchtower to do their own investigating. That's when Lloyd's mirror begins to trigger. Rufus's group is then teleported to the true Reverie corridor, meeting both Lloyd and Reen's group. With all three groups now gathered, the central core unlocks the next stratum to train in. After the group arrive at the doll studio, they are stopped with the door completely locked, with Ren unable to hack it. Lloyd's group make it to the factory, but before they can enter the building, they are stopped by an archaism. Luckily, with the help of Elisa and Sharon, the archaism is defeated with the pair joining Lloyd's group. Elisa is shocked with how different the factory is since her last visit, with the locked door in their way being one of many changes. Though while trying to open the door, they notice another party on the server. After talking through the terminal, both Lloyd's and Rufus's groups are able to deactivate the locking mechanism, allowing both teams to continue their investigation. As Lloyd's group continue, they are confused as they find soldats and OZ units within the factory, which shouldn't be possible as only the Black Worship had the knowledge to produce said items. The only person who would be able to create such items would be Novartis, but that brings into the question as to how he got access to the technology to begin with. Upon further searching, they find a terminal with the words Project Babel, but the contents are too encrypted to find out the details of the project. After passing the door, Rufus's group explores the studio but eventually split up. Ren is greeted by her old parents, but she is aware that they are fake before she calls out Novartis for such a distasteful stunt. Novartis asks Ren if she would be willing to return to the society, for Ren was the best subject he ever had, but she declines. Novartis then ends his communication with Ren moving forward. Lloyd's group get to the end of the factory where they find Novartis. Aga and Tita demand Novartis, where Erica is being held, with Novartis revealing that both Erica and Professor Sayland are safe. Though before Erica can reveal what Novartis had both women work on, McBurn appears pulling out his Angbar to defend the Professor. McBurn is impressed that Lloyd is able to keep up with himself, but that's when McBurn tries to transform into his true form. However, before he can do so, his arm explodes, revealing machinery. The McBurn clone then realizes that he's only a copy of the real one, with Novartis overjoyed with completing the development of the simulacra. With his experiment as a success, Novartis self-destructs the facility before teleporting away. After saving both Erica and Sayland, the group begin their escape of the building. However, an explosion causes a ring of fire to surround Lloyd, though thanks to Noelle, she's able to save him while she rides her motorcycle. As for Rufus and Lapis, Lapis confides in Rufus that she's scared of recovering her old memories for how it will affect her current memories. Though the pair is later ambushed by numerous copies of Lapis, causing Lapis to have an internal crisis about her existence as the replicas dogpile on her. However, Rufus is able to successfully find the true Lapis, with him reassuring Lapis that although the copies are identical in their appearance, none of them possess the memories that she has, making her the true Lapis. Then there's Nadia and Swin, who experience a change in gravity until they witness the Emperor. Confused about how both he's alive and how he got his artifacts back, he reassures them that it's all thanks to the Supreme Leader. He then invites the pair back to the organization, though they reject this proposition with no hesitation. But mid-battle, Nadia recognizes that the person they are fighting is not the real Emperor, based on how he fights. Novartis praises the girl's intellect, to deduce this fact with him inviting her to become a test subject, though Nadia declines before Ren, Rufus and Lapis reunite. With the five of them back together, they attack the fake Emperor, defeating him, when they find out that he's simply a machine. Novartis then projects himself, confirming that the Emperor was one of the toys he created, though as for the artifact, he had no role in its recreation. He then confirms that Ouroboros have no role as to what is happening in Crossbell nor Erebonia. He's only working on his own accord after he was messaged by someone using the astral code. With his leave, he points the group in the right direction, with Rufus's group finding a machine. Lapis places herself in the machine, and although only some of her memories return, she reveals that she needs to find someone called Ian to fully recover her memories. After arriving at the watchtower, Reen's group notices a mass amount of weaponry in the distance, which were made for the Great War. They then find a soldier and ask about Mueller's whereabouts, but the soldier replies saying that Mueller had gone somewhere else, before asking the group to leave. When Reen's group return to the settlement, Dalton contacts Gaius, warning the group that Calvardian tanks are approaching the watchtower, and as such everyone should evacuate. Confused as to what Calvard is up to, Reen's group stop the tanks but find the tanks are in autopilot. They return to the settlement to find the area had been attacked by Erebonian tanks, but was stopped thanks to Aurelia. Schmidt then confirms that the tanks were in autopilot, as well as mentioning that strange orbital waves have been coming from the watchtower. Mueller then returns to the group believing the Imperial Division are behind everything. Reen's group head towards the watchtower whilst Mueller heads to the Zenda Gate, but both groups find no soldiers anywhere. Reen's group begins to ascend the tower where they fight Archaeans in their way before reaching the roof where Arios resides. As the battle progresses, sparks are seen on Arios, with Reen and Aurelia eventually knocking the clone off the tower. With the roof clear, Schmidt begins to analyse the device, where it's revealed to be a projection that, when deactivated, reveals all the weaponry in the distance was fake, instead lays the Courageous 2. Colonel Dalton is frustrated with Reen's group's involvement and threatens to harm the couple if they interfere anymore, though Oliver and Sherazade prove that they aren't in harm's way over the orbital device. With Oliver's call, Reen's group teleports to the Courageous 2 and defeats the soldiers in their path until they reach Colonel Dalton. He is in full support of the Supreme Leader of Crossbelt and wishes the unification of Zemuria. Although Reen's group overpower Dalton's men, the Imperial Division begin to surround the Courageous 2 and begin to fire. Luckily, a shield is activated to block out the attacks, as well as Mueller and Aurelia destroying the tanks. The Courageous 2 manages to lift off, but that's when the group hears word that both Erebonia and Calvardian weaponry are being gathered in Nord to restart the Great War. Reen's group split up to guard Nord, whilst Reen deactivates the orbital device, disabling the automated machines. However, it's not over as Sarah ends up finding railway guns that were hidden under a projection, with their target being the settlement. All hope is lost, but Reen manages to manifest a turfin to fly and destroy the shell moments before it hits the settlement. But that's when something that looks like a Divine Knight spawns from the sky and begins to attack the nearby ships. Luckily, both Zeit and Rosalia prevent both airships from exploding upon impact. However, after the knight disappears, the group is confused by Reen's new appearance. Rufus's group make their way through Nox Forest until they spot Duvalie fending off EDF soldiers, with the group coming to her aid. Although appreciative for the backup, once she finds out that the one behind the mask is Rufus, she attacks the man in the name of her lord. The two have a duel, with the group eventually explaining the whole situation with the Supreme Leader, so Duvalie joins the group. They make their way to the police academy as they begin to ambush the soldiers stationed out front, but that's when two Arios clones counter-attack. The group manages to keep up until they spot a third Arios, though luckily this is the real Arios who defeats his two clones. With both Rufus and Arios needing to see Ian, Arios joins the group as they raid the academy. They eventually find Ian, with Arios reuniting with Shizuku at last. Though before the truth about Lapis is revealed, a monstrous version of the Emperor attacks the group. They fend him off, but the replica of the artifact begins to regenerate his wounds. Upon activating the Monarch's Regalia, Rufus's group is immobilized, though luckily, Zai is able to cancel out the artifact. Arios manages to cut off the beast's arm with Swin and Nadia destroying the artifact, which defeats the beast once and for all. Ian then explains what he knows of Lapis. One day he was contacted by someone who went by Elysium. Elysium possessed an abnormal amount of information, but with no motivation for why they knew all that they did. But Elysium was no human. It was an artificial intelligence created from the stimulation of the Septian veins interacting with the Orbal Net. As such, Elysium possesses both knowledge and power to predict the future. However, from his interaction with Ian, Elysium managed to learn pseudo-emotions and human thought patterns, which resulted in the creation of Lapis. However, Lapis would stop talking to Ian before the Supreme Leader met with Ian asking to help with the unification of Zemuria. Ian had realised something had happened to Elysium, so he complied with the Supreme Leader. Ian then contacted both Garcia and Dieter to follow along with the Supreme Leader, whilst Ian remained in prison to share the truth to whoever brought Lapis to him. Lapis then verifies that Elysium was compromised, with the perpetrator trying to delete herself. As such, she had herself removed from the system and transferred to Yorg to create a body for herself. Lapis then instructed Yorg that the body was to be delivered to the person going as C. With everything cleared up, the group's plan was to now uncover the mastermind behind taking over Elysium. After escaping the factory, Noel takes Lloyd's group to a camp that the Crossbow police had set up near. After talking with their allies at Amorca village, they find out that the EDF soldiers have the CGF trapped at Maine's village. Therefore, Lloyd and Noel try to sneak their way up the village, but eventually get caught on the outskirts of the village. Luckily, Randy provides backup to fend off against the EDF soldiers. The trio make their way to the village, where they find Toa and Marcius. However, Morale is seriously injured. As for Sonya and the rest of the CGF, they are stationed at the Moon Temple. Suddenly, a CGF soldier arrives in the village injured, reporting that the EDF with the Duscan Dancer had attacked their group. Lloyd's group head towards the temple to provide support for Sonya's group, but while traversing through the tunnel, they are sought by EDF soldiers and soldates. Luckily, Estelle and Joshua and the Crossbow branches come to their aid. They successfully defeat the soldiers and make it to the Moon Temple, where in the depths, they catch the Duscan Dancer hypnotizing the CGF soldiers onto the Supreme Leader's side. After fighting her in battle, they recognize that this isn't a clone but instead the real Elia, who's been brainwashed thanks to the mask that she's wearing. Lloyd's group almost break her out of the mind control, but the mask's control is too strong. As a result, the Dusk and Dancer teleports away, with Lloyd's group returning back to the bridge to help attack against the EDF. Upon the EDF retreating, Lloyd's group returns back to Mainz, where they find morale has recovered. With the SSS finally reunited, a meeting is held to discuss what Lloyd's plan is next, but that's when they are interrupted by a broadcast from the Supreme Leader. The broadcast is being emitted across the entire continent, with the Supreme Leader announcing the start of the unification of Zemuria, with him asking both Erebonian and Calva to comply by the next day, unless they wish to be invaded. That's when Lloyd is contacted by Reen. Reen's group is confused about how Reen was able to manifest a soul dot, with Roselia believing it to be the result of a resonance phenomenon due to the Divine Night. Granted, she herself still doesn't understand how the night could exist at all, as the Divine Nights disappeared after the Great Twilight, though Zai proposes that it could be due to the Septian Veins, with the distortion in Crossbell manifesting the Divine Night. As such, Crossbell is their new destination, though with both the Courageous 2 and the Merkaba severely damaged, their only way to Crossbell is by teleportation. They land in the wetlands where Reen's group split up to avoid being detected by the EDF. Reen's group heads towards Michelin, Sarah's group to St. Ursula Medical College, and Claire's to Crossbell City. Reen's group is confused as to why there are so many EDF soldiers in Michelin, with him concluding that they must be hiding something within the area. As a result, Reen's group begins to liberate Michelin, where they find out that soldiers were ordered by the Supreme Leader to monitor Michelin Wonderland for some reason. Therefore, Reen's group begin to investigate the theme park, when in the Castle of Mirrors they get attacked by clones of themselves. They manage to get to the end where they pass the hidden wall, but Reen ends up seeing images of all of his allies mourning his death. When the group walk into the next room, they find another Reen. They try to defeat the lookalike, but aren't successful, though Reen is able to crack the mask. They ask for the being's name, but the name doesn't exist, this verifying that this isn't a simple clone. That's when the being summons Zoa Gilstein, the Zeroth Knight, and says his goodbye to Class 7 before retreating. After disabling the terminal, everyone's Arcus units begin playing a broadcast by the Supreme Leader announcing the start of the unification of Zemuria. After the broadcast ends, Reen decides to call Lloyd. Lloyd and Reen exchange information, with both groups worried that the new president of Calvard will attempt to invade Crossbell after their threat. Rufus then interrupts their meeting by informing them about Elysium and how Lapis will be the key to fixing everything. As such, the three groups make a plan to liberate Crossbell, with Lloyd's group raiding from the south, Reen from the east, and Rufus from the west. The next day, the liberation of Crossbell commences, with each group defeating waves of EDF soldiers until all three groups converge at the administrative district. Risha then challenges the Dusk and Dancer, with the two dancing with Risha's dance bringing hope back to the people of Crossbell, whilst Reen and Lloyd's group deal with the massive soul dot in front of them. Rufus's group on the other hand squeezes past to meet with the Supreme Leader. The Supreme Leader offers the position to Rufus as he would finally be able to live up to Osborne, but Rufus declines the offer before initiating battle. Rufus's group manages to get the upper hand, but the Dusk and Dancer joins the Supreme Leader. However, Reen's group and Lloyd's group shortly follow, giving Rufus their aid. After an intense battle, Rufus manages to defeat his clone, with Risha breaking the mask that's taking control over Lilia. However, with the EDF finally defeated, a structure appears over Lake Elm with its student a laser that obliterates Unival Fortress. A pre-recorded message of the Supreme Leader plays with him announcing Crossbell's ultimate weapon, the Retributive Tower. The three groups later meet to discuss how to deal with the tower. Speaker McDowell had already spoken to Regnitz and President Gramhart, though Crossbell had been given a deadline to deal with the tower before Gramhart sent his own troops to deal with the issue. Though if Crossbell fails to deal with the tower or relies on Calvert's military, then Gramhart will view Crossbell as being incapable of being an independent state. The group support Lapis's plan to infiltrate into the tower and connect herself into Elysium to deactivate the weapon. As a result, everyone gathers on top of Orcus Tower to begin the operation. The Retributive Tower generates a shield and launches every remaining soul out, whilst the CGF, CBD, Thor's students, Bracers, Ouroboros, Jaegers, and the Grolsritter combat against the tower. Everyone is then teleported aboard the RCL-2, where the strongest warriors of Erebronia deflect a direct attack from the tower, creating an opening. Everyone teleports into the tower into three groups as they begin to raid the tower. All three groups reunite when they get to the core of the tower and find Ishmael Gareen, a being that exists in an alternative timeline. After Ishmael Gareen manifested, it corrupted Elysium, kicking Lapis out of the picture. But the goal remains the same, for Ishmael Gareen is trying to save the world by removing all seeds of disaster. However, as Administrator of Elysium, Lapis objects to what Ishmael Gareen says by noting that Elysium's only role is to observe and calculate. As such, the entire group begin to attack Ishmael Gareen, but their attacks do nothing. That's when Ishmael Gareen summons his Divine Knight, the Great One, Septarian of Steel. Roselia teleports the group some soldats and turfings, but their attacks don't do much. Though with the existence of the Zeroth Knight, Valimar, Odin, and El Prado are able to connect to the three Awakeners, giving them their strength. Whilst the three battle the Zeroth Knight, Lapis sneaks past and connects herself to Elysium and revokes Ishmael Gareen's rights, weakening him significantly. Reen and Crow manage to finish Ishmael Gareen off when both Reens appear in another dimension. The other Reen asks Reen to sacrifice himself by merging with the recreated Ishmaelga, for it will corrupt the minds of Zemuria once again if it's left on its own. However, Reen can't do that as he knows the pain it will cause everyone he knows, albeit saving Zemuria. Besides, he was able to defeat Ishmaelga once before with the help of his friends, therefore if he does return they will be able to find another solution. After returning to his own dimension, Ishmael has corrupted the Zeroth Knight. As such, everyone begins the final battle when in the end they are eventually victorious. Lapis then declares that she will be deleting Elysium as it's too powerful for mankind yet. Instead, they should be the ones to create something like Elysium on their own. However, Lapis can't stop the operation of the tower shooting out its laser, with Ishmael programming the laser to shoot wherever humanity has hatred towards. Suddenly, Pleromagras manifests all over Zemuria, with it connecting to the minds of humans to calculate where people's hatred is located. With no other option, Emma and Selene teleport everyone out of the tower. However, Rufus stepped out of the spell, beginning a broadcast to Zemuria announcing that everything that's happened in the past 2 years has been his own doing to unite Zemuria. As a result, everyone's hatred begins to be directed at Rufus, with a laser obliterating the Retributive Tower. With no other option, Emma and Selene teleport everyone out of the tower, but Lapis witnesses the final production of Elysium with herself, Swin, Nadia, Lloyd, Eustace, and Zeit teleporting back into the tower to save Rufus. Within the tower, Reen from the previous timeline saves Lapis and warns the group that in 3 years, but Lloyd cuts him off, reassuring him that humanity will be able to overcome it. The group eventually finds Rufus, with his team and brother reassuring him how much he's loved. Zeit manages to teleport everyone out just moments before the Retributive Tower is obliterated. A week passes since the destruction of the tower, with Rufus awakening in a hospital bed. Oliver explains that although he's committed many crimes, he can't serve any of them as Supreme Leader Rufus was killed in the Retributive Tower, and this is verified as the entire continent witnessed it. Rufus is then given a laptop, where he watches the broadcast of Crossbell finally gaining its independence. Although Elysium might have been dealt with, the TRC has its own problems with the central core unable to terminate its processes. It identifies an irregularity creating errors within the space due to the temperament of causality in reality. The group believes that this irregularity could be due to Elysium trying to infiltrate the space when it was still active. As such, they begin to traverse the depths of the TRC. However, whilst climbing the higher stratums, a figure taunts the group in their attempts to stop itself. After defeating copies of Agras and Roselia, the figure reveals itself with it resembling Kia. She warns the group one last time before vanishing. It's later revealed that the central core is actually an artifact, Azoth, the observer of causality and the author of the Black Records. It's been operating for the past 1,200 years to guide Erebonia. After defeating copies of 3 Dominion, the figure is impressed with the group's resolve, believing they have what it takes to defy fate. With that, she introduces herself as OZXX before opening another dimension where 2 causalities interact. Before entering the new dimension, the group come to realize that OZXX was the original prototype of the homunculus that the gnomes copied from the alchemists of the past. This explaining as to why she looks like Kia. Therefore, Elysium must have made a copy of her to try and interfere with the TRC. As a result, the group make their way to the final stratum where they find OZXX in a garden full of Pyromagras. She then reveals that she was the original Zero Child, and as such, she is preventing the Demigororus from manifesting in this dimension. However, Kia, Altina, Millium, and Lapis ask if she's happy with the burden placed upon her, when she wishes for the Demigororus to be set free. That's when OZXX transforms into the Demigororus. The group managed to defeat the Septarian, with her thanking the group now that she can finally sleep for eternity. OZXX then thanks the group, as well as for setting her free before she disappears. With her disappearance, Azoth can finally shut the TRC down. So just like in Third, Reverie has additional stories in the form of daydreams. But from the 25 daydreams, I will only be covering 4. The first is another hot springs paradise that follows Reen and his family as they visit Longlai and Calvert. Although they enjoyed both the food and the hot springs, the truth was Reen had only come to Longlai after hearing a rumour that young Kafai was in the area. As such, Reen begins to traverse the area, stumbling through the Kunlun mountains in search of his master, until he notices 2 shinobi tailing him. He defends against their attacks, but is shocked to see how similar their sword techniques are. He then asks if they are part of the 8 Leaves One Blade School, though they decline as for they are Ikaruga, practitioners of the Black God One Blade School. That's when a third figure attacks Reen, a man that goes by Kurogane. He forbids Reen from going any further into the mountains, and as such, the two continue the fight with one another, with their blades clashing with every strike. That's until Reen uses his enlightened spirit unification to get the upper hand and deliver the winning blow, but his attack is then countered by a woman with silver hair. Her attack is so strong that it splits Reen's Tachi in half. The woman that goes by Princess tells Reen that their master is not in Longlai, and as such he should return to his family. With that, she and the other Ikaruga vanish into the night. The second is an unconventional student that follows Ran as she enrolls at Aramis Academy in Calvert. Tita and Ran still keep in contact via the Orbital Net, with Tita remarking how the Verne Company rejected joining the West Zemurian Tech Union. Not to mention, the Verne Company seemed to be cutting ties with the Epstein Foundation in pursuit to develop the next generation of battle ordnance. Both girls believe that this could be due to Professor Hamilton stepping down as technological advisor from the company. As for Aramis, Ran continuously gets harassed by a boy known as Ronald Griffith, son of one of the Republic's senators, after declining to join his circle. His antics to bully Ren fail, however, with him beginning to outright threaten her, though a student with blonde hair overhears his threats with the girl signing up for Ren. But when it came to the student council president election, Ren would get the last laugh, for she exposed Ronald for the snake that he was for using underhand tactics to become student council president. Angered by her actions, Ronald would later hire gang members to get rid of Ren, but that's when she pulls out her scythe and knocks all the members unconscious with ease. All Ronald had was his father's position in Parliament, but even that was no longer valid, for she reveals that Representative Griffith is under investigation by the CID for having connections to organised crime. He had finally lost, with Ronald passing out. Dingo, the reporter who wrote the article, thanks Ren for finding the dirt on the politician, as well as praising her for her combat prowess. In the end, Ren would be elected as student council president, with Ren inviting the blonde-haired girl as well as 2 of her friends to the student body. The third is Forward, sword in hand, that follows a female bracer. She declines the position of A rank as she still feels inexperienced whilst only being with the guild for 6 months. She later goes to a bar to meet with her informant to help with the current case that she's on. She's currently investigating 2 missing children. That's when she's reminded of her blue-haired childhood friend who had started a business that rivaled the Bracer Guild, but was morally grey in the eyes of the law. That's when her bespectacled childhood friend who works for the CID finds the Bracer and gives her a lead on the missing children. With this lead, the Bracer works alongside Zin to raid a base that is thought to hold the children. The Bracer begins to fend off countless men until she finds the leader. She holds her blade to the man demanding where the children are, with him confessing that the children are still alive further into the building. However, he wasn't doing this for himself, but rather working for the likes of A. But in that moment, all of the men that the Bracer had fended off had been killed with their corpses mutilated, with the leader following suit. The being that did this was in the room with the Bracer, but she couldn't see him. Trying to attack this person yielded nothing as her attacks were deflected with ease. Impressed with the Bracer's swordsmanship, he decides to spare her and the 2 children's lives, though when asked about its motive, it simply replies that it wants to instill fear before it retreats. She didn't process what kind of motivation that was until she found the 2 children. When the Bracer tries to approach the 2 children, they pull out weapons on her, fearful for what she might do. However, she reassures the children she won't harm them for she's a Bracer. After rescuing them, it came to light that both children witnessed an illegal transition, and as such they were groomed into becoming assassins like that of the Gardens. Although the Bracer was shaken up from the encounter, the fact that she could bring hope and security to others from being a Bracer, this fueled her to accept her promotion. As a result, Elaine became the fastest A-rank Bracer, beating the Purple Lightning's record. Finally, in Look Back to Look Forward, follows McBurn as he enters the Celestial Globe. The Grandmaster foresaw his arrival and praises his ability to enter the space after recovering half of his memories. However, his assistance for the Orpheus final plan is still required. A replacement for the 7th Anguist has also been arranged, though the Grandmaster is still waiting for the Canada to accept the position. That's when Novartis interrupts their meeting, asking the pair if they know the cause for his simulation's deletion, with McBurn believing it to be the group operating in Orid to be at fault. But that's when President Gramhart interrupts their meeting with him greeting the Grandmaster. He then proposes an alliance with the Grandmaster. For the 2.5 years, Ouroboros shall not interfere with his plan, and vice versa. The Grandmaster agrees to his proposition. We jump to August of 1208, when Van gets a knock on his door. He's greeted by a girl with blonde hair that goes by Agnes. She requests Van to find an old orbital device after it was stolen, as it originally belonged to her great-grandfather. However, Van points Agnes in the direction of the police or the guild, but she elaborates that it's not possible. Since Van's business is for complicated matters, he accepts Agnes's request. The first person Van goes to is Giacomo, who is an informant that specialises in thievery. Giacomo claims to have never seen the orbital device before, but Van can tell that the man is lying before the pair decide to follow him. They traverse through the underground sewers until they hear the cries of the man. They rush to Giacomo's hideout, but find out that the man's throat has been slit. Suddenly, 4 police officers enter the scene of the crime, with them taking both Van and Agnes under custody. Though while in custody, a bespectacled man known as Rene overrules the police custody of Van and Agnes on account of the Central Intelligence Division needing them instead. Van and Rene then exchange greetings before Rene asks for any information on the murder of Giacomo in exchange for bailing out his childhood friend. Van and Agnes then make their way to another one of Van's informants, who goes as Bemotti. Both parties swap information and deduce Giacomo must have backstabbed a group, with said group getting revenge on him. Van then gets a message from Dingo, who relays the multiple hideouts that Giacomo had throughout Edith. After leaving the bar, Van's other childhood friend, Elaine, greets the pair, with her believing the culprits behind Giacomo's murder were from A. Van and Agnes then make their way to the underground ruins by the station street, where they eventually find the orbital device Agnes was looking for. However, the orbital device activates, bringing to life 2 gargoyle statues. The pair manage to defeat them, with Agnes finally obtaining her family's heirloom. But that's when 2 hitmen working for Almata attack the pair, wanting the orbital device. However, the 2 hitmen are under the influence of a drug, making their attacks much stronger. Though moments before Agnes is hit, the orbital device activates, freezing time when a projection going as Mare appears out of Van's holocore. Van then bears the nightmare, where he transforms into the darkness-clad, armoured demon Grendel. Whilst in the Grendel form, Van defeats the two hitmen with ease before transforming back into his normal self. Onias then confesses that the name of the device is a Genesis, though it's only one of 8, with them being referred to as the Genesis. Van then concludes that the device is an artifact, with Onias' great-grandfather being Claude Epstein. After returning back to Van's office, Onias reveals the whole truth about her request. The diaries of Claude Epstein had been passed down in her family, with Onias reading the contents until in the final entry Epstein wrote, "Recover the Genesis before the year 1200X, or else all we know will come to an end." Interested with Onias' goal, Van accepts her into the Arkwright Solutions office to continue her investigation into the Genesis. As a new recruit to the ASO, Van shows what the job of a Spriggan entails, with him showing the 4 SPG requests behind bulletin boards. After completing some requests, the pair head back to the office when Van notices that he's been tailed. They eventually find the person tailing them, who turns out to be a girl named Ferry. She wishes to use Van's service, so they head to his office. Ferry explains how a squad of her rival Jaeger Corps, Eisenchild, has been missing since their proxy war a month prior. One of her close friends, Ada, is in the squad, so Ferry knows that the squad had to travel through Calvert. Therefore, Ferry wants Van to help locate where Ada's squad is. After this explanation, Onias' Genesis reacts with her believing it could aid in helping Ferry. As such, Van accepts Ferry's request, with him contacting Renee for any leads. Renee informs Van that Hercules had interacted with Eisenchild 10 days prior, requesting to know why they were in Calvert, but the squad ended up outwitting the Hercules soldiers. Van then deduces that Ada's squad most likely headed northwest to travel through Reverie or Ored. As such, they could be camping out in Crail Village. With a destination in mind, the trio rest before embarking on a journey. The next day, Van drives both girls to Crail Village, where they get a confirmation that Ada's squad had been spotted in the area 3 days prior. The trio continue their investigation into the evening when they come across a man named Melchior. He had wandered around the village outskirts, hoping to see ruins of the ancient Zemurian civilization, like that of the statue that the church had excavated 20 years ago. When asked about Ada's squad, however, he replies that he never saw anyone while wandering. The trio return to the room to go over everything to try and figure out where Ada's squad could have gone, but that's when Walter lets himself into Van's room asking for a request, though Van declines. Nonetheless, Walter lets the group know that he's looking for a man with mint hair before leaving. With night in full swing, the trio continue their investigation when the innkeeper lets the group know that Ada had handed 3 letters to be delivered to 3 different recipients. The trio rush up ahead when they find Ada, but a red flash of light is seen in the distance, with multiple wolves beginning to attack Crail Village. The beasts won't stay down, but Walter decides to aid Van whilst his trio run up ahead. They find Ada but then notice all of her allies tied up. They ask what is going on, with Ada explaining that after Eisenchild camped out in Crail, they were completely dominated by 3 individuals. They obliterate her squad, with herself waking up where they stand now, but with the red orbital device activated. Her allies were still breathing, but they weren't really alive as all they did was groan in pain. Although she herself had some control, the sun paralysed her with pain, with her eventually developing a craving for human blood. The only thing that she could do is gather some gasoline to set herself and her squad ablaze to end the suffering. That's when Melchior reveals himself, releasing the squad and activating the Genesis, causing the group to attack the trio. Although they fend the squad off, Melchior triggers the Genesis again, causing the defeated Jaegers to stand up and fuse into a ghoul. Whilst Van transforms into the Grendel to defeat the ghoul, Walter deals with Melchior with the 2 running off. After defeating the ghoul, leaders of both the Eisenchild and Kruger watch over Ada as she says her parting words to Ferry and her farewells to her former Zephyr comrades. After a return from Crail, Onias now has the second of the Genesis. That's when Ferry enters the office, with her requesting to work for the ASO after getting benched from the Kruger for disobeying a direct order. As such, Ferry's father Hassan has requested Van to look after his daughter for the time being to grow stronger. After completing some more requests and bumping into the Phantom Thief Grimcats, the ASO get invited to dinner by Sao. He wants to make a request for Van to visit Langport to help deal with Almata, as the organisation has been causing issues for Heyu. Although Van is reluctant at first, after realising that if Almata overpower Heyu, then Calvert's criminal underworld would become complete chaos. After driving to Langport, the ASO meet with Fan and Ashen. They both explain that last month, Almata set up a new business in the new town called the Messeldum Trading Company. They then hired thugs to attack stores belonging to Heyu in the Eastern Quarter. Ashen is also concerned for her friend Aaron, as he's been going out of his way to defend Langport against the thugs, with her believing that he could be Almata's next target. As such, the ASO decide to get some info, so they meet up with Hal and Jack. The pair reveal that Aaron is hung up on dealing with Almata, so they recommend that they deal with Almata themselves or get Aaron to join their group. Whilst exploring the city, the ASO hear a rumour that one of the Genesis is being sold at a stall. They find the stall near the docks, where they question the merchant about it. He admits that he had the item in his possession, but was forced to hand it over to the people from the Messeldum Trading Company. But that's when thugs from the Messeldum Trading Company begin to ambush the ASO. The ASO manage to fend the thugs off, but that's when Aaron interrupts their fight and defeats the thugs himself. However, Aaron isn't keen on outsiders dealing with Langport's issues, so he begins to attack Van, though their battle is stopped by the likes of Elaine. She later takes the ASO to dinner where she explains that she's in the area because of Almata and begins to share some background information on the organization. Almata used to be a mid-sized mafia group, but 8 years ago their former boss Enrique was killed by their second-in-command who took control over the organization. The new boss is a man known as Gerard, whose skill with a sword is unmatched, as even Elaine can land a hit on him during an operation. The only other known member of Almata is Melchior, though Elaine believes other members are present in Langport. After Van and Aaron deal with 2 cheaters ruining the gambling scene in Langport, Agnes's Genesis activates before fog begins to roll over Langport. Suddenly, the city begins to get raided, but by the time the ASO catch up to Aaron, they bear witness to the countless bodies of Aaron's friends. The next morning, Gian introduces himself to the ASO as one of the elders of Heiyu before telling the group to leave the city immediately. However, Aaron has gone missing, so Ashen and Fan ask Van to investigate where he could have gone. They find Aaron in one of the warehouses beating up the gang members that killed his friends, but his anger cannot be stopped with him attacking the ASO. Van manages to knock some sense into Aaron by explaining that someone must be pulling the strings behind the scenes. This is made most apparent when the gang members begin to explain that Aaron's friends were never meant to get killed, but 2 individuals stop this explanation. The 2 go by Viola and Alexandria and are both members of Almata. When Aaron realizes they were the ones who killed his friends, he tries to attack them but the pair overpower him. The pair then warn Van to leave the city unless they wish to be killed before retreating. After swallowing his pride, Aaron makes a request for Van to help get Almata out of Langport. With the help of Elaine, the ASO make their way to Almata's base when Melchior gets in their way. The group manage to keep up with him, but Elaine decides to fend him off so the ASO can proceed further into the ruins. The ASO finally reach the end, where they find both Viola and Alexandria, but also another Genesis. After fighting, Viola enlightens the group about Langport's history, as every few decades, a demon named Tyrant would be reborn in the city. The previous Tyrant brought fear into Langport, for he was stronger than both Heiyu and Yin as he began to rule the city. As a result, Heiyu needed outsiders' help to imprison Tyrant away, who then died in the spot that they stand. As for Aaron, he is the new reincarnation of Tyrant, as the 3rd Genesis transforms him into the Tyrant. Viola and Alexandria leave as they expect Tyrant to destroy Langport. Van then transforms into the Grendel and fend off Tyrant. Upon weakening him, Van takes this opportunity to get through to Aaron to let him know that he isn't destined to walk the same path as Tyrant. Aaron manages to overcome this internal conflict with him returning back to his normal self, as well as Agnes obtaining the 3rd Oggenesis. But after piecing everything together, Van deduces that Gian was actually working alongside Almata to prove Aaron was Tyrant. Gian confirms this and wishes to imprison Aaron by calling upon the Shang Shu. However, Van, Sao, and Yin prohibit this, with Gian accepting defeat and retreating. After returning back to Edith, Langport returned back to normal with the implication that Almata pulled out of the city. Aaron then enters the office with him joining the ASO. Dingo ends up calling Van, as someone he knows would like to make a request. This person ends up being the up-and-coming actress Nina. She explains that a film festival will be held in Thabad, but she and other film companies were sent threatening letters to cancel the whole festival unless they wish for a tragedy to commence. As such, Nina would like the ASO to patrol Thabad for the days leading up to and the day of the festival for any suspicious activity. With Agnes's Genesis activating from Nina's request, Van accepts this request. With Thabad nearing the border of El Saim, it takes all night for the ASO to arrive to their destination. They end up meeting Nina and fellow actress Judith, where they go over the request. The ASO later deal with a monster in the underground waterway, where they find one of the Oggenesis embedded into the creature. However, after defeating the monster, a white doll steals the Genesis and begins to attack Van's group. The doll is too strong for the group, but when Van tries to transform into the Grendel, it fails. All of a sudden, a woman in a maid outfit fends off the doll before it retreats with the Genesis. As for the woman, she introduces herself as Rosette and is an employee of the Marduk Company, the same company that provides Van with his stun caliber and holocool. She then explains that she's in Thabad as she's assessing any security risks Calvard may possess after hearing word of the threats the film industries have been receiving. As such, she decides to accompany the ASO for the time being. The next day, 2 girls get abducted, with one of them being Dingo's assistant Marielle. Dingo and the ASO track the abductors down in a cave in Shirin Desert. The abductors begin to fight the ASO, but after being defeated, the white doll appears with its owner making herself known. However, she retreats on her doll called Ishtanti after her test is successful. The group then notice a massive plant being grown, with them believing it's being grown for drug usage. However, Prince Jared of El Saim and his bodyguard Nea cannot fully trust the ASO, as they could be aligning themselves with Almata, so the 2 parties engage in battle. Though mid-battle, Fee puts an end to the fight, with her verifying the ASO's innocence. After returning to Thabad, Fee exchanges information with the ASO, with Dingo also chiming in. After laying out all the cards on the table, it's believed the person who sent out the threatening letters was Vegas Films themselves, with them aligning with Almata. Though the only question remaining is why they would do it. But before they can brainstorm a possible motive, one of the Vegas film dancers has disappeared. The ASO and Fee meet with Nina and Judith to find out more details, but the president of the company doesn't seem at all worried about the girl's disappearance. With suspicion laying on President Dylan, the ASO and Fee bait Dylan into the basement floors, where they follow him down. They later find concrete evidence of drugs being manufactured in the basement floors. After finding the missing dancer in the depths, they corner Dylan with him putting all the blame on Almata. He later explains the reason why he sent out the letter was to protect Nina, Judith, and Prince Jared. However, he releases the machine before running away. The ASO manages to defeat the machine, but that's when they hear a deadly cry. They rush to the scene but find Dillian's corpse with a message written in blood on the wall. On the day of the film festival, the ASO take in the sights with them watching the parade. But that's when Shahina puts on a mask and begins to enchant everyone who had smoked shisha with her dance. A barrier then develops around the hotel, with the ASO believing the 4th Genesis being the cause of the hypnosis. The hypnosis reminds Fan of an incident that happened in Crossbell last year. He then asks Fee how the effect was broken, with her replying that it was thanks to another dancer breaking the mask. As such, Sarah begins to dance in retaliation whilst the ASO break through the hotel's barrier to put a stop to Almata's plan. Grimcats join the ASO when the group reach the top floor and find Melchior and the leader of Almata, Gerard. Gerard uses the Genesis to puppeteer Prince Jared and Naya to battle against the ASO. Although the ASO are victorious, Gerard uses the Genesis even more, transforming Naya into a beast. Van transforms into the Grendel, defeating the Golden Beast. With their success, they get the upper hand on Melchior and Gerard and manage to snag the 4th Genesis, reverting its effects. Though Almata comes to their boss's aid by picking it up with their airship, with them successfully getting away. After returning to Edith, Rosette follows the orders from the higher-ups at Marduk that she should stay with the ASO to minimize any risks that they should face in the future. The ASO are invited by Prince Jared to ride in his limousine, with both him representing the Alsame and Renee representing the CID to make a request to Van. The two would like the ASO to investigate the Verne Company located in Basel, due to both the orbital net being unstable and suspicious individuals being spotted in the area. Regardless of it being Almata or spies from Valis, both parties want this summit stopped. Both Verne and the Basel Institute of Science have classified information on a top secret project Calvert has been working on. Not to mention, the CEO of Verne has been giving vague explanations to Alsame as if trying to buy time. The timing couldn't be any better as Aramis is actually going on a trip to Basel, so this would allow Agnes to join the ASO on this mission. As such, the ASO make their way to the city by car, whilst Agnes and the other Aramis students travel by train. Upon arriving in Basel, the ASO speak with the CEO Bill asking about the orbital net and influx of visitors within the city. However, Bill seems to minimize the severity of the issues by reassuring the group that everything is under control. Nonetheless, he authorizes the investigation as well as providing an aid in the form of Quatre. He's an assistant at the Basel Institute who can help answer any questions the ASO have while they investigate. However, after doing some investigation, they call Quatre, but mid-call he seems to be ambushed. As a result, the ASO locate Quatre in a mine where he's being attacked by some monsters, but luckily the ASO managed to save Quatre just in time. Though after the battle, the group notice how multiple orbital lights are flickering, which shouldn't be possible as they are self-sufficient. Afterwards, the ASO head to the Institute where they meet with David, one of the professors, in regard to his over-controlling nature as lead supervisor on his research project. He dismisses the group as he believes his project will change the power balance on the continent. The ASO later meet with Quatre at the observatory where he explains the facility was specifically made for Professor Hamilton. Though after she left the Republic 2 years ago, he's been taking care of the facility in her place. Later that night, the ASO patrol the Institute where they find 2nd Lieutenant Kayla of the CID sneaking around. She later explains she's investigating the case alongside the ASO, as it's believed the reason behind the unstable orbital network is due to parallel distributed computing. She believes David is manipulating the distribution of the orbital network from all the terminals in the city to further his own project. Though that's when Quatre gets a call from the professor with him begging to be saved before getting cut off. The ASO rush to the lab but find the whole room is in shambles with the professor nowhere in sight. The next day, a meeting is held with the CEO to find more information of David. Bill explains that David started to change a couple of years ago after Yang proposed a better next generation weapon to the Calvard military. After losing the field he specialized in, David began accepting every sponsor he could obtain to further his own research into weaponry. As a result, David accepted a sponsorship from a shell company that belonged to Almata. With the orbital network still having connection issues, it's believed David's research is still used in parallel distributed computing. The ASO's new goal is to find David, with Quatre requesting to tag along. They later meet with Yang, asking the details about David's research. After showing one of the Octogeneses, he explains that David was looking into a theoretical weapon that could fuse particles together to produce large quantities of energy, aka nuclear weapons. The ASO later find an outdoor complex where they get confirmation that David was trying to create nuclear weapons after finding his notes. However, that's when they find his drowned body near the building. Though before they can even process this, Ren alerts Van that Basel is being attacked by archaisms. The ASO rush back to Basel, where they fend off the archaisms until they reach the observatory. They find the main terminal running a complicated code with the 5th Genesis powering the terminal, but that's when Melchior and the puppeteer who goes as Olympia lay in their way. The pair manage to fend off the ASO until the terminal is finished decoding, with a singularity being successfully formed in the form of turning David into an AI. With their plan finished, Melchior and Olympia plan to head off, but as a grand finale, plan to blow up the main terminal. However, not wanting to lose something so close to Hamilton, Quattro tries to deactivate the bombs, though Rosette pushes him out of the way, getting caught up in the explosion. It's then revealed that Rosette is not fully human, but actually an android. The next day, a conference is being held between the Verne and Marduk company. Gilliam with his bodyguard Kasim will be providing security to the city with the CID calling in the Hercules soldiers. They also get a lead as to where Almata may be after Quattro remembers there was a second prototype terminal that was left in an abandoned factory. As such, they make their way to the factory where they indeed find the terminal alongside Melchior and Olympia. The ASO manage to keep up with the pair, but that's when an assault frame takes the Genesis to transfer David's AI into itself. Luckily, Ren provides some backup whilst Van transforms into the Grendel to deal with the assault frame. Van defeats the assault frame, stealing the 4th Genesis back and putting a stop to David's formulation. Melchior and Olympia end up retreating, but with the Genesis no longer fueling the terminal, there isn't enough orbital power to maintain David's AI. In a last attempt to make himself useful, he provides Quattro multiple formulae that have yet to be discovered to be used for the greater good. Yang and Professor Hamilton accept the formulae, so they won't be lost in vain before David's AI is terminated. After returning to Edith, Rosette manages to make a full recovery with her prosthetics, and with the recommendation of Hamilton, Quattro decides to join the ASO for any future technological threats. Back in Edith, the ASO get a request from Grand Prix racer Maxim. He explains that 8 years prior, he was involved in an accident that left him in hospital. But there was a nurse who did everything in her power to tend his wounds. After fully recovering, he confessed his feelings towards the nurse with the two begin to date, though once he returned to racing and winning championships, he let the fame go to his head and started having one-night stands with other women. In the end, his girlfriend ended up leaving him, though 2 years later, he returned to the same hospital they first met and found out that she no longer worked there, as around the same time that she left him, she was pregnant with his child. For the past 4 years, Maxim has been trying to find the woman, but has come empty-handed and wants the help of the ASO to track her down. He knows for certain there's a picture of the woman, but it's currently in a time capsule in Dirk Park. As a result, the ASO make their way to the park and fend off creatures until they find a massive beast in their way. Van decides to take advantage of the opportunity to summon Mare and ask information about her when his life is not on the line. But when Mare begins to talk, some of the words cannot be processed as they are lost words. Even though Van is not certain of what the outcome is, Mare does warn Van to not bear the nightmare too much. After defeating the beast, Maxim retrieves the time capsule only to find out that the woman he dated previously is Paulette, the woman who works in the bistro under Van's office. Later that night, Ashen calls Van giving a mini vacation to Long Lai as a token of appreciation from Heyu, Prince Jared, and Professor Hamilton. Van accepts the gift, and after realising the awkward position Paulette seems to be in at the moment, he decides to invite Yume to the vacation to allow Paulette to explain the situation to her father in peace. The ASO make for Long Lai the next day, though whilst on the journey, Van gets a call from Nina asking if they know anything about Judith's whereabouts. Van is not sure, but he'll conduct an investigation if she's still missing when he returns to Edith. After arriving in Long Lai, the ASO enjoy multiple activities when Van is given a request from the guide. He explains that one of the visitors has gone to the waterfalls that are closed and hasn't returned. The ASO make way for the waterfalls when they find Judith meditating under the waterfall. Suddenly, a beast begins to attack Judith, but she transforms into grim cats and knocks the beast back with the ASO coming to her aid. After defeating the monster, Judith is appreciative for the help before she heads back to the village. However, the next morning, a thick fog covers Long Lai, with Yume nowhere to be found. After spending time with Yume the previous day, Judith decides to help Van find the girl. After asking everyone in Long Lai, they deduce Yume must have left the village via the Ishgal Mountains. The ASO make their way to the mountains and eventually find Yume, but she doesn't seem to be acting like herself. Van then realises that somehow Mare is possessing Yume's body. Mare begins to run off with the ASO chasing after her, though when they catch up to her they find that she's already been caught by a woman with silver hair. She introduces herself as Shizuna, second in command of the Ikaruga. She wishes to spar with the group to cure her boredom, but she's able to keep up against the entire group, and that's before she enters her own form of spirit unification. When their sparring match is over, she reveals that she is defending the Kulon Mountains from intruders, when she forces a man from the sideline to reveal himself. A man suited in armour from head to toe reveals himself before introducing himself as Ariok, one of the 3 Almata executives. However, he ends up retreating once the other Ikaruga warriors appear. With that, Mare goes back into Van's holocore and the group return to the village to enjoy the rest of their vacation. Unbeknownst to them, when they return back to Edith, they hear the tragedy of Kriel Village's annihilation. The ASO look over Dingo's final moments that were recorded on his camera before being uploaded to the Orbital Net. Grieving over his death, Van swears on Dingo's name to put a stop to Almata, with Judith joining the ASO to help Van achieve this goal. The ASO try to gather any information, but the entire situation seems to be heavily classified, with the authorities not letting anyone near the village. That's when Van comes across Bogard, his former master, which he is surprised to see as he thought he had died 3 years prior. Bogard is revealed to be the old Dominion 8 before he faked his death and transferred his stigma to one of his students in Nord. He then warns the ASO that Almata's hideout has been revealed to multiple organisations throughout the country with the intention to bring everyone in one place. Their meeting is interrupted, however, when Elroy and Lucrezia, Anguis 4 and Enforcer 3 respectively, would like to make a request to Van. They want the ASO to join them in apprehending Almata as it's creating issues for Ouroboros. However, Van is reluctant to accept the request due to Elroy's involvement. That's because although Lucrezia and Elroy were originally part of the Order of the Moonlight Horse, not everyone from their organisation joined Ouroboros. As such, Elroy had remnants of the Order of the Moonlight Horse and the DG cult come together to form the Gardens. Although he has no power over the Gardens, 3 of their overseers are working for Almata, as though he wants the ASO to help put a stop to their efforts. As conflicted as Van is, he ends up accepting the request so he can get revenge on behalf of Dingo. Begard joins the ASO to help with this request, with him revealing the location of Almata's base is in Oresian. The next day, the ASO make their way to Oresian when Anya reveals that she's actually President Gramhart's daughter. She explains that her family was pretty normal, though 4 years ago after the death of her mother, her relationship with Gramhart became distant as he was spending most of his time at work. It's this distance that originally made Anya look over the diaries that her mother inherited. After arriving in Oresian, Renee updates the ASO on what groups have turned up into the city. These groups include Edith's Bracer Guild, Heiyu, Warriors of Kruger, Eisen's Child, Nidhogger, Scorpions of Zahat, Stillwater Fleet, 2 Grolsritter, the Churches Iscariot, Ikaruga, Marduk, Zek's Arms, and 3 members of Ouroboros. Gerard then calls every organisation that has entered the city, informing them of the rules of their game. Every party will fight one another in the underground ruins of the Old Kingdom. Whoever is victorious will have the chance to fight one of Almata's guardians. Whoever is last standing and defeats all of Gerard's comrades will have the opportunity to battle himself. Participation is compulsory. Trying to cheat or escape will result in another nuclear bomb being let off, killing all 280,000 civilians in the city. With the rules established, he awaits the results of the carnival with anticipation. As a player, you have the option to align yourself with multiple organisations to increase your odds of victory in Carnival. Your ally options are the Bracer Guild, Heiyu, Ouroboros, or Ikaruga. With the start of the first round, the ASO need to obtain 3 keycards from other parties to progress to the next round. After obtaining the 3 keycards, the first Guardian is Viola, with Anya's question how she could be so inhumane. However, Viola remarks that Anya has no position to question her outlook on life, as she's a naive girl who's lived in privilege. In comparison, Viola has had everything taken from her and her family, which caused her to be sold to an organised crime group. It was only after Gerard rescued Viola from her group he showed her the power that fear had on people, with fear being the true equalizer of humanity. She then pulls out her weapon, initiating battle with the group, but is defeated with Van striking the final blow, killing her. The next day, the second round of the carnival begins with the ASO needing 6 keycards to progress to the next round. After defeating more groups, 6 keycards are acquired, with Alexandria being the second Guardian. He doesn't particularly care what is happening, for all he craves is a place to die. The reason for this was back when he was 5 years old, the Soulpale incident struck Northumbria. This caused himself and his father, who was a guard to Prince Balmond, to escape to Tassalam, one of the 3 cities. After 20 years of training to defend the former prince, Balmond found out that the leader of the Northern Jaegers, Conor Valestein, had died. He then took his guards to try and take back the land he once ruled, but after he commanded his guards to kill civilians, Alexandria couldn't follow this order. This resulted in Alexandria fighting and eventually killing his own father to protect the people of Northumbria he once knew. After the failed reclamation of Northumbria, Alexandria was haunted by the guilt over his father's death until he eventually was recruited by Gerard, who promised him a worthy place to die. He then pulls out his weapon and a battle commences, though ultimately he is defeated. He wishes for Van's group to end his life, with Van granting him this wish. The final day of Carnival is upon the group, with only one group able to claim the reward for facing Gerard. As such, the ASO will need 20 keycards to access the Guardian of the Floor. The foes in their way are the hardest they have faced thus far, but the final duel is between the Marduk company. However, Kasim is way too strong even for the entirety of Van's group and allies. As such, instead of defeating Kasim, they opt to just steal his keycards instead and head to the Guardian instead. The third Guardian is Olympia, but the ASO question how someone can show so little emotion for all the times they have interacted. She believes humans are just biological machines, though her ideology is completely lost on the group. Olympia then pulls out Ishtanti, with the 2 groups beginning their fight. Though after enough damage is dealt to Ishtanti, the artifact begins to crack, and that's when Olympia is overwhelmed with emotions that had been absorbed by the doll. She begins to have a crisis with everything that she feels, with her requesting Ishtanti to kill her, to remove these feelings. Ishtanti follows her orders and kills Olympia with no hesitation. As the player, we then find out that Olympia came from a village in the east that worshipped Ishtanti as a messenger from God. A tradition in the village was for children to be sacrificed, though when it came to Olympia's turn, her parents protected her and ended up being sacrificed instead. With the pain of seeing both her parents dead, she wished for her emotions to be gone, with Ishtanti accepting her wish. From that point forward, the doll moved like a puppet under Olympia's command, with the village trying to stop her. However, she ended up killing the entire village, feeling nothing when she began to wander around the continent. She eventually met with the Emperor, who was impressed with her doll, and to invite her to become an overseer at the gardens. After successfully defeating all of 3 Almata's Guardians, the ASO are crowned the winners of the carnival, and as such, their prize is a battle with Gerard himself. He awaits for them the next day in the throne room, with him recommending the group to rest while they still can. The next day, the ASO descend to the ruin's depths and find Ariok guardian the throne room. Although the ASO have already won the carnival, Ariok still needs to see them prove their strength. He reveals that he's been a warrior since the Holy Iskan Empire was still standing thanks to his Fangs of Rahu artifact armor. He's been wandering the continent after his tribe had died, with him killing every Jaeger or bandit he came in contact with. That was until the church labelled him a heretic for his artifact, but was saved thanks to the likes of Melchior and Emperor, who invited him to become an overseer at the gardens. He then battles the group, but after the ASO manage to break the artifact's core, his immortality is revoked with him dying. The ASO make their way into the throne room when they find Gerard on his throne awaiting for his audience. He then pulls out his sword, Aprion, the Sword of Divine Darkness. Gerard is shocked to see the artifact, as it originally belonged to the old royal family of Calvard. However, Gerard reassures him he obtained the sword fair and square, as for he is a descendant of the Eldarian royal family. He was able to hide this fact, for he once was a priest for the DG cult, though thanks to Elroy creating the gardens, he met all of his current Almata members. As for his goal, he doesn't care to rebuild the royal family nor the DG cult. He wishes to instill fear into everyone. He is done with the idle chatter though, and wishes to fight. Van isn't taking any chances, so he transforms into the Grendel straight away. After a vicious battle, the ASO is victorious, with Van stabbing Gerard through the chest. Though in his final moments, he seems overjoyed after finding what he wanted before collapsing. After defeating Gerard, the ASO take the 6th Genesis before Melchior takes his leave while blowing up the whole place up. The ASO manage to escape the ruins just months before an explosion erupts right behind them. During the anniversary festival celebrating 108 years since the Calvardian Revolution, the ASO are enjoying themselves. However, after receiving an email warning about the 7th Genesis from someone going SC, Van is patrolling the city with Shizuna in his car. That's when Van's Zypher begins to activate, with Melchior making a broadcast to the players involved with Carnival. He shows them the 7th Genesis before summoning the Genesis Tower, which triggers the beginning of Pandemonium. The entirety of Edith is affected, with time freezing for most of the population before monsters begin to spawn. But that's not all, for all the previous Almata members that were killed during Carnival have been resurrected. Van and Shizuna rally up their allies as they begin to raid Edith, saving their allies in the process. After Van saves every member of the ASO, Gerard makes another broadcast warning everyone that within 5 hours they will spread pandemonium to the entire continent. As such, the ASO begin destroying demon spheres located around Edith, and with the help of Casim, Leon and Celis, they manage to raid the Genesis Tower. While ascending the tower, the ASO defeat Olympia and Viola, then Ariok and Alexander, with Melchior standing in their way before Gerard. With no hesitation, Melchior pulls out his knife and stabs himself, as by killing himself in Pandemonium, he is able to be reborn as a demon. His power is unlike the previous time saved for him, but in the end he is defeated with his body vanishing into the afterlife. After approaching Gerard, he taunts Van for stealing his power back in the Oratian ruins. Confused by this, he elaborates that when Van was younger, he was one of many children experimented on by the DG cult, when it was found that he possessed a diabolic core. This core shouldn't even exist, but the power it possessed was unspeakable, so Gerard had it extracted to take for himself. As such, he then shows the power the diabolic core provides him as he transforms into a demon and the final battle commences. Although the ASO are able to keep up with Gerard's attacks, with the original host of the diabolic core nearby, the diabolic core powers Gerard even more, with him transforming into a deity. As a last result, Van transforms into the true form of the Grendel, the darkness-roused armored demon Grendel Shin. Upon defeating Gerard, Van is able to rip the diabolic core out of Gerard, killing him on the spot. But after absorbing the diabolic core, Van quickly hands over the 7th Genesis to Agnes before he transforms into one of the 5 demon lords that rule the 77 devils, Vagrant Disapora. He apologizes to Agnes for not being able to finish her request before he teleports away. The ASO question Mare as to where Van has gone, with her revealing he has sealed himself away to prevent the demon lord from causing any damage. After finding a portal, the ASO appear in the Endless Expanse, which is located between reality and the beyond. They can't accept the fact that Van would willingly sacrifice himself like this, so they plan to destroy the demon lord to save Van. Agnes uses the Genesis to weaken the Demon Lord, with the rest of the ASO unleashing their attacks. After weakening the Demon Lord enough, Van is able to break from the diabolic core, with him assisting the ASO in dealing damage. Eventually, the ASO are victorious. Although the Demon Lord retreats, he reassures Van that they are one and the same and that he will return one day. With that, the Demon Lord transforms back into the diabolic core, with Van throwing it into the abyss of the Endless Expanse. In the end, each member of the ASO decide that they will temporarily be on leave, but they will be returning in the beginning of the new year. And that's all 11 games summarized. Thank you so much for watching this entire video. I've been working on and off these videos for the past year, so I hope I did the series justice. For those curious, the longest script was for Reverie with 7,954 words, and the shortest was Third with 2,971 words. So for the future, I do plan to do summaries for both Daybreak 2 and Kai, but those won't be done for a long while as I would like a break. I do also want to do summaries for both Akatsuki and the Northern War Gacha games, albeit them being spin-offs. But again, very much long-term goals. That's all from me. Hope you have a lovely day. Bye.